The young man suddenly stared at his glowing right hand, completely clueless as to what was happening. Then, driven by intense hunger, he brushed aside this bizarre phenomenon and immediately tossed a few beans into his mouth, chewing to quiet his rumbling stomach. The moment the bean was thrown into the young man's mouth, it suddenly transformed into a fully grown bean plant, leaving him with a blank expression of utter bewilderment. Even all his feelings of hunger and fatigue vanished at the same time. Could this be his own ability? What an awesome discovery. He definitely had to study it thoroughly when he got the chance. However, the most important thing right now was to deal with the supplies before the apocalypse arrived. As he spoke, he glanced outside, and all of this traced back to a certain point in the future. By this time, Earth had entered an ice age, and amidst a frozen wasteland, a young reporter was risking his life to broadcast a report for everyone to hear. Global temperatures were continuously dropping with no signs of turning around, but he urged everyone not to give up hope. The government would not abandon them. As long as they united as one, they would surely be able to survive this catastrophe. Just as the image was transmitted, the broadcast began to experience severe static, because directly behind the young reporter, a colossal frozen airplane was plummeting straight toward him. Finally, all the signal was cut off at that exact moment. Inside a filthy, trash-filled room, a girl's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Han Feng. Hearing the call, Han Feng stepped outside carrying his baseball bat embedded with sharp nails. Then, instead of opening the door directly, he carefully observed the person outside through the peephole on the door. Behind the peephole appeared a beautiful girl, calling out to him tremblingly. Realizing it was someone he knew, Han Feng hurriedly opened the door and asked, "Huina, why are you here? Come inside quickly. It's really dangerous outside right now." However, before he could say much more, the girl suddenly reached out one hand to hold the door. At the same time, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Han Feng straight on the lips, catching him completely off guard. Just like that, after lasting for more than 10 seconds, the two of them reluctantly parted from each other. Then Han Feng awkwardly said, "You just opened the door and kissed me, Huina, what's wrong with you?" Responding to his question, the girl replied with tears welling in her eyes, "Because I realized that you, Han Feng, are the only one truly worth my love. Adversity reveals true character. Only someone who genuinely loves you will pay the price for you unconditionally. If you don't believe me, go ahead and feel my heartbeat. Right now I can do anything with you." As she spoke, she grabbed Han Feng's hand and placed it on her chest, causing our guy here to blush slightly and let his imagination run wild. "Anything?" he muttered, and the girl in front of him became even bolder as she began rubbing her leg against the space between Han Feng's legs, making our guy's breathing gradually grow heavy. "Huina, I understand your feelings, I'm really happy, but right now," Han Feng said excitedly with a tremble, but before he could finish, Huina cut him off. "Don't say anything right now. Close your eyes, okay?" As she spoke, she leaned her face in close, making Han Feng's mind go hazy. "Yeah, I've closed my eyes, what's next?" he asked with a somewhat expectant tone, completely unaware that danger was creeping up on him, because at the exact moment our guy was filled with the greatest anticipation. A man suddenly rushed out from the side and smashed the baseball bat in his hand right into Han Feng's head, causing him to collapse in a pool of blood, while Huina watched and trembled as she said, "Why? Why did you kill him?" It seemed these two were in cahoots and had intentionally lured Han Feng into a trap. Responding to her words, the man angrily shouted, "Stop putting on an act in front of me. Deep down you knew he was doomed for sure anyway, right? After all, this world has no rules, and losing someone won't make anyone care. Now go search for the supplies this guy has hidden. As long as we hang in there through these next few days, someone will come to rescue us." The man ordered, while our protagonist, Han Feng, still maintained a shred of consciousness. But when he tried to get up, he found that he couldn't move a single bit. "I can't move, was I murdered? So this is what dying feels like." Thinking this, Han Feng also heard the sickening sounds of the couple in front of him. "Aish, you're so annoying, where are you touching? Wait a minute and let me." "What a manipulative little vixen. I'll reward you for your performance just now in a second." The man spoke while his hands kept moving non-stop. In the end, it was just miserable for the audience proxy Han Feng. Even if he were a complete fool, he would have figured out by now that he had been played like a fiddle all this time. "All of this is because of this vicious-hearted woman. In my next life I won't be a simp anymore," Han Feng said to himself, and then his consciousness slowly sank into darkness, until suddenly there was a stream of light appearing before Han Feng's eyes. "Huh, is that light? It's so warm, is this the path to heaven?" As he spoke, he reached his hand out toward this stream of light. But things did not go as Han Feng thought, because right before his hand could touch that stream of light, His body began to disintegrate into tiny pieces. "No way my hand feels like, ah!" He let out a miserable scream, before all his consciousness was torn into countless fragments. Shifting scenes to a tidy room bathed in warm sunlight, Han Feng suddenly jolted awake as if coming out of a nightmare. Looking around at the peaceful surroundings, a blank look appeared in his eyes. "Where am I?" Half an hour passed quickly, by which time Han Feng had confirmed everything. "It's so warm, I actually thought I'd never feel this again. I just double-checked the time. Today is June 28th, and the apocalypse starts on July 15th. A person who had already been murdered, had returned to half a month before the apocalypse began, which meant he had been reborn. But this rebirth seemed to come with some strange condition. Ever since he woke up until now, this red light had been constantly enveloping his right arm. Aside from feeling a bit of heat, this light brought no other unusual effects to him and had no other functions. At first, he even thought it was just a hallucination. Thinking of this, a gust of cold wind suddenly swept past, making the male lead involuntarily let out a sneeze. And then, as he paid attention again, Han Feng discovered that the light on his hand had turned green. It turned into a green light, and it even got bigger. Our guy stared wide-eyed. And next, after closing the door to keep out the wind, he looked at his hand with a somewhat worried gaze. "My body can emit light. What on earth is the principle behind this?" As soon as he finished speaking, the light on Han Feng's hand began to shrink back down, leaving him completely unable to understand the mechanics of this thing. It shrank again. "This green light is different from the red one. Growing big and small, my body suddenly feels like it's losing all its strength. Could it be because of this green light appearing?" Thinking to himself, he began to pant heavily. "Damn it, what on earth is this freakish thing?" Han Feng shouted angrily and began swinging his arm like a windmill, hopping to fling this light off. But unfortunately, aside from draining his energy, this action accomplished absolutely nothing. And after failing to do anything about the light, Han Feng's brain started turning. Wait, there seem to be a lot of plots like this in comics characters. Get a cheat-like ability right after being reborn in a story. Action speaks louder than words. Han Feng immediately grabbed a kitchen cleaver with an expression that looked like he was about to transform. But this was just the deluded fantasy of an avid comic reader, and his expectation of some omnipotent divine sword didn't happen either. "Seems like there's no reaction." Han Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward at his own goofy behavior, before his stomach started beating drums in protest. His stomach was growling, and there was no food left in the fridge either. "This is bad. If I don't eat something soon, I'll probably pass out." Thinking of this, Han Feng caught sight of a jar of soybeans placed on the table. These are roasted soybeans, a snack I bought before the apocalypse happened. I can't worry about that now. I've got to take a trip to the supermarket later." As he thought this, Han Feng quickly twisted off the lid, took out a bean, and tossed it straight into his mouth. But the exact moment the bean flew into his mouth, with a loud bang, smoke puffed out of his mouth, while the bean suddenly transformed into a fully grown bean plant, leaving our god's face looking completely dumbfounded. Then Han Feng hurriedly dragged the plant out of his mouth with a puzzled look. Did this turn from the roasted soybeans just now? He guessed. Han Feng also realized that all his previous fatigue had vanished, and the green light had faded away as well. The green light disappeared. Could it be related to this green light? After thinking about it, to be safe, our guy gently went over, picked a bean pod off the plant, and split it open, revealing a few shiny soybeans inside. Are these soybeans? Is this my own ability? What an awesome discovery. I definitely have to study it thoroughly when I get the chance. But the most important thing right now is to deal with the supplies before the apocalypse arrives. Han Feng whispered to himself. Next, on his way to the supermarket, he pondered over his ability. After waking up, first his right hand produced a red light, then it turned into a green light. The green light grew large and small while also increasing his heartbeat along with fatigue. And finally, using the hand glowing with green light to hold a soybean caused the bean to instantly turn into a fully grown plant. What kind of ability is this anyway? Han Feng thought as he stared at his own bizarre hand. At the exact same time, a woman's voice rang out behind him, and this person was none other than the scheming Hui Na who had backstabbed him before. Han Feng, what a coincidence. Are you out shopping too? We really have such great fate." As she spoke, she blushed slightly. Meanwhile, seeing her here felt like a bolt from the blue to Han Feng. Li Hui Na. Li Hui Na is the goddess I spent 3 hard years chasing. Whatever she wanted, I tried my absolute best to satisfy her even though I clearly knew she was just treating me as a backup tire. But I never expected that in the end she would be the one to get me killed. The more he thought about it, the more Han Feng began to tremble with rage. But very quickly he calmed himself down. Calm down, now is not the time to take revenge on her, I need to solve the supply issue first. Opposite him, this blonde girl saw that Han Feng was just zoning out in response to her question, so she began waving her hands in front of him. Han Feng, what are you spacing out for? I've been calling you for ages. Hearing the question, Han Feng quickly snapped out of it and replied. Sorry, I felt like you got even prettier, Hui Na, so I stared and lost myself. Annoying, since when did you learn how to talk like that? It's great that we ran into each other today. Do you want to take this opportunity to hang out together? Hui Na tucked her hair behind her ear and suggested. If it were the old Han Feng, he probably would have been ecstatic to the point of going crazy. But unfortunately, after realizing the true nature of this girl combined with the impending crisis, Han Feng had no mood to play around with her. Sorry, today doesn't work, Han Feng said coldly and walked past her, leaving a stunned look in the girl's eyes. Huh, she let out a surprised gasp. Still want to treat me like an ATM? I'm not going to be as stupid as I used to be anymore, Han Feng muttered to himself, shifting scenes to a massive supermarket. This was District A's Gyudama supermarket, the largest and best-stocked supermarket in the entire eastern region. But after the Ice Age struck, the entire supermarket was cleaned out overnight, and to this end no one ever figured out who did it. Taking advantage of these few days before the apocalypse arrives, I must quickly stockpile more supplies. Thinking this, Han Feng also quickly swiped his phone screen to compile a list of things he needed to prepare. Let's see, food, cold weather clothing, daily necessities, fuel. Needing quite a lot of stuff, huh? However, right now the biggest problem is my account balance is only 15,000. With this amount of money accumulating supplies is a joke. Han Feng thought in agony. And as if sensing his predicament, the heavens sent him a text message. Ding dong, loan app news. Your result evaluation notice is out. Your maximum borrowing limit has increased to 168,800. If you do not confirm, it will become invalid. Click this link to confirm. If you refuse, please reply N. Reading the text, the light bulb in Han Feng's head lit up. That's right. Why didn't I think of this from the beginning? Aren't there plenty of ways to borrow money? Anyway, I won't need to pay it back after the apocalypse hits. Action speaks louder than words. This cunning fellow immediately downloaded a whole bunch of online loan apps. A quick glance showed there were at least 17 of them. Looking at the pile of money about to be added to his account, our guy began to chuckle out loud. Early in the morning, switching scenes to the poisonous snake Hui Na. Han Feng's sudden rejection of her earlier made her so angry that she kicked a soda can away on the street. Just one of many simps of mine, yet he dares to turn me down, it's so infuriating. A broke guy who doesn't even have a car, don't even think about. Me giving you any good looks ever again? She gritted her teeth and thought to herself. But right at this moment, a huge car appeared right behind her and started honking wildly to get her attention. Then, Han Feng rolled down the car window and waved with a greeting. Hello, is that Hui Na? Opposite him, Hui Na watched the guy she had just resolved to freeze suddenly turn into a swan, leaving her dumbfounded. Han Feng, is this car yours? Yeah, I just bought it. Han Feng nodded and patted his new ride. Then, not knowing what his objective was, he started bragging. My dad's been making quite a bit of money doing business abroad these past 2 years, so he gave me a sum. And earlier I went to the airport to pick him up. Hearing this girl immediately guessed that Han Feng might be a wealthy chairman playing the pretending to be poor and getting the slap in the face trope. So her attitude did a 180-degree flip. So you were taking your dad to the airport today? I didn't know, and even asked you to hang out with me. I'm so sorry. Seeing your cold attitude earlier, I thought you were distancing yourself. How could you be like that? As she spoke, she began wiping away tears. You have to hand it to her, her acting skills truly reached a masterclass level. No wonder she managed to tame a whole herd of simps. Meanwhile, Han Feng gently lifted her chin and played along with the fool's act. How could I ever distance myself from Hui Na? You're very important in my heart. Hearing this, Hui Na involuntarily broke into a smile, but quickly, she concealed it and continued her performance. Actually, in my heart, you Han Feng are also a special existence. If I can go eat and watch a movie with you today, I'd also like to understand you better. What do you think? The girl suggested eagerly, but Han Feng in front of her had somehow vanished into thin air. Or rather, he had turned his attention to the pile of goods loaded onto his pickup truck. Aish, I still have to haul this pile of stuff up today. I'm so busy I could die. Back to Hui Na. Seeing Han Feng ignoring her words, she was furious inside but forced herself to endure. Why did you buy so much stuff? Nothing much, just some things I like. Oh right, I even bought a gift for you. Our guy kept BSing, making the girl's eyes sparkle. All right, then I'll really look forward to your gift. I'm heading home first. Yeah, keep looking forward to it, Han Feng nodded and said. And after turning around and leaving, both of these people had completely opposing thoughts in their minds. Easily taken down, Huina smiled smugly, while Han Feng behind her wore a completely identical smile. Can't let her find out about me stockpiling supplies. These supplies are the capital for my survival in the apocalypse. The debt between the two of us will be settled after the apocalypse strikes. I still have to drag out that man who helped her murder me. Now I'm starting to look forward to the apocalypse descending. Thinking this, a dangerous glint flashed in Han Feng's eyes. And in the following days, Han Feng continuously stockpiled all kinds of necessary supplies to cope with the disaster. July 15th, the day the apocalypse begins, a heavy snowstorm will fall. Temperatures will plummet drastically below -20 degrees, and the temperature over the following month will gradually drop below -70, leaving the world covered in white snow, making it impossible to go out. Therefore, he needed to store enough backup food and seal them tightly in boxes to prevent people in the complex from discovering his massive food hoarding. Some sensitive supplies required him to personally transport them in the dead of night when no one was around. Moreover, the post-apocalyptic power grid would become extremely unstable. So he also bought a generator and stored enough fuel to last himself for a year. When the apocalypse arrived, the heating system would also shut down, so he needed to retrofit an independent heating system for the house, conveniently reinforce the windows, and also specially designate a room just for storing supplies. After finishing all these tasks, the date reached the 14th, leaving only a single day until the drastic temperature drop. Next was time to handle the most important part, researching his ability. In order to survive in the upcoming snowy apocalypse, relying solely on stockpiled supplies wouldn't be enough. This ability to turn soybeans into plants would be his hope for continued survival, and these soybeans were produced using his supernatural ability. As he spoke, he looked at the plate of stir-fried beans he had just made with a hint of wariness. Besides, there was another issue. This ability appeared very randomly, and he still didn't understand its trigger mechanism. First, he needed to figure out whether it was edible or not. Thinking this, Han Feng tremblingly brought a spoonful to his mouth as if afraid it was poisonous. And after wolfing down half the plate, Han Feng was able to confirm his hypothesis. It was indeed edible, so at least this proved the ability could produce food. Next, he needed to study how to use the ability. Right now, he had only tested this type of food, soybeans. He also needed to test whether this ability could be used on other foods. Thinking this, Han Feng began staring intently at the pile of vegetables left inside the fridge. Time quickly passed into the afternoon. At this moment, the male lead slowly woke up from his grogginess. Did I pass out? My head hurts so much. It seemed this type of ability placed too heavy a burden on both mind and body, but at least he had gained an initial understanding of this ability. Before passing out, he had tested many different kinds of food. Some had no reaction, while others, just like the soybean, evolved from the shape of a seed into a ripe plant, and some could detonate at any moment, turning into a coal-like black substance after exploding that was surprisingly lightweight. These black materials could be burned just like coal, meaning he wouldn't have to worry about energy sources for keeping warm anymore. After that, Han Feng tried many more times, and after focusing his mind and regulating his breathing, the seed in his hand suddenly transformed into a giant cabbage. The success rate on this is way too random, Han Feng muttered before blacking out, returning to the present, swinging the cabbage in his hand while speculating. I still can't figure out the underlying rules of how this power operates, but there's definitely some principle to it. At the very least, I've managed to grasp the activation conditions for this ability. The key point lies in my own consciousness, Han Feng thought, and he immediately sat cross-legged, focusing on imagining himself as one with nature. Both his body and spirit were part of nature, and just like that, a faint glow of light appeared before his eyes, and Han Feng smiled, thinking, it's really related to consciousness. Next, Han Feng began testing his ability on various animal meats. Before him were all kinds of cuts, from chicken and pork to beef, fish, and so on. Let's try this piece of meat, Han Feng muttered, simultaneously activating his ability. However, the meat didn't react at all, leading him to speculate. Could this ability only work on plants? Not willing to give up, Han Feng started shaking as he pushed harder. Great power creates miracles. He gritted his teeth, but the result remained the same. Nevertheless, while exercising his power on the meat, he realized something. When he focused, he could clearly perceive two different colors, though he hadn't yet tried the red one he saw at the beginning. Thinking it was worth a shot, Han Feng concentrated his spirit a second time while focusing on the red light. And just like that, the red light actually appeared on his hand and began to act upon the piece of meat. The result was that the meat in his hand turned into a horrifying, viscous red mess. Gross, Han Feng shouted, hurriedly throwing the meat away. Finally, after calming down for a few seconds, Han Feng poked the meat to inspect it and speculated. The meat that reacted to the red light felt like it had undergone some kind of heating process. Thinking this, Han Feng's expression turned puzzled. Is the effect of the red light to heat things up? No, that doesn't feel like ordinary heating. It feels more like the process of matter decomposing. Could it be? Thinking of this, Han Feng seemed to have figured something out. And to test his hypothesis, Han Feng hurriedly grabbed a handful of beans and simultaneously activated both colors on his hands. If green represents material evolution, then red must represent decay. What happens if these two lights combine? Thinking this, the reckless guy slapped both his hands together and let out a few woof sounds, as if a dog were barking. To Han Feng's astonishment, the meat in his hands had grown as large as a rug. The meat! It actually got bigger. The soybeans in my hand are gone. Could they have fused with the meat? The quality is very fresh. The texture and smell, no matter how I look at it, this is still meat. Han Feng gave his assessment after sniffing and poking the meat. Then, as if he had found a new toy, the guy's nostrils flared in excitement. "Let's try some more," he said enthusiastically. But after a while, the guy slumped his hands on the floor. "What is this? Why did it all fail?" "Forget it, I'll save it for future research." Han Feng sighed and looked back at the two lights on his palms. "Anyway, I still made some progress today. As long as I thoroughly research this type of ability, I will be the man standing at the top of the apocalypse. Ha ha, absolutely perfect." He grinned, indulging in his own fantasy before remembering a more important issue. Wait, having food alone isn't enough. Someone without the ability to protect themselves is also in extreme danger. Saying this, Han Feng hurriedly tidied everything up. Must finish cleaning up and get out there. I have to get my hands on a weapon before the temperature drops. Just then, Han Feng noticed a few snowflakes falling outside and sighed. What's meant to come will finally come. The temperature will drop to -45 degrees within a week. I have to hurry and find a hot piece of hardware, but buying firearms is illegal. What should I do without any connections to buy a gun? He was getting a headache thinking about it before a loud voice nearby caught his attention. "I'm the one running the construction project. I'm owed 40 million. Do you know old Wang from the Lida Zhejiang group? That CEO is my big brother. Want a smoke?" This cigarette was also given to me by my good big brother. As he spoke, this crudely dressed youth tremblingly pulled out a cigarette. Seeing this distinctive appearance, Han Feng seemed to recognize who this was, as he had some impression of the guy. With that flashy style of dress, everyone in the complex called him a street hoodlum. And just as Han Feng expected, the blonde youth started acting cocky. "Don't be shy, take a drag. Why are you being so disrespectful to me?" This blonde youth's name was Li Ziyi, known as Brother Li. He lived in the same complex as me, and it was said he was in charge of helping people secure construction contracts, making a decent living in the area. He didn't have any proper job, but always gave people the impression that he was very busy. "Hello, Brother Li, let's have a smoke. Where are you headed?" someone asked while offering him a cigarette. However, Li Ziyi waved him off. "No need, I only smoke Hua Zai. If I smoke other types, I'll cough. I just finished a project for my good big brother, and he said he'd take me to a massage parlor to thank me. He said he'd take me for a massage to thank me for the project you needed done, right? That 20 million won. What? Is there another 10 million level contract that needs my help?" Back in reality, Han Feng stared at him and speculated. Maybe he has a channel to buy a gun. Thinking of this, Han Feng started waving to greet him. "Long time no see, Brother Li." Hearing the call, Li Ziyi turned to look at him with a confused expression and asked, "Huh, do we know each other?" "It's me, Zyro Han, we said hello before. Surely Brother Li hasn't forgotten me already," Han Feng said with a smile. Meanwhile, though certain that Li Ziyi didn't know who he was, he kept the act up to see what the kid wanted. "Oh, it's Zyro Han. The project has been quite busy lately. My memory isn't the best, don't blame me. Is something up?" Hearing this, Han Feng looked around to make sure no one was paying attention. Then he hurriedly whispered into the guy's ear, "Actually, it's blah blah." Back to Li Ziyi. Hearing this, he was so startled he broke into a cold sweat. "What? What kind of thing? Why do you need that?" He spoke with vigilance, making Han Feng feel a bit guilty. Then the guy pointed his wallet at Han Feng's face and advised, "Kid, I have to be clear with you. You shouldn't be doing anything illegal. A gun isn't the kind of thing you can just touch casually. Even though I have wide connections, I still can't." Opposite him, Han Feng saw this and hurriedly explained, "Brother, Don't get worked up, you've misunderstood. It's actually just some personal grudges. I want to use it for self-defense. Speaking of this, Han Feng immediately made up a story to brag to this guy. That day, I was riding my bike to work, and I ran into an uncle spitting indiscriminately, and it just happened to land right on my face. When I tried to reason with him, I didn't expect him to spit another mouthful on my face. After that, I beat him up. Before I left, he said he wanted revenge. The next day, he brought people to stake out the intersection and beat me, and said he would beat me every time he saw me after that. I've never endured that kind of humiliation, so I wanted to find a weapon for self-defense. That's roughly the story. Returning to Li Ziyi, somehow after hearing this fairy tale, he started getting furious. Disgusting, disgusting. How can someone spit everywhere like that? How uneducated. It seems like I missed the point, Han Feng thought awkwardly. Following that, because he was so touched by the story Han Feng told, Li Ziyi decided to help him. Well, all right, kid, Brother Li will help you with this. I'll contact my good big brother right away. We're leaving right now. Thank you, Brother Li, Han Feng said awkwardly. Let's take the bus. If it weren't for my Ferrari being in the shop for maintenance, I would have driven you myself. Forget it, you can take my car. The snow is pretty heavy, Han Feng said while pointing to his own car, which surprised Li Ziyi slightly. Kid, you're doing all right. How much was this ride? About 700,000, Han Feng replied. Yeah, not bad, that's pretty cheap. Turn left at the intersection ahead. As he spoke, the guy also seized the chance to take a selfie and immediately posted it online with the caption, "This newly bought SUV is a bit stiff." Switching scenes to in front of a building, a few men were sitting huddled around a fire outside. This damn weather is so bizarre. We were just in summer and it suddenly feels like winter. At this moment, a man in a tie chimed in, "Someone's coming." Then Li Ziyi stepped out of the car, surprising them. "Oh, it's old Li. What brings you here?" I'm looking for CEO Liu for something. Brothers have a Hua Zai." In the front, the man in the tie looked at the car and asked, "Wow, isn't this the Tiger SUV? Did you buy it? How much did it cost?" "Not much, just about 700,000. He smiled and boasted, leaving the actual owner, Han Feng, speechless. To lie about it being yours right in front of the owner. Then after exchanging greetings with the acquaintances, Li Ziyi led Han Feng inside to find his big brother. "Big Mouth Li, what are you coming to find me for so late?" CEO Liu asked with an annoyed tone. And as a habit, Li Ziyi pulled out his cigarette case to offer one. However, not wanting to waste time, the big brother cut him off immediately. "If you've got something to say, spit it out." Up front, seeing his big brother like that, Li Ziyi immediately pointed to Han Feng and said, "This brother of mine wants me to help him buy some goods from you. He wants a gun." "A gun?" CEO Liu said while glancing at Han Feng, making him stiffen with fear. "You came to me just to buy a shitty gun? I thought it was something serious." "Qiangzai," CEO Liu shouted. The big guy standing next to him understood and immediately reached into his jacket pocket, tossing a gun in front of Han Feng. 6,000. CEO Liu named the price. However, seeing that it was just a pistol, Han Feng didn't seem satisfied. "CEO Liu, I want something a bit longer. One that comes with a sniper scope." Hearing his request, CEO Liu's face twisted in annoyance and he yelled, "Are you talking about a sniper rifle? Why do you want to buy that? Do you think you can just get whatever you want? There's only this pistol, take it if you want." Seeing CEO Liu get so angry, Li Ziyi hurried over to mediate. CEO Liu, there's a reason for this. It all started 5 years ago, his wife. Blah, blah, blah. In short, no one knew what kind of nonsense Li Ziyi spun to CEO Liu. But after hearing the story, his face turned bright red. "Damn it, disgusting. Too disgusting. How could all 3 kids not be mine?" Seeing the angry attitude of CEO Liu, Han Feng could only force an awkward laugh. "Brother Li, this story is getting a bit too wild." Returning to CEO Liu after hearing Han Feng's situation, he decided to help. "It's just a sniper rifle, right? Brother Liu will arrange that for you, but it'll take a few days." "Then I must thank Brother Li for the help," Han Feng replied happily. And this big brother youth handled things very efficiently. "Qiangzai, help this little brother out, see if you can find a semi-automatic and get some extra ammo too." "Got it," Qiangzai said while hurriedly tapping on his phone screen. Meanwhile, Li Ziyi turned back and nodded. "See, what did I tell you? It's done just like that." And not only that, this brother CEO Liu was quite righteous. Before Han Feng left, he tossed the previous pistol to him. "Take it. Just take it. This one is on the house." Back to Han Feng, seeing this brother being so enthusiastic, he felt he had to repay the favor. "Big brother Liu, my colleague who has always worked in the government leaked to me. Due to the unusual weather lately, they are preparing to limit the sale of supplies. It's best if you and your brothers start stockpiling a bit more. Hearing this reminder, CEO Liu narrowed his eyes, and the guy responded with an extremely serious expression. After a moment of thought, CEO Liu nodded. Yeah, got it. Just like that, after having everything handled by CEO Liu, they left. We'll head out first, CEO Liu. Get lost. Seeing you guys is a headache. While on the way back, the youth Li Ziya wouldn't stop boasting. See how nicely I handled this for you? My good-hearted big brother is in a good mood. He could even get you a cannon. Hearing Li Ziyi, even though he knew he was exaggerating, Han Feng still nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for the help, brother Li. I'll buy you some cigarettes later. Buy cigarettes? Kid, you're being too polite. I find joy in helping others. But if you insist on gifting me something, get me some Hua Zai, you know the type. I'll cough if I smoke anything else. Don't need much. 7 or 8 cartons will do. Once this project of mine is finished, I'll take you to the sauna, Li Ziyi promised. But he'd probably have to wait until his next life for his project to be finished. Meanwhile, Li Ziyi's words didn't register in Han Feng's head, as he was busy thinking about something else. Now that the supplies and weapons are ready, I can at least ensure I survive the initial stage of the apocalypse comfortably. Next, I need to focus on researching my abilities. If I can completely solve the food problem, my survival rate in the apocalypse will increase. Thinking this, since his eyes were on the ground and the path was a bit slippery, he did a skateboard move and ended up face-planting like a dog on the ground. Kid, you okay? Li Ziyi asked with concern when he saw Han Feng shaking. My leg, I think I broke my leg. Brother, please help me to the hospital. As he spoke, Han Feng handed him his car keys. Facing this request, Li Ziyi replied awkwardly, I don't have a license. Or rather, I didn't bring my license. I can't drive without one. I've got it. Let me help you over there. Try leaning on me. Just like that, the youth started turning purple as he supported Han Feng. Let's just take a taxi, brother. I've got money, Han Feng said with a look of utter helplessness. Switching scenes to a hospital. In the office, a girl left the room and said to the nurse next to her, I'm heading out now, Jia Yan. Sorry you have to work the night shift. Yeah, stay safe, Jia Yan replied. Then she looked out at the scene outside and thought, the snow is getting heavier. At the same time, the phone suddenly rang. Head nurse, please come to the lobby. We're understaffed. Oh, right, I'm coming right away, the girl replied hurriedly. Returning to Han Feng, after the x-ray was finished, the doctor gave him some bad news. You've broken your right shin. After I stabilize it for you, stay in the ward for an hour to observe, and then you can pick up your medicine. Hearing that, Han Feng could only silently take his x-ray film and head to the hallway to wait. Meanwhile, Li Ziyi saw that everything was done and gave his instructions. Well, kid, I'm heading out. I've got some business to handle. If you need anything, give me a call. Take it easy, brother, Han Feng replied. After watching Li Ziyi leave, he sighed out loud. I really did break my leg, and right before the apocalypse hits. Because of the sudden drop in temperature and the blizzard, accidents are skyrocketing, and emergency beds are being added outside the emergency room. How long do I have to wait to get my medicine? Han Feng said dejectedly. Then he noticed a pair of bouncing breasts up ahead. Head nurse Kim, the wound for bed number 5 has been dressed. Please check it. Got it, Jia Yan replied. Then she quickly examined each patient. It's stabilized. Give him a shot of glucose in 10 minutes. If her levels drop to 80, inject her with adrenaline. Every clear order she gave made Han Feng, who was watching from behind, mesmerized. So cool to be a head nurse at such a young age. Exceptional ability, and her attitude toward patients is great. Plus, she's so beautiful, so beautiful. As he spoke, the guy's eyes popped out, staring where he shouldn't be. Then, perhaps feeling that this wasn't a gentlemanly thing to do, he turned his face away and thought, it's just that she's way too unguarded. At this moment, an old man next to Han Feng spoke up. Excuse me, head nurse miss. Hearing the call, Jia Yan turned with a smile. Coming. Sorry, we're short-staffed right now. It will take a moment before I can come over to help. Is that okay? Hearing her say that, the old man started rubbing his waist and said, Ayo, my waist suddenly started hurting more. It started hurting worse just now. Could you help me check the cause first? As he spoke, this pervert lowered his phone underneath Jia Yan's skirt and secretly filmed her. Meanwhile, Jia Yan, remaining clueless, smiled and replied, Sorry, for this situation, we need to take an x-ray first to determine the cause of the pain. Ayo, just check it for me first. I'll show you here, right here. As he spoke, the old pervert stood up and tightly grabbed her waist, making her eyes well up with tears. Sorry, I'm ticklish. Please wait for the head doctor to come check. Hearing her say that, the old man started laughing and became even bolder. Sorry, it seems to be a little lower. As he spoke, his filthy hands slowly reached down. Beside them, Han Feng naturally witnessed this molestation, so he immediately threw his crutch at the old man, making him fall to the ground. Are you okay, sir? Jia Yan asked with concern. Meanwhile, Han Feng, having intentionally thrown the crutch, pretended to approach. Sorry, it's my first time using a crutch and it just flew out of my hand. Did your phone fall and break? As he spoke, Han Feng picked up the phone, making the old man panic because the evidence of his crime was laid bare. Don't touch my phone. You little brat, give it back to me. Returning to Han Feng after looking at the phone screen, his eyes grew serious. I knew it. Old man, you've got some nerve, don't you? You dare to secretly film the hospital's nurse and even reach out to molest her. If you don't want to get cuffed by the police, get lost. Han Feng whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, leaving the old man gritting his teeth. And to be safe, Han Feng had no intention of returning the phone. Of course I can't give you the phone. If I see you again, I'll expose you and blast you all over the internet. Hearing Han Feng's threat, the old man gritted his teeth and immediately ran off as if he were being chased by a ghost. Beside them, the oblivious Jia Yan saw him suddenly cured and running as fast as a dog and said in confusion, "Wait, didn't he have a waist injury? Why is he running so fast? Is there really such a naive person left in this world?" Han Feng thought to himself, then turned to enlighten her. You were just being secretly filmed under your skirt by that perverted old man." "Oh, was I really? How come I didn't notice?" Jia Yan shouted. Han Feng threw the phone to her, advising, "Here, it's up to you whether you delete it or report it to the police. Be more careful in the future, don't let perverts take advantage of you." "Thank you, I was meaning to ask earlier, is your leg injured?" The girl replied with a smile, causing Han Feng to suddenly remember his leg had just been broken, and he started wailing in pain. Finally, Jia Yan helped him rebandage it. All done, it doesn't hurt too much, does it?" She smiled. "Thank you, it doesn't hurt at all. I should be the one saying thank you. I won't let those bad people get their way again. I'll use my little fists to beat them up." As she spoke, she waved her arms. Facing this spirit, Han Feng could only laugh. "Yeah, you should be careful from now on." Speaking of this, Han Feng realized Jia Yan was pressing her breasts against his leg, making his face flush bright red. "She didn't notice at all," the guy screamed internally. At the same time, a staff member walked over from behind to remind her. "Head nurse, could you come over here for a moment?" "Ah, sure," Jia Yan replied, and then turned to remind Han Feng, "Remember to come back in a week to change your dressing." "Ah, yeah," he stammered, waving goodbye, while thinking to herself, "A week from now, we probably won't see each other again." Time quickly passed until the next day. At this moment, Han Feng was calmly sitting and listening to the weather broadcast. Breaking news update. An urgent morning broadcast. All regions across China will experience a special blizzard and a drastic temperature drop within the next 24 hours. According to reports filmed and received by our overseas reporters, temperatures around the world are currently plummeting sharply. Chinese experts and representatives from 46 countries are urgently heading to the United Nations to discuss the cause of this sudden weather shift. However, experts respond that this weather will not last too long. But please pay attention to the disaster warnings and arrangements made by local authorities in your area. We hope everyone will not panic, refrain from spreading rumors, and absolutely avoid scrambling for supplies. This catastrophe will pass very quickly. Returning to Han Feng, hearing the anchor say this, he could only let out a sigh. The government always conceals the real situation and uses fake news to pacify the public. If I hadn't already died once, I actually might have believed it. Anyway, this time I've fully stocked up on supplies ahead of time, reinforced the house, and set up the heating equipment. Yeah, everything's thoroughly prepared, so I don't need to worry about survival for the time being." As he thought this, Han Feng poured himself a glass of wine as a reward. At that exact moment, Han Feng's phone chimed with notifications. It was a message from a group chat called Happy Residential Compound 268 Owners Group. Liu Bing, "Did everyone see the news? It's snowing in Egypt." Wu Quan, "This is terrifying. It's my first time seeing snow in June." Kim Ti-yom, "It's freezing to death, completely impossible to go outside. The snow is so deep it's almost up to my calves." Su Yi, "Just got the notice. The snow is way too heavy, working from home today." Liu Yan, "The snow is getting heavier and heavier. I think it's dropping to around -15 degrees. Outsider, listen up, everyone across the world. This massive snowstorm isn't caused by regular weather. It's coming from deep inside the earth. Remember this is not your ordinary blizzard catastrophe. The extreme cold apocalypse is about to descend." Reading this, Han Feng's eyes widened like saucers to see if he had read something wrong. The extreme cold apocalypse. Who is this person? How do they know about the end of the world? He wondered. This guy named Outsider. Looks like I need to keep an eye on him. Han Feng thought to himself. Next, inside the group chat, everyone simultaneously tagged someone called Property Manager to start talking. Jiang, Property Manager, can you clear out the accumulated snow in the compound a bit? Cars can't even get out. Resident. That's right, I'm in a rush to go to the supermarket to buy medicine and food. Are property fees just wasted on you people? Hurry up. The road in front of the compound needs to be cleared too, otherwise the supermarket will get completely bought out. With snow piled up like this, you people still want to drive. Even if you make it out of the compound, you won't be able to go anywhere. Then what are we supposed to do? It's already minus 20 degrees. Are we supposed to walk out? Exactly. Who knows how long this snow is going to keep falling? I heard everyone is frantically hoarding supplies. If we don't go now, we won't make it in time. Personifying the chat room, a guy named Number One stepped forward and shouted, "Number One, where's the property manager? Get out here and give us an answer." Hearing him, a girl from property management awkwardly replied, "I'm really sorry, everyone. The snow is genuinely too heavy, and our available staff is currently limited." Resident, then what's the point of keeping trash like you management guys around? You can't even solve a tiny problem like this. Refund our property fees right now. That's right, give us our money back. The crowd chanted in unison. At the same time, Han Feng looked at the chat in utter boredom. This argument is completely pointless. This snowstorm is fundamentally beyond human effort to clean up. Meanwhile, the owner of apartment 1204 also stepped up to advise everyone. Everyone stop arguing. Student Jiang, with snow falling this heavily, even if you clear it, it'll just get covered right back up a few hours later. Instead of wasting time arguing, you guys would all be better off teaming up to clear the snow early so we can get outside sooner. The property management folks are human too. There's nothing they can do when facing a natural disaster like this," he said calmly. However, hearing this only made the crowd even angrier. Who the hell are you to come back here lecturing us? Aren't you just taking their side to vent? Are you a property lackey? Why are you defending them? That's right, are you on the management payroll? A wave of suspicious voices began to rise. However, the guy still smiled and explained, "Folks, I'm not defending management, I'm just sharing my perspective. Pressuring management right now is completely meaningless. The issue can't be resolved, and we won't get the outcome we want." Then what do you suggest we do? That's right, are we just supposed to sit here and wait to starve? Driving to the supermarket is definitely out of the question. Even if the roads inside the compound are cleared, who can guarantee anyone cleared the outside? I suggest walking there. If you guys agree, I can go downstairs and help management clear the road. Watching everyone chat from his end, Han Feng found it somewhat familiar. Come to think of it, I have a bit of an impression of this guy named Jiang. I remember before my rebirth, he was always very active. At that same moment, another guy logged in and spoke up. This whole thing is indeed a bit complicated. If you want to go out, shovel the snow. If you're not going out, shut your traps. It's just shoveling snow, yet you're all whining about it all day long. It's so damn annoying. Finishing his piece, he logged straight off, leaving everyone speechless. At that moment, perhaps realizing this was the best suggestion, an older guy using a black cat avatar spoke up. "I'm heading down to help too. Hurry up and clear the path. I still need to discuss a multi-million-dollar business project with my good big brother." Hearing him, Han Feng felt like this voice belonged to someone he knew, Li Zi. Seeing someone respond, others began to volunteer. "I'll go down too. Count me in, the food at home is running low. I need to stock up for the next few days." "Pink Cat, I'll go too, but my strength is a bit weak, heh heh." Some pink cat girl nominated herself. Right after that, another girl stepped forward. "Even though I've caught a bit of a cold these past 2 days, since Brother Jiang is setting a good example, I'll go down and help too." It seemed the new person messaging was Hui Na, and the fact that she claimed she wanted to go downstairs to help genuinely made the male lead somewhat suspicious. Since plenty of people in the compound apparently knew her, as soon as she said that, several simps immediately rushed to chime in. "There are so many men here, how could we let our Hui Na go downstairs? Just stay home and rest up to get better." Just like that, these simps started swarming in to fawn over her. And this was precisely Hui Na's goal, to gracefully get out of having to go down. "Thanks for everyone's concern. Well, I'll have to leave all the cleaning up to you guys then." Returning to Han Feng, seeing the men's reactions made him feel somewhat sick to his stomach. Acting all delicate like that, Hui Na really knows how to play people. Right at this moment, the girl Hui Na sent Han Feng a few private messages. "Han Feng, what have you been busy with these past few days? You agreed to get in touch with me. I'm still waiting for you. Oh right, when you come to find me, swing by the supermarket to pick up some food by a good amount. Wait for me." Writing this, as an upfront payment to Han Feng, She also sent him a rather provocative photo. But of course, having been betrayed once already, Han Feng remained completely unfazed. Ha! Dressing like this in weather like this just to seduce me. To turn me into your errand boy, you're really paying a high price. Let me think how I should reply. Heh heh, got it. Finishing his thought, who knows what Han Feng replied, but on the other end, Hui Na was so furious she kicked her phone screen. Han Feng, you bastard, you just wait. Today is the third day after the snowfall, and the outdoor temperature is minus 20 degrees Celsius. Entering the early stages of the apocalypse, heating systems were still operational, and the internet was up, so everyone's daily lives were still carrying on. I'm just scrolling through videos to kill time. This is only the second day, and I'm already bored out of my mind. Looks like the biggest challenge in the apocalypse is learning how to endure absolute solitude. Thinking of this, he glanced back down at his bandaged leg and sighed in frustration. Besides, my injury situation doesn't look too optimistic. Injuries to tendons and bones take at least a few months to fully heal anyway. Whatever, I'll just keep scrolling through videos. As he thought about it, Han Feng swiped across a video that caught his attention. Video. Science exploration column. Are there really people in this world who can heal themselves? Doctors confirmed that after this man jumped down from the 15th floor, his internal organs and bones started recovering on their own. Is this real or fake? Stay tuned for our next episode. Watching this, a light bulb flashed in Han Feng's mind. That's right. Why didn't I think of this sooner? No sooner said than done. Han Feng immediately activated his blue light superpower and began channeling it toward his leg. However, after the light faded, it seemed nothing had changed yet. Refusing to give up, Han Feng started trying again, and it wasn't until this second attempt that he officially gave up. Looks like I was overthinking it. And here I thought the blue light would have healing properties for injuries. Saying this, Han Feng started yawning heavily as his eyelids grew extremely heavy. Scene shifting to Han Feng's dreamscape. For some reason, he found himself herding sheep. Flock of sheep, walk with me, Han Feng yelled out. Meanwhile, pumped up with adrenaline, he swung the whip in his hand, snapping it heavily against a sheep below him, causing it to get extremely angry and instantly kick him backward. As a result, Han Feng landed awkwardly, causing a sharp crack to echo from his ankle. Seeing Han Feng in so much pain, a little sheep walked over and began licking his ankle. Seeing how obedient it was, Han Feng patted its head as a reward. However, the sheep was displeased with this. Instantly, its tongue elongated like a chameleon's and tightly wrapped around Han Feng's ankle, dragging his legs straight up into the air. Then that tongue emitted a blue beam of light identical to Han Feng's superpower. Huff, huff. A heavy breath echoed as Han Feng snapped awake from his dream. What kind of chaotic dream was that? Han Feng thought to himself. Very quickly, he noticed that his broken leg was actually emitting a blue glow. Catching sight of the light, Han Feng guessed what was happening and hurriedly unwrapped the bandages, then gently stepped down to test it. My leg, it feels like it stopped hurting. Could the blue light actually heal injuries while I sleep? Let me test it a bit more. As he spoke, he tremblingly picked up a kitchen knife, intending to scratch a wound onto his hand to check. However, being too chicken-hearted, he ended up making a microscopic scratch on the tip of his index finger and immediately triggered his blue superpower to confirm. And right after that, he got his answer. So that's how it is, I get it now. Scene shifting to the outside of the residential compound. At this point, everyone had gathered together to shovel snow. Thanks for the hard work, everyone. Hard work, Uncle Liu. Even on such a heavy snow day, we're still bothering you. This guy was Jiang Yaoxu, the person who had suggested everyone shovel snow together earlier. Responding to him, Uncle Liu Guangjiu pointed at the twins next to him and laughed. Ha, I don't have that kind of strength. This is all thanks to the Kim brothers. Among these two brothers, the one on the left was Kim Ti-won, and the one on the right was Kim Ti-woo. At that moment, someone nearby suddenly slipped and fell onto the snow, catching the brothers' attention. You okay? The ground is completely iced over, be careful. As he spoke, Kim Ti-won reached out a hand to pull the girl up, and she was none other than Kim Jai-yan, the head nurse whom Han Feng had previously helped. I'm fine, thank you, the nurse said with a smile. Well, we're going to clear the main road first, just call us if you need any help, Kim Ti-won instructed. You guys go help out, I can handle myself, Jai Yan replied. Speaking of Jiang Yaoxu, he surveyed the surrounding scenery and said to the older man beside him, the snow is getting deeper and deeper. We need to make good time when we go shopping later. That's right. Liu Guangjiu nodded in agreement. Then, as if remembering something, he started muttering, speaking of buying stuff, it reminds me of something. What is it, Uncle Liu? Ah, nothing major. I heard a few days ago that a household in the compound was moving things every single day. pulling down tons of stuff in a small pickup truck to haul inside. Isn't that totally normal? Probably a new resident or someone doing home renovations. Jiang Yaoxu smiled and said, but with the experience of a worldly older man, Liu Guangjiu didn't think it was that simple. Prices and stoves, this doesn't look like regular moving. It feels like they're getting ready for winter. Before he could elaborate further, the Kim twins ran over to announce, Brother Jiang, Uncle Liu, the main road is cleared. We can probably pass through now. Oh, good job, you twin brothers. The old man smiled and replied. But right at that moment, someone patted the twins on the shoulder and stared wide-eyed. What were you guys just talking about? Getting ready for winter? Sounds pretty interesting. His ghost-like appearance genuinely scared Kim Ti-woo. Right after that, a snowball flew in from behind and smacked squarely into the back of this guy's head, making his eyes pop out. Then Liu Yan's complaining voice rang out. Wu Quan, stop slacking off, get back to work. Hearing her, Wu Quan immediately spun around, pointed right in her face, and yelled, I'm slacking off. Clearly I've been doing all the work while you just stand around watching. When you talk, don't point fingers in people's faces. Liu Yan said coldly, swatting his hand away. In the end, Jiang Yaoxu stepped in to mediate. You two stop arguing. The main road is cleared, everyone can take a break and get ready. Let's head to the supermarket together to buy stuff. Got it, Jia Yan said cheerfully. Meanwhile, the twin brothers pulled out their phones to check their shopping lists. Our family needs to buy a ton of things. I'll text Mom to see what else we need to buy from home. Returning to the old man Liu Guangjiu, he whispered to Jiang Yaoxu. Little Jiang, do you think this stuff has anything to do with this natural disaster? Hearing the question, Jiang Yaoxu pondered for a moment before smilingly replying. To be honest, I haven't paid attention to that. This is just a short snowstorm, it'll stop very soon, and life will return to normal. So for now, I don't see how the two are connected. Taking a step back, even if this snow doesn't stop, wouldn't having someone hoard massive amounts of supplies in the compound actually be a good thing for us? Ha ha ha, you're right, as expected of a young man's sharp mind. The old man burst out laughing. Time flew by, and after gathering everyone, Jiang Yaoxu directed. Everyone please line up to head out, don't shove. The snow is getting heavier, try to head back within 3 hours. Just like that, the group began moving forward with difficulty. Returning to Han Feng, he was still sleeping soundly inside his heated home, and only woke up when he heard someone calling from outside. Open the door, little bro. Hearing the call, Han Feng stepped outside with some difficulty. Is that Brother Li? Sorry, I just fell asleep. Little bro, the goods you ordered are here. It's the semi-automatic kind. Li Zi said with a smile. Next, Li Zi handed the hot goods over to Han Feng while remembering to pass along what Boss Liu had told him. Oh right, Boss Liu told me to thank you properly since you tipped him off about the goods beforehand. Haha, Boss Liu is too polite. Han Feng smiled and said. Meanwhile, Li Zi blew out a puff of smoke and sighed, making Han Feng slightly curious. What's wrong with you? Sai, haven't you heard about what happened at East Supermarket? We cleared the snow today and went to shop, only to find out the supermarket had been completely cleaned out overnight. Cleaned? Cleaned out an entire supermarket overnight? Han Feng exclaimed in shock. Even though he already knew, he still had to fake it so Li Zi wouldn't suspect anything. Sure enough, it had still happened. Returning to Li Zi, once his task was done, he prepared to leave. Well, I'm heading back. Dress warmly, little bro. All right, take it easy on your way back. Han Feng smiled and replied. Afterward, once he locked his door tightly, Han Feng's facial expression changed instantly. At this point, his mind began racing with wild thoughts. Cleaning out a supermarket overnight without a sound? How is that even possible? Back when I read novels and comics, powers that could suck all items into a spatial dimension could do something like that. Could spatial-type powers actually exist? This really makes me uneasy. Thinking of this, the male lead no longer had the mood to rest and scroll through the web. He needed to study his own power properly. If users of other powers really existed, he at least needed a way to deal with them. So far, he knew his power could react with various food items to achieve survival effects, but the success rate was abysmally low. Soybeans only succeeded about once every 10 tries, while meat was hard to succeed even after 10 tries. What on earth is going on? Thinking this, Han Feng began activating his superpower on a seed once again. And just like usual, after being hit by the blue light, the seed exploded into a puff of smoke. But instead of a plant appearing, the seed in Han Feng's hand turned into a lump of dirt, making him boil with anger. The failure rate is way too high. I have to figure out the exact usage method today. Han Feng muttered to himself, squeezing the lump of dirt tightly until it cracked into pieces. Just like that, time ticked away until 10:45 p.m. At this point, after working himself to the bone, Han Feng had gradually grasped the operating rules of this power. Finally, I figured out a bit of how to use it. Turns out when using the blue light, its energy isn't fixed. Every type of food requires different energy input points. If it's even slightly off, it fails. Thinking of this, Han Feng found the mechanism extremely familiar. Wait, this mechanic is so familiar. It's just like those rhythm dance online games that were super popular over 10 years ago. If you compare the energy values to up, down, left, right directional buttons, every sequence of energy input has to match completely. Finally grasping that threshold limit. No sooner thought than done, Han Feng immediately concentrated his mind and tested his power this way. Sure enough, his hypothesis paid off. Right after that, the bean in his hand transformed into a fully grown bean plant. Next came testing with meats. Meats and vegetables weren't the same. Upon failure, they would turn into a horrifying black liquid. The underlying principle was likely quite similar. First, he had to clearly identify the precise energy required for each type of meat. The timing seemed even longer than for vegetables. As a result, just a slight slip in rhythm turned the piece of meat in Han Feng's hand into black ink-like sludge. Even so, he didn't give up, continuing to test until he reached his absolute limit. Damn it, the difficulty spiked way too high, Han Feng shouted out loud. After a round of testing, his kitchen looked no different from a garbage dump. Thus, after countless failures, Han Feng slowly found his rhythm. Right at this moment, Han Feng told himself and immediately channeled his energy in. Then the chicken thigh in his hand was successfully magnified, and after seeing his achievement, Han Feng couldn't help but collapse onto the floor. Finally, I've found a successful method for the meat. Time passed quickly. The guy was currently lying like a corpse on the sofa, listening to the news on TV. Good morning, viewers. Today is July 17th, the third day of the snow disaster. This time, the entire country is experiencing a particularly massive snow disaster, the likes of which only happen once in a century. In order to ensure the livelihood of the general public, all regions are actively fighting against and mitigating the damage caused by the natural disaster. Because of this massive snowstorm, transportation, electricity, and network communications nationwide have become paralyzed. Please wait patiently for rescue teams to arrive and make repairs. Regional governments are also distributing supplies to affected areas. Therefore, we hope that everyone stays indoors unless there is an emergency. Hearing this, Han Feng stretched and sat up, thinking, just like in my past life, everything has started to become paralyzed. At the same time, his phone notifications chimed, making him hurry to check them. Wow, the group chat is starting to argue. It's really heated. It seems to be because everyone saw the news. Some people believe that rescue teams will come as the news states, while others are arguing about how to save themselves. At this moment, seeing everyone start to panic, old man Liu Guangyao stood up and spoke. Does everyone really believe the content in the news? If the situation were truly under control, as the media claims, the rescue teams would have arrived long ago. But until now, we still haven't seen the trucks filled with supplies as promised. On the contrary, I heard from friends that they saw a lot of tanks, heavy armor, and other heavy weaponry heading towards City A. Then there is only one possibility. War is likely about to break out. He calmly shared the information he had received, causing everyone in the chat group to become anxious. And then, as a natural reaction, the crowd began to gather and ask, "Hey, is that true? If so, aren't we screwed? War breaking out? I seem to have heard about this before my rebirth, too." Han Feng thought to himself, then continued to follow the developments. Back to Jiang Yuzhu. Seeing Liu Guangyao speak like that, he stood up to guide everyone. If it's truly as Uncle Liu predicted, we should find ways to protect ourselves. Currently, there are households that have already had to go hungry because they didn't stock up on enough food, and government relief supplies might not arrive in time. I believe that we should first establish an organization to provide relief to those in difficulty within our residential complex. Therefore, I propose that for now, residents who have stocked up on enough food should contribute a little to those in need. Let's start with me. I will donate half of my food supply. If any household needs help, just come to me whenever you like. Jiang Yuzhu announced this heroically, causing everyone to start looking at each other and whispering. Then the first person to stand up and support this idea was the youth and go tone. Brother Jiang makes sense. We neighbors can help each other overcome this crisis together. In these freezing days, we cannot let a single household go hungry. If we're donating, count me in. Huna, you should donate a little too. As he spoke, he glanced at Huna, making her want to curse his ancestors for 18 generations. Are you sick and go tone? Why are you asking me out of so many people? Is it because I didn't agree to be your girlfriend before? She grumbled and started acting. I'm very sorry, but in reality I don't have any food left in my house. Hearing their goddess say this, several simps immediately stood up to defend her and questioned in Go tone. Hyuna doesn't have any food, why aren't you asking someone else? How would I know? I just hope our neighbors can unite. If they won't, then I won't bother donating either. Ungo tone replied with a shrug. Then the crowd whispered and chatted with one another again, and after a while of discussion, a few more people stood up to support. If we're donating food, count me in. Count me in too. Does anyone need clothes? My house has medicine. If you need it, just come and take it. Voices began to rise. At this moment, Jiang Yuzu stood up to direct the conversation. Then on behalf of the complex residents, I thank you all. Since there are quite a lot of people now, why don't we appoint a representative to be in charge, effectively establishing a temporary emergency committee to be responsible for counting and distributing the donated supplies. Returning to Han Feng. Watching this, he couldn't help but let out a contemptuous smile. A temporary committee? I remember this happening before my rebirth. It's nothing more than a trick to scam people out of their food and supplies. Time passed quickly. July 19th, the 5th day of the end of the world. The temperature outside had dropped below -40 degrees. The heating system had been completely paralyzed by the extreme weather. Everyone was thinking of ways to keep warm to maintain their body temperature. Just like before my rebirth, the situation was only getting worse, except for my place. At this moment, while all the others were shivering in the cold, Han Feng was idly and decadently playing video games in his warm house. Right at that moment, the phone rang, forcing him to pause his fun. Hello, who's this? On the other end, seeing that Han Feng had answered, they hurriedly said, Hello, is this resident 1801 Mr. Han Feng? I'm the person in charge of Building 8. In 20 minutes, we are preparing to clear the road. After the snow is cleared, please come down to the parking lot to check in with me. The snow is so heavy outside, are you guys blind? Clear it, I'll clear you, the guy shouted internally. However, he later grabbed his crutches and hobbled down to the first floor. Forget it, don't stir up trouble with the neighbors yet. I need to keep the possibility of my room's secrets being exposed to a minimum. It was just that the snow had completely blocked off the first floor. Thinking this, he looked at the front door, where the snow had piled up over a meter high, blocking the glass entrance. Damn, I just finished clearing this yesterday. I've never seen snow several meters high in my life. For now, let's just get the door open. Hey, you with the black hair, come over here and give us a hand. The man in the brown jacket spoke up, making Han Feng slightly uncomfortable. However, because he didn't want to expose himself, he had to step forward and work with the other two to open the door. And as soon as the door opened, a blast of cold wind rushed inside, making the whole group shudder. This snow is too ridiculous. It's so cold I can't even open my eyes, the group shouted. And the guy Han Feng, having gotten used to being comfortable, could immediately not handle the cold. So cold. Going out in this weather will surely lead to frostbite and freezing to death. Not just Han Feng, the others had similar thoughts. Going out to clear snow now will surely freeze us. With this much snow, why even bother? Only a lunatic would go out in this temperature, someone said, shivering. But contrary to their thoughts, a lunatic actually stepped up. I'll do it. What's the point of you guys being so cowardly? You need charisma. Li Ziyi declared, making Han Feng, who was standing nearby, admire him. Sure enough, that's our brother Li. Looking at the group, seeing Li Ziyi step up, they immediately advised, Don't show off, this isn't a joke. That's right, wait until the snow stops first. Paying no attention to their words, the youth Li Ziyi took a deep, exhilarating breath, then started digging continuously with his hands. Just like that, he began digging deep into the layer of snow. But it didn't take a few minutes before his weak voice was heard. Help, save me. Hearing the cry, Han Feng's group hurriedly rushed in to pull Li Ziyi out. By now, the guy's face was purple. Brother Li, are you okay? Hearing Han Feng's question, Li Ziyi glanced at him but had no energy left to answer. Seeing the situation, Han Feng turned to the others. Everyone, let's go to the parking lot first and find the person in charge to check in. Wait until the snow stops, then we'll figure it out. The snow is now beyond human effort to clear. Just like that, the group dragged themselves to the parking lot to report their status. After learning the situation, the man nodded in agreement. There is indeed too much snow. We'll proceed with the cleanup once it subsides. After that, the underground parking lot here will become a donation site for supplies and also a place for distribution. In the back, although he had heard the name mentioned many times, this was the first time Han Feng had met him. So this is the guy named Jiang from the group. So he's the ringleader behind the committee scam. Unaware of Han Feng's thoughts, Jiang Yuzu continued to speak. Once again, thank you all for your help. I really didn't expect so many residents to be willing to donate so many of their supplies. Your generous contributions are helping those struggling residents greatly. Once again, I thank you all on their behalf." Hearing this guy brag, the residents looked at each other. Every household will face tough times. Helping each other is the right thing to do. As long as we unite, I believe we will certainly be able to overcome this crisis. Back to Han Feng, seeing them so enthusiastic, he could only shake his head. Look at them, the disasters won't stop here. It won't be long before they start regretting it. At the same time, Li Ziyi, standing nearby, was freezing to death, so he had to hurry back to his doghouse. "Little brother, I'm going upstairs now." "All right, go ahead." Han Feng nodded in reply. Then a figure brushed past Han Feng, catching his attention. It was the nurse. "Excuse me, please make way. Sorry, make way." As she spoke, Jia Yan began to squeeze through the crowd, before she bumped into someone and staggered back slightly. Luckily, Han Feng had been watching her from the start, so he caught her in time. "Are you okay?" "Oh, yes, thank you. Oh, it's you. How did your leg heal so quickly?" she said in surprise, making Han Feng's face pale slightly. With no other choice, he had to hurry and explain. "My ability to recover has been amazing since I was a kid. A normal fall like this heals in a few days, so that's just how it is." Luckily for Han Feng, the girl was oblivious, so she swallowed his nonsensical explanation whole. "So it's that amazing?" Jia Yan said with a tone full of admiration, making Han Feng a bit embarrassed. Then he reached out to take the items from Jia Yan's hands. "Let me carry them for you." "No, no, it's very heavy," she hurriedly refused, but Han Feng confidently asserted, "I have a lot of strength. Consider this a thank you for bandaging me. Since you put it that way, I'll trouble you then." Finishing, she let go, and the weight of the box immediately made Han Feng's legs buckle. "May I ask, what do you have in this box?" "You mean this box? Mainly some medical supplies and things to donate. Is it a bit heavy, or should I help you?" As she spoke, the busty girl began to gesture cutely, making Han Feng's nostrils flare as if they were letting out smoke. "No need, I don't feel a thing." Hearing Han Feng say that, Jia Yan advised, "Don't force yourself. My stamina is actually greater than a lot of men." "Really? Have you had such strength since you were a child?" Han Feng asked in surprise. And after hearing this question, Jia Yan's face dropped slightly. "Not really. There's actually another reason." "Another reason?" Han Feng asked in confusion. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm sorry. It's just some things happened. Anyway, I can't really explain it clearly myself." Saying this, she turned to look at Han Feng. "Oh, right, I don't even know your name yet." "Han Feng," he replied. "My name is Kim Jia Yan. Nice to meet you." She smiled, and that smile made Han Feng's face flush. "So, Han Feng, what do you do for a living?" "I'm unemployed." "What's there to brag about being unemployed?" Han Feng said honestly. But right at that moment, someone squeezed past and bumped into Jia Yan, causing her to lunge at Han Feng, or rather, the massive weapons on her chest pressed into his hands, making his face turn even redder. "Oh, sorry," Jia Yan stammered. "It's all right," Han Feng replied. At the same time, Huna's voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Hey, Han Feng, why didn't you call me when you came out? Who is this, your friend?" As she spoke, she stepped forward and clung to Han Feng's arm as if they were very close. Jia Yan, seeing this, hurriedly retrieved the box from Han Feng's hands and said shyly, "Well, then you two go ahead and talk. I won't bother you anymore. I'll just bring these over myself. Thank you." "Oh, right, okay," Han Feng replied blankly. Then he glanced at Huna and asked, "Huna, why did you come down?" "I came down to pick up supplies. Since you didn't contact me, I was worried something might have happened to you." Hearing her say that, Han Feng scratched his head and replied, "Oh, I was just about to text you, Huna." "Humph, you're a liar. I just saw you laughing and talking with that girl a moment ago." "Oh, right, Han Feng, does your house have any food left?" "My house is almost out. Could you share a little with me?" she said with a smile. And Han Feng, after hearing that, curled his lip. "My food supply isn't much either, but I can share a little with you. However, you didn't reply to my messages a few days ago. Or how about you come to my place for a few days?" As he spoke, Han Feng seized the opportunity to put his arms around her, leaving her face stunned, but quickly she came up with an excuse to refuse. "I didn't understand what you meant back then. If you want me to come keep you company, you can just find me online anytime, you know." Not waiting for her to spout more nonsense, Han Feng immediately turned away, yawning. "Since you won't agree, it looks like I'll have to go back." He then walked away directly, but Huna wasn't going to let him go so easily. She immediately grabbed Han Feng's shirt and started level 2 of her acting skills. "Wait a second. I feel like you've changed lately, Han Feng. You know I'm very serious when it comes to feelings. I don't want others to think I'm with you just because you have money. So can you give me some more time?" "Huna," Han Feng said excitedly, but he was thinking something completely different. "It's not like I haven't been through this once before to actually believe it. I really want to see your ugly, fake face ripped off. If it wasn't for wanting to find the man behind her, I would have. Thinking this, Han Feng had an idea. Wait, why do I have to search for him myself? I can just follow the events before my rebirth and have Li Hyuna bring that man here again. Saying is doing, Han Feng immediately grabbed Hyuna's hands. I was just teasing you. I'll wait for your answer. Tomorrow I'll bring some food over to you. Really, Han Feng? You're the best. Then I'll head back first. Let me know if you need anything online. Yeah, take care. Don't catch a cold, Han Feng replied. And at that moment, as the two of them stopped facing each other, both actors flashed a triumphant smile, as if they had read each other. Time passed quickly. 2 days later, several messages from Hyuna were continuously sent to Han Feng. Han Feng, what are you doing? 2 days ago you said you wanted to bring me some supplies. When will you bring them? Why aren't you replying to me? The phone kept vibrating from the notification chimes, but Han Feng didn't care much, because at that moment, he was busy enjoying a delicious meal. In this weather, the best thing is to eat hot food like this. As he spoke, Han Feng began to shake with pleasure. The experiments over the last few days have confirmed 2 things. First, different types of meat will not grow infinitely. Second, types of meat like beans can be utilized infinitely. Previously, every time I created a bean sprout, I needed half of a bean to transform them into sprouts, while the other half was for eating. Using the same principle, I will conduct experiments on the different meats. Under the effect of the 2 lights, half a piece of meat plus some green beans resulted in almost a complete piece of beef. After that, I cut that new piece of beef in half, 1 half for eating, the other half used according to the previous principle. The result remained the same. Then I conducted many experiments, and the final result was exactly as I had predicted. From now on, I won't have to worry about not having enough to eat. Thinking this, Han Feng's whole body began to shiver violently as if he were having a seizure from the excitement. At the same time, some immortal reporter was broadcasting to everyone. Good morning, viewers. Today is August 2nd, the 19th day of the snow disaster. I am currently at Pajuhiti Island, 78 km from the equator. The average temperature here is minus 42 degrees. The entire island seems to have been swallowed by ice and snow. You can see the rate of freezing of the seawater with the naked eye. Through expert research, it is known that the thickest layer of ice has reached 55 cm. As far as we know, countries near the equator affected by this disaster are not much different from other places. Back to Han Feng. After hearing the information on TV, he knew that the actual situation was many times more tragic than what was broadcast on television. Right then, a loud explosion erupted outside, startling him, and he hurriedly pulled the curtain to observe. In the distance, a large column of smoke and fire rose, making him ponder. This is the 7th explosion. What on earth has happened outside? Thinking this, the sound of flapping echoed from the sky above. Oh my God, so many military helicopters. The situation outside also led to a crisis among the residents here. The residents in the underground parking lot were trading necessities and food, but many residents were taking advantage of it to squeeze others, and there were many clashes. The group chat says that residents having trouble are queuing up in the underground parking lot to receive supplies. Is that true? Han Feng wondered. And to satisfy his own curiosity, he snuck down to the underground parking lot. Achoo, this is way too cold. If it wasn't to gather some information, I wouldn't bother coming down here. As he thought, he glanced at the crowd arguing about queuing up in front, then remembered the events from his past life. Remembering before my rebirth, there was a riot in the residential complex. But at that time, I didn't know the specific cause of this riot. This time, I must first grasp the situation to minimize danger as much as possible. There really are quite a lot of struggling households. Han Feng sighed internally while observing the large number of people around. Right at that moment, the commotion in front caught his attention. I submitted several boxes of supplies at the beginning, now you give me this little bit of food, some man shouted. And Jiang Yuzu calmly explained to him, everyone is being distributed the same amount. Give back the supplies I donated earlier? He slammed the table angrily. However, Jiang Yuzu couldn't agree to this request. I'm very sorry, the supplies cannot be returned. As the disaster is still ongoing, I hope you can think big. Once this disaster passes, I will pay out of my own pocket to compensate you. How about that? Li Ziyi painted a picture. The men weren't stupid. Who knows when this snow disaster will end? I just want the supplies I donated earlier, he yelled. And the people in the back started complaining. Can you stop being annoying? Brother Jiang already said he would compensate you, have some decency. I see you're just looking for more supplies. Take the food and get lost. Everyone is waiting to eat. Can you stop wasting his time? You donated it and now you want to demand it back. Do you have no shame? That's right, the committee members have it very hard too. Get lost, you damn fatty. Voices started shouting, making the guy's face slowly twist. And Han Feng, watching it all from the back, wasn't surprised. The situation now makes it impossible for them to take the supplies back. But it's so shameless to place oneself on a high moral ground and force others to donate more food. Seriously, I've never seen anyone so shameless. A voice suddenly rang out, making Han Feng slightly startled. And this person was none other than Li Ziyi. However, his face was gaunt now. "Oh, it's you, little brother. What a coincidence. Long time no see. How have you been lately?" Han Feng said with a smile. "Haha, still doing great. Just feeling a bit weak and confused," Li Ziyi said, shivering, leaving Han Feng not knowing what to say. "You call this doing great? Lately I've only been using tap water to stay less hungry. It's really tough," Brother Li said while rubbing his stomach, making Han Feng slightly surprised. "You don't have any supplies at all?" "Yeah, I thought I wanted to help the neighbors, so I donated a large amount of supplies to the committee. As a result, the food in my house ran out. The snow disaster is still continuing, and the food the committee distributes is just a tiny bit. If I had known, I would have kept more supplies for myself," he sighed. And seeing his good-hearted brother fall into such a predicament, Han Feng didn't mind helping a little. "Brother, can you help me with something? It's just—" Han Feng began to whisper something into Li Ziyi's ear, and after hearing that, he was completely astonished. "Jay, just like that, you're giving me 4 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages." "That's right, but don't look down on it. The supplies I have left aren't much either." Han Feng nodded affirmatively, moving the chatty guy to tears. "Little bro is completely finding an excuse to give me food. I will never forget this kindness for the rest of my life." "We're brothers, don't be so polite," Han Feng replied with a smile, and Li Zi gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Don't worry, little bro. You can count on me for this little task." "Thanks, bro. Come over to my place later to pick up the food." "All right, then I'll go queue up for my supplies first." With that, Li Zi hurried off to line up. Meanwhile, Han Feng had achieved his goal. Just a few packs of instant noodles and sausages had bought him an agent. This way, he wouldn't have to gather intel himself anymore, even though he felt a bit guilty. Where else could he find a home where he could comfortably lie on the sofa, eat good food, and play games? Saying that, since information gathering was now handed over to Li Zi, Han Feng didn't want to linger and immediately turned back toward his doghouse. But right at that moment, a loud roar echoed out. "Han Feng!" At the same time, a hand slapped straight across his face. And the one doing the hitting was none other than Huina. "You make me so disappointed. Why do you never reply to my messages?" Huina screamed, drawing the attention of nearby people. Meanwhile, Han Feng could hardly believe his eyes. He had just been slapped by her. He hadn't even settled the score from the past yet. And now she was slapping him for no reason. Did she think Liazi was someone to be bullied? Thinking this, veins began to bulge on Han Feng's face. Seeing Han Feng stay silent, Huina pushed her luck even further. "Are you deaf or mute? Did you hear what I said to you?" Over on his side, Han Feng took a deep breath to calm himself down and replied, "Sorry, Huina, here's what happened." Just like that, after some fast talking, Han Feng fabricated a story. "What, it got stolen?" "Yeah, I left the supplies by the door to go get my keys, and when I came back, they were gone." "Did you look for them?" Huina asked hurriedly. "I looked, but there wasn't a single clue." Hearing this, Huina's expression gradually turned panicked. "So, do you still have supplies?" "Not much left. If I eat just 1 meal a day, I can last a few more days," Han Feng whimpered. And hearing that he still had food, Huina's face immediately lit up with a smile. "That's great then. If you eat 1 meal every 2 days, you can share 1 meal with me, right? That way we can make it through this catastrophe together." As she spoke, she clasped her hands and looked at him with an expectant gaze. Han Feng was genuinely astonished that a girl could say something like that. How shameless. How could she actually say words like that? Well, true enough. In her eyes, he was just a tool to be used when needed. Han Feng chuckled inwardly and replied, "All right, I promised Huina anyway, 50-50. "Really? Thank you so much, Han Feng. Can you help me carry it down here now?" "Let's make it tonight. I'll message you after I clean up at home," Han Feng answered. And the girl, still clueless about his real intentions, smiled happily. "All right, I'll wait for your message. I'll head back first. You should head back early too and don't catch a cold." "Right, see you tonight," Han Feng said with a somewhat dangerous glint in his eyes. And once again, he left her hanging on a string. "Han Feng, can I come over now? Han Feng, are you there? Are your food rations ready? Han Feng, I'm at the lobby of your floor. Han Feng, aren't you coming down? I'm so cold." Message after message was sent without a single reply, making Huina start to suspect. "Han Feng, what is this guy doing? He's not answering messages or picking up his phone." Is he standing me up again? Saying that, she looked ahead in frustration. The elevators are shut down too. No choice. She began climbing a countless number of flights of stairs on her own. Damn Han Feng, if it weren't for supplies, I wouldn't even be looking for him. I'm exhausted. I haven't had anything in my stomach these past few days anyway. Finally almost there. At that moment, the emergency lights suddenly flickered, startling Huina slightly. Even the emergency lights are broken. Who's there? She shouted upon hearing a noise, looking up to check. Thud, right after that, a plastic bag landed squarely on her head. The lights flickered back on. At this point, Huina was brushing the dust off her head. Meanwhile, Han Feng chimed in with a hasty explanation. Sorry, Huina, I dozed off. When I saw your message, I grabbed the supplies and rushed straight down. I didn't expect the lights to go out. I bumped into the railing and lost my grip on the bag of flour. Are you a pig? You can't even handle a tiny task like this. It's disgusting, she screamed. But everything was entirely orchestrated by Han Feng. This is what I prepared just for you. He chuckled inwardly and handed Huina a pre-prepared plastic bag. This is all I have left. Seeing this, the girl hurriedly snatched the bag from his hands. But upon opening it to inspect, her whole body began to tremble. Isn't this stuff moldy? It looks like a bag of garbage. I had to eat sparingly just to have this much left over. Han Feng smiled and explained. How can you eat something this dirty? If you don't want it, give it back to me, Han Feng said, reaching his hand forward as if to snatch it back. Instantly, Huina hurriedly pulled it behind her. Who said I don't want it? Watching her ragged appearance and attitude, Han Feng felt utter contempt in his heart. Ah, so this was the goddess he had risked his life to chase. Speaking of Huina, acting as if it wasn't enough, she directly snatched the remaining plastic bag from Han Feng's hands as well. This flour is mine too. Great, there's still half a bag left, she said happily. Meanwhile, watching her cheerful expression, Han Feng thought to himself, this garbage is enough to give you a stomachache for days. You can't even take a shower in this weather. Go ahead and hang up those bags of flour. Thinking this, Han Feng happily went back to his doghouse. But suddenly, before he had walked a few steps, his body froze as if sensing something. 2 seconds later, Han Feng continued forward as if nothing had happened. But instead of walking straight back to his room, he quietly hid off to the side. And not long after, a shadow was cast on the ground by the lights. Just as this person stepped up to the door, Han Feng grabbed the collar and directly pinned him down. Looking for death, Han Feng said with a smile as he raised his fist. However, after taking a closer look at the face, his smile froze. A little girl. Then after a few seconds of shock, since it was the Ice Age anyway, Han Feng didn't care about any FBI concerns and demanded, Hey, are you stalking me? What's your motive? Down below, the four-eyed girl still wore a blank expression, looking like she had just woken up. Seeing her reaction, Han Feng chuckled inwardly. Heh, not planning to talk, huh? Thinking that, Han Feng put on a leering expression and threatened her. If you don't talk, I'll strip you bare. Hearing this, the four-eyed girl's pupils twitched slightly, but she still looked at the male lead with complete indifference. Her attitude made our guy feel like he was punching a cotton ball. Finally, he let out a sigh and let her go. HMPH, fine if you won't talk. I'll let you off this time. But go home and stop playing games. With that, Han Feng didn't want to waste any more time and walked away. However, right after that, the chibai girl reached out and grabbed his sleeve, causing Han Feng to complain in confusion. What is it? Don't look at me like that. If you're not going to speak, I'm leaving. Turning back to the girl, sensing that Han Feng wasn't joking, she finally pointed in a certain direction. You want me to follow you? Han Feng asked. MHM, the little girl said tremblingly. Next, our guy actually followed a girl back to her room. Upon entering, he was immediately hit by a familiar wave of warmth. Did you prepare all of this? Han Feng exclaimed in shock upon seeing that the room not only had a heater but also countless food items and trash scattered all over the floor. MHM, she softly replied once more. Hearing that, our protagonist couldn't suppress his curiosity anymore and asked, Could it be that you knew early on that a disaster was coming? Responding to this, the girl gave a gentle nod and explained further. MHM, calculated, result, Ice Age, mentioned in the group chat. As she spoke, she pulled Han Feng toward a computer monitor, leaving him dumbfounded. Turns out you're that outsider. Impressive. Han Feng praised her before getting to the main point. But did you bring me to your place just to talk about this? Seeing Han Feng ask, the pint-sized girl pointed at the multiple screens in front of her to grab his attention, where footage of him hoarding supplies to cope with the frozen apocalypse was being replayed. Seeing this, Han Feng felt a bit awkward and turned to her. Have you been monitoring me all along? The words barely left his mouth when Han Feng suddenly noticed that the pint-sized girl had stripped off all her clothes, leaving only a thin nightgown, causing our guy's eyes to bulge. Hey, why did you suddenly take your clothes off? Han Feng said in embarrassment. Hot, she coldly replied. No, I didn't mean it like that. Stop talking, put your clothes back on, the guy shouted. Afterward, per Han Feng's request, the pint-sized girl finally put on an off-the-shoulder top and continuously fussed with her personal computer. Standing nearby, Han Feng grew bored and asked, So you monitored me because you saw me hoarding food before the disaster and got suspicious, and your goal was to verify whether we could cooperate. MHM, she replied, her eyes never leaving the computer. Hearing confirmation, Han Feng asked confusedly, What cooperation are you talking about? Without answering, the four-eyed girl crawled directly over Han Feng, making his face turn as red as a ripe tomato. Hey, what are you doing? He muttered nervously. Then the girl dragged over a generator and asked, Teach me how to use the generator. Hearing this, Han Feng was completely dumbfounded, wondering why someone as smart as her didn't know how to use a generator. Having no choice, Han Feng had to guide her through starting it up. There, that's it. Understand now. Anything else? Responding to his question, the girl pointed in another direction. Adjusting it like this gives you hot water, but remember to turn it off when you're done. Raw meat needs to go into the freezer and be cut into small pieces in bags. You're too messy. Don't just stand there, help me out. You must pay attention to safety when using gas. Look closely. The gas has to be enough for the flame to burn high so the stir-fry turns out good. Did you look closely? A blue flame is what you want. Just like that, before he even realized it, Han Feng had dived headfirst into cooking, and before long, a sumptuous table of food was laid out before them. All right, eat while it's hot, Han Feng muttered before burying his face in his hands on the table, realizing he had gotten way too into character. Damn it, I feel like I've become a babysitter. Your self-care skills are way too terrible. Seeing Han Feng's frustration, the four-eyed girl simply turned to look at him with curious eyes. She was even holding her chopsticks incorrectly. Seeing this, Han Feng couldn't even bother to vent anymore. Whatever, I'm just kidding. I'm so exhausted. Han Feng thought to himself and reminded her. I'm telling you, I'm leaving right after we finish eating. The words had just left his mouth when the male lead noticed that the girl had passed out cold, leaving him completely speechless. Anyway, she and Han Feng were strangers who hadn't known each other for more than a few hours. Good thing Han Feng wasn't a child predator. Falling asleep while eating, she was just like a kid. The male lead gave a faint smile. After carrying her over to the sofa and carefully tucking her in with a blanket, Han Feng quietly returned to his own doghouse. Time quickly passed until the next day. For some reason, the four-eyed girl showed up again. What's going on so early in the morning? He asked. These are for you, she calmly said. Oh my, you're too polite, he smiled. Then, seeing the four-eyed girl still standing outside his door, Han Feng awkwardly asked, Is there anything else? Can you teach me again? The pint-sized girl pointed at the generator beside her. Once more, the tutoring session began. Through interactions over the past few days, Han Feng verified that this girl downstairs was basically an idiot. She lacked so much basic knowledge and seemed really eager to learn life skills, dragging Han Feng to her apartment every day to teach her. Looking at the burnt dishes in front of him, our guy could only force a smile. Your skills have improved a bit, but even this kind of food, plenty of people would fight over it. In peacetime, dogs wouldn't even touch it. At that moment, Han Feng remembered something and turned to ask, Right, I still don't know your name. I have the Wicked Lord, she replied. Hearing such a Chunabiu name, Han Feng knew he shouldn't have asked. Never mind, pretend I didn't ask, Han Feng muttered. In another development down in the basement, people were fighting tooth and nail over tiny scraps of supplies. Why do you think you deserve supplies with this kind of trash? Hand it over. Those supplies are mine. Who can prove that belongs to you? Chaos erupted as everyone scrambled to grab items. Just like that, the riot gradually escalated until a loud explosion echoed in the distance, officially pushing the chaos to its peak. Give the supplies back to Lei Uzi. Screw your mother, Lei Uzi saw it first. Stop talking back or I'll deal with you right now. Get out of the way, these are all Lei Uzi's supplies. A blond guy yelled as he smashed a steel pipe straight into the face of the person next to him. In a corner, Jiang Yaoxu watched the crowd acting like dogs fighting over food, a flash of disdain crossing his eyes. But quickly hiding his expression, he turned on a megaphone in his hand and emitted a piercing screech that made everyone cover their ears, temporarily halting the riot. Seeing that the crowd had quieted down, he brought the megaphone to his mouth and continued. Have you guys finished fighting yet? Since there are only a few supplies left, don't you think it's pathetic to beat each other bloody over them? In response, a man with a bloody face gritted his teeth and said, Do you even have the face to say that? Because of your supply donation scheme, my whole family has only had one pack of instant noodles these past few days. That's right. If we didn't rob people, we'd damn well starve to death, someone chimed in. Faced with these remarks, Jiang Yaoxu chuckled slightly and replied, Let me think. Since the distributed supplies weren't enough to eat and donated supplies decreased, you had to rob what little was left. Is that it? What you guys just said is utterly laughable. Aren't you asking to starve to death? Think carefully who caused this situation, he said coldly, leaving a man in yellow speechless with anger. Before the man could curse back, Jiang Yaoxu casually picked up a piece of trampled bread from the ground and crushed it in his palm. Let me help you remember. Bread that cost just a few yuan was hiked up to dozens or hundreds by you hoarders to squeeze everyone dry. A single piece of bread was split into 5 or 10 portions to sell. In the end, they were the ones who struck it rich thanks to this disaster, while you guys spent all your money to empty your pockets, only to turn on each other over these last scraps. Isn't that laughable? They were the ones who had plenty of supplies but refused to donate, and they were the ones who maliciously jacked up prices, yet were the ones starving to death in the end. As he spoke, Jiang Yaoxu scanned the surrounding crowd. Seeing their expressions gradually turn furious, he knew his scheme had succeeded, so he raised his voice and shouted, Is this fair? What we should be doing right now is uniting. Hearing this, the people who had been fighting over scraps turned to look at the person next to them and muttered, Go upstairs and take back the supplies that belong to us. He's right, this really isn't fair. Why should they get to hog all the good stuff while we starve? That's right, it's all their fault for turning us into this. Damn it, it's so unfair. The more they talked, the angrier the atmosphere became. Seeing their reaction, Jiang Yaoxu wore a smug smile, having achieved his goal. Meanwhile, the streetwise brother Li Zi sensed that the basement atmosphere was shifting toward a riot. So he quietly slipped into a corner, pulled out his phone, and contacted Han Feng. These people have gone crazy. Something major is going to happen if this keeps up, he worriedly thought to himself. At that same moment, in Han Feng's room, he was leisurely enjoying life when his phone suddenly rang, waking him up. The message was from Li Zi. Hey little bro, big trouble. Those guys have gone crazy, they're gathering to loot supplies. Who are they? Han Feng texted back. It's that Jiang guy. They're inciting other residents to loot supplies from the rest of the households. They're breaking locks one by one. Li Zi hurriedly reported. Reading this, Han Feng snapped out of his sleep and stood up. Right now, he blurted out. Meanwhile, Li Zi continued texting. They even brought weapons. Run and hide if you can, don't face them head-on. Following this advice, Han Feng hurried to his front door, bolted the safety lock, and pulled the curtains shut tightly over his windows. Finished, Han Feng tremblingly texted back to Li Ziyi. I understand. You should be careful and stay safe. Glancing over the messages from Li Ziyi, Han Feng felt his heart racing with anxiety. He never expected things to develop to this point. Although he had obtained 2 guns to deal with the danger, if this was organized action, once his supplies were exposed, facing such crazed neighbors, I'm afraid they would tear me to pieces until not a shred was left. I have to be fully prepared. Thinking of this, Han Feng felt a wave of restlessness, forcing him to immediately start more thorough preparations. First, he pulled out the 2 fire extinguishers he had placed by the door. Next, he taped something that looked like a homemade bomb onto the door. However, before Han Feng could finish his preparations, suddenly the lights went out. It wasn't just his room, the entire building was plunged into darkness. Immediately after, shouts erupted. Oh God, the power's out. Hey, has anyone contacted the building manager? Look, the building across the street is out too, someone yelled. Meanwhile, Han Feng peeked through his curtains to observe the outside. It looks like a total blackout. The phone signal is gone too. Between the blizzard and the overloaded electric heating system, a power outage was bound to happen sooner or later. With the snow accumulating and the extreme low temperature, repairs are impossible. You could say this power and internet outage might be permanent. Once the building manager realizes power isn't coming back, the situation will likely spiral. That's when the real hell begins. Han Feng thought anxiously. At the same time, he started his generator to maintain the temperature in his home. Back to half an hour earlier. At that time, the bitch Hu Na was talking to some elegantly dressed blonde youth. Those supplies cost me over 500,000. I even put a portion up for auction. Those poor devils fought each other to buy them, and I made a little extra pocket money. And at the time, it was announced directly in the group that all supplies would be sold at 50 times the market price. As he spoke, he gently reached out to stroke Hu Na's face. Responding to this action, she displayed a look of extreme satisfaction. Seeing this, the blonde guy chuckled to himself. Haha, as long as I have supplies, this woman will be mine to play with whenever I want. Thinking of the prospect of living like a king, the guy couldn't stop smiling. But quickly, his fantasy would be shattered when, from outside, shouting rang out. "What's the situation on this floor?" someone asked. "I remember there are people home," another replied. Hearing that, another voice spoke up. "You guys, open this door first and drag that agitator out here." Inside, hearing the noise, the blonde guy angrily stood up and complained. "What the hell are they making noise for outside in the middle of the night?" Saying that, he slowly walked toward the door. The voices outside were clearly audible to him. "Hey, are you sure it's this apartment?" "Positive. I saw this guy buying supplies from dozens of households." Someone confirmed. Another nodded along. "I remember too, it's this agitator. He was the one driving up the prices in the crowd." Hearing this, the group couldn't wait any longer and wanted to barge in immediately. "Then don't hesitate, break it down." As soon as the words left his mouth, continuous force was applied to the door from outside, causing the blonde guy who was pressing his ear against it to stumble backward. Then, before he could figure out what was happening, the door was broken open, and waiting for him outside were shadowy figures holding clubs and weapons. Back to Han Feng, unaware of the events unfolding on other floors. The guy was still struggling with his homemade device. "Well, the generator is on, but I don't know why. When I connect it to the thing I attached to the door, there's no power. Strange, why is there no electricity yet?" Han Feng stared blankly at the test pen in his hand, and immediately after, whether he crossed the wires wrong or not, the connection point exploded, causing the guy, who knew nothing about electricity but wanted to tinker anyway, to nearly go blind. The smell of burning started to spread through the room. "Cough, cough, this is tough. It would be better if there were internet," Han Feng thought to himself. At the same time, a knocking sound at the door outside made Han Feng feel a bit scared. He crept over to peek through the small peephole in the door. "Don't be afraid, my door is reinforced," he whispered to reassure himself. Very quickly, the four-eyed girl caught his eye. That physique, that hairstyle. Recognizing her as an acquaintance, Han Feng asked, "What do you want now?" "Rescue," she replied. "How annoying, coming to find me when I'm this busy." Thinking this, Han Feng prepared to open the door to meet her. But remembering the scene of being ambushed in his previous life, his movement to open the door stopped immediately, and he said, I just received some news that there are people specializing in prying doors open to steal things. So hurry back. I won't open the door for you." Hearing this, the girl stopped knocking. However, she didn't leave. Instead, she curled up, shivering, leaning her back against Han Feng's door. Very soon, the group from downstairs reached the main character's floor to borrow grain. "Hurry up, don't let others snatch it first," someone roared. Hearing that, another voice asked, "How many households are on the 18th floor? Who cares about them, just go in." Voices echoed, making the four-eyed girl pay attention. Then on the staircase, the thugs walked onto the hallway and muttered, "Looks like there's no one on this floor. Then these two apartments belong to us." He laughed when he saw the empty hallway. Then he turned to the guy next to him. "Give me the crowbar." Hearing this, the guy next to him casually tossed him the crowbar, and once he had a weapon, he lowered his voice to activate his acting skills. "Hello, we are here to deliver supplies. Hello, is anyone home?" he said politely. Inside, Han Feng hugged the four-eyed girl tightly, covering her mouth to prevent her from making a sound that would alert the group. Next, not sure if they guessed that the person inside knew they had ill intentions, the group started breaking the door to get in. However, Han Feng had prepared in advance, so his door remained as sturdy as ever. "Don't be afraid, my door is reinforced," Han Feng whispered to reassure the little girl. Outside, the thugs went from turning the handle to smashing the door. But since it remained intact, they gritted their teeth in frustration. "Why is this door so hard? Even kicking it didn't break it." Hearing this, a lackey suggested, "Big brother, why don't we smash the wall first?" "Forget it, just mark this house." The big brother grumbled unhappily. Back to Han Feng. Seeing the group had left, he felt lucky that he had hired a technician to reinforce the door with a 5 cm thick steel plate and strengthen the handle. Thinking of this, he realized he was still hugging the little girl tightly, so he hurriedly let her go in a panic. Are you okay? I was afraid they would find out someone was home, so I..." Before he could explain much, the girl nodded and said, "Thank you." Back to Han Feng. After pressing his ear against the door and listening for a moment, he continued, "Looks like those guys really left. Once I finish fixing this, if they dare to kick the door next time, I'll shock them to death." Saying this, he started using his pliers to tinker with the wires again. "This is," the little girl asked. "This is for electrical anti-theft." "Oh God, you wouldn't understand. Even I don't understand why this piece of junk is so hard to work with," the guy complained. But he had underestimated the Chibai girl. Just by glancing at it, she understood the working principle. Anti-theft uses the difference between current and voltage. Hearing this, Han Feng rolled his eyes and turned to ask, You know this. It's simple. After cutting the power, wrap the exposed wire around the doorknob for insulation. Then connect the ground wire of the distribution box to the doorknob, and finally turn on the power, she said calmly. And although Han Feng didn't know if it was correct, he followed her instructions anyway. Sure enough, shortly after, Han Feng checked it with a test pen and saw the light turn on. It really worked. Why do you understand these things? He asked curiously. The evil king's true eye has the ability to see through all truths in the world, she replied. Stop, let's pretend I never asked. Han Feng waved his hand to stop her. Then, while tidying up, he asked, whatever help you need, hurry up and say it. I'm very busy. Not answering the question, the purple-haired girl started shaking a pile of random items from her clothes. Hey, I'm asking you, Han Feng asked again. The evil king's true eye will rest here, she replied. And the moment he heard this, Han Feng jumped in a panic and hurriedly refused. What did you say? What kind of joke is this? Absolutely not, you go back right now. Saying this, he started walking toward the purple-haired girl. Not knowing if his eyes were focused on the top of his head, afterward, Han Feng's legs tripped over the wires, and he fell forward onto the table. That hurts, he shouted instinctively before realizing he didn't feel any pain at all. Wait, no pain, but my tea table, it turned soft. The guy stared blankly at the tea table, which was now as soft as a rag. Then he noticed his palm was emitting a purple glow. Wait a second, purple light. Could this purple light have turned the tea table soft? Even the toolbox is like that. Does that mean this purple light can make objects soft? Han Feng thought to himself in embarrassment as he looked at the hammer, which was currently as wilted as a vegetable in his hand. Very quickly, Han Feng realized that he wasn't alone in the room. The little girl was there too. Immediately, Han Feng began to look at her with fear. Damn it! I forgot there was still someone in the house. Then, opposite him, contrary to Han Feng's expectations, the little girl's eyes lit up as she looked at him as if she had found one of her own. Are you also an envoy chosen by the evil king's true eye? Hearing this, not knowing what she was imagining, Han Feng raised his hand to cover his eyes and began to act. Oh yes, I am also a subordinate chosen by the evil king. That's why these strange phenomena often occur. Saying this, he felt a bit lucky. Luckily, this girl's head is always filled with weird thoughts. I think I might have fooled her. Turning to the little girl, she laughed after hearing his words. Since we are both envoys, we should help each other. We can share the resting room. Share the room. You're a little girl and we're, Han Feng said awkwardly. But before he could finish his sentence, the purple-haired girl had rushed into the back room and slammed the door, leaving Han Feng not knowing what to say. Hey, I haven't even agreed yet. My God, has she already made this place the evil king's nest? Finished, he sighed and shook his head. Forget it, leave her be. But what was that purple light situation earlier? Its effect is to turn objects soft. It seems my light doesn't just have two colors. It's just that I haven't discovered all of them yet. The purple light appeared when I tripped over the wires, then bumped into the tea table. Thinking back, the feeling at that moment? Thinking this, Han Feng tried to focus and recall the moment, as if trying to reactivate the purple light. And sure enough, shortly after, two clusters of light that looked like gelatinous blobs appeared in Han Feng's hands. It appeared. Just by recalling the dangerous situation from before, the purple light appeared. Han Feng said happily, before looking at the now limp wire in his hand. Does this purple light also affect wires? Next, to explore more of this new ability, Han Feng hurried into the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and decided to experiment with the cleaver. Let's try something else. Finished, he activated the purple light again. Very quickly, under the influence of the light, the knife in his hand became as soft as a wilted vegetable. Seeing this, Han Feng couldn't help but be amazed. Does it affect iron and steel too? This softness is just like fruit jelly. Time flew by. By now, Han Feng had countless items twisted into various shapes because he had been experimenting with that softening light. I've tried it on many different items. The longer I use this purple light, the more severely the object softens. Apart from that, there are no other changes. But the effect of this thing feels like chicken ribs. Useless. Han Feng said boredly when he saw this new ability didn't seem very useful. Then, probably because he was bored, Han Feng tried activating both the green and purple lights at the same time and applied them to the knife in his hand. What if I mix these two types of light together? Banka, he muttered. Then the knife, which was limp in his hand, suddenly returned to its normal state. It even looked a bit newer than before, enough for our main character to use as a mirror. Oh, the knife is back to normal. Speaking of this, Han Feng looked at the tissue box nearby and got a bold idea. Next, Han Feng tried applying both green and purple lights to the tissue, eventually turning it into a super durable material, so strong that even with all his might, he couldn't tear a single piece. And by this point, Han Feng had somewhat understood the effect of combining the two lights. So that's how it is. Mixing these two types of light can change the toughness of objects, and the hardness is a bit outrageous. He stroked his chin and said, speaking of hardness, Han Feng's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Who knows what other wicked thoughts this guy had in mind? Back to the group of thugs from earlier. At this moment, they were carrying heavy bags of goods. Walking behind, the lackey asked worriedly, "Big brother, you're not planning to hand over the goods we robbed earlier, are you?" Hearing this, the blonde big brother gritted his teeth and replied, "The devil would hand them over. I don't even have enough to eat myself. After handing them over, I'd have to distribute them to the women and the elderly. Why should I?" The lackey agreed. The big brother didn't forget to remind him. "But the two of us must keep this a secret. If anyone finds out, we're done for." Back to the lackey. At this moment, he noticed something on the wall and panicked. "Hey, look behind you." Seeing his fearful expression, the blonde big brother curiously observed the wall and discovered the letters 18P moving. "The wall! Is the wall moving?" he said confusedly. Then, before the two could understand what was going on, suddenly, a face emerged from inside the wall, pressing close to the blonde guy's face and groaning twice. Next, the creature's two hands reached out, as if they wanted to crawl out of the wall at any moment. Seeing this, both guys froze in terror. "Ghost, a ghost!" They screamed and hurriedly ran downstairs. And the ghost was, of course, Han Feng, who was disguising himself to scare them. "Damn it, I can't breathe," he said while twisting left and right. And it took a lot of effort for the guy to pull his face out of the wall, nearly suffocating in the process. "Phew, using it on the whole wall is too tiring. I'm exhausted." Next, after speaking, Han Feng started using his ability again, and this time, he used the combined light to increase the hardness of the wall. Finished to test it out, Han Feng took out a sledgehammer and muttered, "Time to test the hardness. Let's begin." Saying that, Han Feng swung the hammer head with all his might against the wall. Just like that, after a period of hammering, the only thing he left on the wall were a few faint marks. Watching this, he couldn't help but admire his own ability. "This is too outrageous. I can't even break off a single small piece." In another development back in the basement area. At this moment, the people who went to break into houses to collect supplies returned to hand over what they had collected. "Most households have run out of food. I only managed to collect this much. Sorry," a man said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Meanwhile, the person opposite pulled out pen and paper to record it. However, immediately after, a man behind grabbed him by the shoulder and bent his arm to pin him to the ground. "Speak, where did you hide the bags of food you robbed?" the blonde guy roared. But not sure if the uncle had hidden them or not, he still strained his voice to argue. "Who's hiding anything? Everything I robbed is right here." Hearing him say that, the blonde guy didn't believe it for a second and started bending his arm harder. "Don't pretend anymore. I clearly saw you take 3 big bags earlier and now you've only handed over 1. Ouch. It hurts. You definitely saw wrong. I swear I've handed everything over," he screamed. Seeing the uncle refuse to cooperate, the freckled blonde guy couldn't suppress his anger and prepared to strike. "Still won't talk, huh? Looks like I have to beat you for you to be honest." Saying that, he raised his fist to prepare to teach the uncle a lesson. But before he could act, the hypocrite Jiang Yuzu stepped in to stop him. Seeing it was him, the blonde guy asked gently, "Jiang, Mr. Jiang, why are you back?" Responding to this, Jiang Yuzu put on a Buddha-like expression and pulled the youth up. "Can you let him go first? If there's something to say, let's talk about it slowly." Turning to the youth, he replied with difficulty, "But this guy hid everyone's food." "Yeah, I know. Can you leave this to me?" he said with a confident voice, making the guy in the hat believe him completely. "All right, fine." Finished, he released the uncle and didn't forget to contemptuously add, "HMPH, out of respect for Mr. Jiang, I'll spare your life." Over here, Jiang Yuzu reached out to help the uncle up. "Are you okay?" he asked gently. "Jiang, Mr. Jiang, the uncle stammered. Next, using psychological pressure, the uncle finally confessed all the food he had hidden. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I have 5 mouths to feed at home, and the distributed food really isn't enough. So I." Responding to this, Jiang Yuzu generously took out a box of cookies from his jacket pocket, placed it in the uncle's hand, and said, "Take it. This is my ration for today." Seeing his action, the uncle's face showed astonishment. "Jiang, Mr. Jiang, what are you trying to do? Rules are rules. All collected goods must be handed over, then distributed based on the fixed number of people. But I can also understand your dilemma. Take it and go." The villain put on a show like it was real. It's just a pity the uncle didn't know about it. So seeing Jiang Yuzu share food with him, he was moved to the point of tears. Thank you. Then if you need anything in the future, just tell me. I am old Wang." As he spoke, he slowly backed away from the area, and Jiang Yuzu nodded in response. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Then he picked up 2 bags of food and told the others, since everyone has collected supplies, hurry back. Around them, the group, hearing this and not wanting to endure the cold outside, started to say goodbye. All right, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, you should go back and rest early, too. Back to the twins. Kim Tai-van asked curiously, Mr. Jiang, how did you make him hand over the hidden food? That's right. Why did he suddenly agree to hand everything over? Plus, Mr. Jiang, why did you distribute your own food ration to him? Kim Tai-vo asked. Haha, actually I didn't do anything. I just reasoned with him a little. Jiang Yuzu said with a smile. Reasoned what? The twins asked inquisitively. And by now, Jiang Yuzu adjusted his glasses slightly and explained seriously. In American history, there have been many riots due to conflicting interests between different classes, but its nature is defined as a collective social act. As long as they aren't caught in the act, participants won't be convicted. So I just told him that if he breaks such rules, the collective cannot accommodate him. He would just be a petty thief, not to mention whether he would face legal punishment after the disaster ends. Before that happens, he would also have to face retaliation from those he robbed. Hearing him say this, the people around understood. So that's how it is. Haha. Then the group started chattering among themselves. Meanwhile, in the distance, old man Liu Guangdai secretly looked toward Jiang Yuzu and thought. Among these riotous populations, there usually exists a leader guiding the actions. Heroes are born in chaotic times. This kid is not a simple character. Finished, he took a deep drag of his cigarette to warm himself up. Back to Han Feng. Unaware of what had just happened in the basement, he was still testing the hardness of the things he had reinforced. And this time, it was the glass panes in the room. And after striking the hammer down once, Han Feng's whole body jolted violently from the recoil. This room has been completely reinforced. The hardness has also been verified, Han Feng said with satisfaction, before his attention was drawn by some knocking on the door outside. Hearing this, he gently walked toward the wooden door. As he walked, Han Feng wondered to himself, could it be the neighbors coming to loot supplies again? Who is it? He asked, observing through the peephole at the same time, and the person outside was none other than that girl Hui Na. Han Feng, it's me. I've thought things through over the past few days. I can't let down your feelings for me. Adversity tests true feelings. Only someone who truly loves me would make unconditional efforts for me. If you don't believe me, open up and let's test our hearts, she said tremblingly. And he was all too familiar with these words, having already heard them once before, thinking of the scene where he was ambushed by her and her lover in his past life. Veins bulged across Han Feng's face. These words were identical to that day. That meant outside the door, besides her, that man was there too. Finally, it has finally come. I must shoot this treacherous couple to death right now. The more he thought about it, the more a murderous intent surged in Han Feng's heart. However, as if guided by a premonition, Han Feng paused for a beat to think more carefully. Wait a minute. The power is out now. The enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. If I don't land a fatal blow immediately, I might end up being killed instead. If I use electricity, I'd have to trick them into grabbing the doorknob at the exact same time, which is practically impossible. Furthermore, I'm not sure how massive the electric shock would be. Calm down. I've finally waited for this moment. I need to keep a clear head. Right now, the biggest threat to me isn't Li Hui Na, but the mysterious man hiding in the shadows. Therefore, I need to go out right now to pinpoint his location, and then deal him a fatal blow. But how can I pinpoint his location right from inside the house? Han Feng furrowed his brow in thought while rummaging through his past memories. Very quickly, he found something useful. Wait a minute. I remember this man is definitely hiding in the blind spot behind my door. So he's probably right in that spot, even though it'll take a bit of time. This can be done. As he spoke, he began activating the purple light onto the wall to soften it. Back to Hui Na, unaware that Han Feng was preparing to deal with her, she continued acting outside. Han Feng, are you still there? Please open the door for me. Han Feng, she said in a pitiful voice. Meanwhile, the mysterious man had his baseball bat gripped tightly in hand, just waiting for Han Feng to appear so he could strike him down. However, seeing no one open the door for a long time, he turned and muttered, Hey, is this punk even worth the trouble of us staging a robbery? Hearing the question, Hui Na whispered, He still has surplus supplies. Besides, I just remembered that right before the disaster he bought a whole truckload of goods. Ah, then this guy has enough to feed us for a few days. The man smiled broadly, unaware that at that moment the section of the wall near him had already begun to soften, and something resembling a hammerhead was slowly protruding from inside the wall. Hey, do you hear a sound? The man asked. What sound? Hui Na asked in confusion. I think I hear something behind me. As he spoke, he turned his head backward to look, but before he could look closely, something smashed straight into his face, sending his entire body flying backward. Seeing her boyfriend suddenly sent flying, Hui-na panicked immensely. Honey, what's wrong with you? Hey, don't scare me. The words barely left her mouth, and before the bitch Hui-na could check the man's condition, Han Feng's room door suddenly swung open. In her line of sight, Han Feng was currently holding a fire extinguisher in his hands and directly sprayed a cloud of powder toward her. Stop blowing that, Hui-na said, raising her hands to cover her face. Inhaling some of the powder, she burst into a fit of hacking coughs. Then, once the smoke cleared, she discovered that the man accompanying her was lying face down like a dead dog on the ground, half of his teeth knocked out. Save me, he mumbled weakly. Seeing him in that state, the bitch Hui-na grew terrified as well. However, before she could process her thoughts further, Han Feng's hand shot out from the front, gripping a handful of her hair tightly. Feeling the pain, Hui-na gritted her teeth and leaped backward. Then, without a word, she abandoned the man and turned to flee. As she ran, she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Help!" Seeing her act like this, Han Feng didn't even bother chasing her. "HMPH, running fast, aren't you?" he complained, then turned his attention to the man struggling to stand up nearby. "Who told you to stand up?" With that, the male lead delivered a kick straight to his gut, causing the man to gag in agony. Then, just as the male lead raised his foot to stomp on his face a few more times, the blonde guy hurriedly raised his hands to block. Wait a minute. Do you know who I am? If you dare touch me, you'll..." The punk threatened, completely oblivious to his own desperate situation. Naturally, given that kind of remark, Han Feng kicked him straight across the face and shot back. "What if I touch you? I don't care who your dad is, Lei Uzi is beating you anyway." With that, Han Feng followed up with a knee strike. Only after taking a thorough beating did the blonde realize intimidation didn't work on Han Feng, crying out in terror. Brother, wait a minute. I have no grudge against you, why are you?" Back to Han Feng. He wouldn't have asked if he hadn't spoken, but hearing that made him even angrier, prompting him to punch the guy right in the face. "I should be asking you that. How much is my life worth, huh? Why did you want to kill me? Why? Tell me." Han Feng roared in pure rage. With every single question, another punch landed squarely downward. And only after the blonde's face was beaten into an unrecognizable pulp did Han Feng finally stop his fists and pick up the baseball bat from the floor to send the guy off to the western paradise. Up front, knowing he wouldn't be spared by Han Feng, the blonde could only cry inwardly and ask, "Give me a reason." "A reason? You expect me to pretend nothing happened?" Han Feng yelled. Simultaneously, he aimed the baseball bat in his hand directly at the guy's head. Just like that, a spray of blood splattered everywhere. "When you killed me, did you need any reasons?" he said with utter contempt. Then, a few seconds later, after calming down slightly, a wave of nausea surged in the male lead's stomach, causing him to throw up violently on the floor. This seemed to be the unpleasant aftermath of taking a human life for the very first time. At the same time, a loud noise echoed behind Han Feng, catching his attention. Turning around, he discovered that the Chibai girl had somehow stationed herself right by the door. Seeing Han Feng notice her, she asked, "Need any help?" Time ticked by. The two of them sat facing each other as if nothing had happened. But Han Feng was most astonished by the purple-haired girl's attitude. Facing such a gruesome crime scene, she showed zero fear. "This girl is getting a bit scary. Better not let her stay at my place." Thinking of that to politely chase her away, Han Feng said, "I mean, those people could come back for revenge at any moment, so you'll get dragged into this if you stay here." "Oh," the pint-sized girl replied indifferently, showing not a shred of apprehension. Seeing this, Han Feng had to press further. "Do you agree or not? I'm doing this for your own good." Across from him, the purple-haired girl flatly refused. "No, I want to stay here." Hearing that reply, our male lead gritted his teeth in frustration and tried to reason with her. "But staying here is very dangerous. We might both end up dead, you know." "No need to worry. The Wicked Lord's eye will help you. The Wicked Lord's energy is depleted, so I need to go to sleep now." As she spoke, she briskly walked back toward the bedroom. Seeing her act as casually as if she owned the place, Han Feng couldn't help grabbing her arm. "Wait a minute. Stop torturing me with your third-person role-play speech all the time. I'm talking to you about real-world issues. Advance." Saying that, she began opening her bedroom door. "And then?" Han Feng asked in confusion. However, peering inside the room, his eyes widened in shock. Who knows what on earth the young man had just witnessed? Scene shifting to the basement distribution center. At this point, someone's voice rang out. Neighbors who have already received supplies should no longer linger in the parking area, and make way for the neighbors who haven't received supplies yet. Among the crowd, the bitch Hui-na stretched her hand out toward them and said, "Room 601, Building 4, surnamed Liu, single-person household." "Here, Ms. Liu." With that, they handed her a small portion of food. Meanwhile, behind her, someone noticed something odd and muttered, "Huh, wasn't room 601 just served?" Ignoring those remarks, Huna ate while replaying yesterday's events in her mind. He didn't return all night. Besides, why did he suddenly collapse like that? Could it be that Han Feng pulled something? Did he set a trap beforehand? However, what worried her even more was when that bastard Han Feng opened the door. There was clearly faint lighting and warmth inside his home, proving he had a power source. Could it be that he prepared for this freezing apocalypse in advance? It wouldn't be ruled out that he also hoarded a ton of supplies. Damn it, what a jerk. He secretly prepared for this extreme cold without telling me. He even gave me useless garbage. I need to find a chance ASAP to check out that bastard's place. The more she thought about it, the more irritation welled up inside Hui Na as she aggressively chewed on her food. At the same time, she bumped into someone wearing a black coat nearby. "Hey, wait. Oh, if it isn't Hui Na," the person said in surprise. "Hui Na, we set up a heater in the lobby of Building 5. Come over and warm up for a bit." The man in the blue jacket invited. But the bitch Hui Na was still busy figuring out Han Feng's secrets, so she had no time to mess around with these people. "No thanks, I want to go home where it's warm." With that, she turned to leave immediately. But the man didn't seem willing to let her go. Just as Huina tried to brush past, he reached out and grabbed her arm. "Wait a minute. I've got plenty of food. Come stay at my place for a few days. Think about it, I've always liked you." As he spoke, he pressed his face close to Huina's with a leering expression, his intentions plastered all over his face. Annoyed, Huina snapped back. "Get lost. What do you take me for? Who wants your garbage?" Saying that, she yanked her arm free from the man's grip. Seeing this, the man in the blue jacket dropped his smiling facade and sneered. "What are you pretending for? You even had the nerve to freeload supplies. Did you really think nobody noticed?" "Sir, let go of me." Huina cried out in pain as her wrist was gripped tightly in the man's iron vice grasp. Struggling as she might, his hand held her arm firmly. Then the man threatened. "Just based on you, you want to pretend to be part of the management committee. You want me to teach you a lesson." Nearby, people drawn by the commotion turned their gazes over and whispered, "Freeloading supplies? Did I hear that right?" Sounds like they're talking about that woman. Seeing them staring, fearing her secret would be exposed, Huna screamed, "Let me go!" As she spoke, she slammed the food package she was holding straight into the lecher's face, scattering food crumbs everywhere. This action thoroughly enraged the pervert. Right after that, bloodshot veins popped out across his eyes. "You bitch." With that, the man raised his arm, intending to smash his flashlight straight into that pretty face. However, before he could pull it off, someone from the side rushed over and slapped him across the face. "Bullying a girl is not cool," a female voice shouted. The strike was powerful enough to send the lecher flying backward. The commotion drew even more attention. "Huh, what just flew past? Looks like someone's causing trouble. Someone fell to the ground. Is there a fight? Quickly call Brother Jiang over." Voices began buzzing around. The person who stepped in was surprisingly Nurse Kim Jia-yan. After pulling it off, she turned to Hui Na and asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt? Do you feel any discomfort?" "Ah, no, I'm fine, thank you," Hui Na hurriedly replied. Hearing that, the nurse seized the opportunity to advertise her services. "Here, take this. This is my business card. If you feel any discomfort anywhere, you can come find me." With that, she handed Hui Na a piece of paper. Written on it was, "Head Nurse Kim, top head nurse of Grade 2 Municipal Hospital. Cold, 1,000 G supplies. Fever, 2,000 G supplies. External wounds, 5,000 G supplies and up, depending on severity." Across from her, Hui Na was so broke she couldn't even afford food, let alone medical treatment. Combined with the fact that the man had just called her out for freeloading supplies, she desperately wanted to vanish immediately. "No need, thanks," she smiled awkwardly. Meanwhile, the man shoved by Kim Jia-yan got back to his feet, grabbed her collar, and slammed her down onto the ground. "You bitch, who told you to meddle in other people's business? You want me to kill you?" He yelled angrily, raising his arm as if to teach the nurse a lesson about minding her own business. However, his bullying of a woman caught someone else's eye. Before he could strike, another hand reached out, grabbed his collar, and hurled him to the ground. The person who intervened was none other than the streetwise brother Li Zi. Glaring down at the trembling punk, he said with utter contempt, "The one thing I hate most in this life is men who hit women." The words barely left his mouth when the hypocritical Jiang Yaoxu, hearing the commotion, came waddling over. "Everyone please make way." "It's Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang is here." The crowd cheered happily. Seeing Jiang Yaoxu appear, the man in the blue jacket pointed accusingly at Hui Na. "Brother Jiang, this girl is freeloading supplies. I saw her mingle with those scalpers earlier." I didn't." the bitch Hui-na whimpered weakly. Behind them, Li Zi couldn't hold back his anger any longer. A punk who hits women like you has the nerve to point fingers at others. With that, he moved to punch the man, but before he could, Jiang Yaoxu grabbed his collar and interrogated. What do you take the management committee for? Protecting the vulnerable and making sure everyone gets fed is our duty and responsibility, Jiang Yaoxu said with annoyance, making the man tremble. Sorry, brother Jiang, I was wrong. Seeing that, Jiang Yaoxu temporarily let him off with a warning. If there's a next time, get lost. Finishing that, he smiled and turned to Kim Jia-yan. You too must have been frightened. Have you really not considered what I proposed earlier? In response, Li Zi wore a bored expression and turned to leave. I have no interest in organizing loot raids. I'd rather starve to death than join you guys. Nearby, Nurse Kim Jia-yan had no desire to do evil either, politely declining. Sorry, brother Jiang, I still can't accept this. If you have patience on your side, I can still help. Ah, sure, thank you, Ms. Kim. Jiang Yaoxu nodded. Then he let out a sigh of apparent regret that the two wouldn't join him. Back to Hui-na. She began using her looks to seduce Jiang Yaoxu. Brother Jiang, can I join your group? Actually, I've admired you for a long time. It's just that I never had the chance. But now it's different, we have plenty of time. With that, she sidled up close to the four-eyed young man. However, the four-eyed guy was no pushover and fell for none of Hui-na's honey traps. Before the gold digger could add anything else, Jiang Yaoxu pushed her away and spoke sternly. Ms. Li, are you misunderstanding something? Look at them. One can fight, one can heal. May I ask what skills you bring to the table? Sorry, you don't carry enough value for me to pull you onto my side right now. With that, he turned and walked away coldly. Realizing her looks had lost their effect, the bitch Hui-na pondered for a few seconds before making a decision. Brother Jiang, what if I told you I know where there are supplies? Hearing that, Jiang Yaoxu stopped dead in his tracks and turned back to stare straight at Hui-na. Back to Han Feng's private room. At this point, his complaining voice rang out. I've told you how many times already. It has fan blades, it's triangular, square, and even has a camera. He stared intently at the purple-haired girl. Following his gaze, a spatial rift suddenly materialized from the palm of her left hand. The pint-sized girl reached her right hand into this mystical space and pulled something out. Found it, Han Feng said cheerfully. However, once it was fully pulled out, it turned out to be a clothing store mannequin. Han Feng rolled his eyes. Isn't this a fashion store model? What does this have to do with my description earlier? With that, Han Feng let out a heavy sigh and thought to himself. Simply put, this high school girl possesses a unique spatial storage ability. She can open a black hole right on her chest and suck everything she sees inside. However, the catch is that putting things in is easy, but pulling them out is a nightmare. Her accuracy rate in finding items is abysmally low. Thinking about it, Han Feng had to remind her. If you still can't find it, my place is going to get cluttered up. But what's it like inside that black hole? Why is it so hard to find things? Is it a virtual space, or are items transported somewhere else? The guy stroked his chin and asked. I've never explored it, but I'm certain the space is huge. She shook her head. Hearing that, the reckless young man grew curious and asked, So can I stick my head in to take a look and help you search? Sure, the Chibai girl agreed. Then Han Feng slowly extended his face toward the spatial rift. Her hands move around inside on their own, so there shouldn't be any issues, right? The guy thought nervously to himself. Very quickly, his head disappeared inside the spatial rift. On the other end, half of Han Feng's body had entered the mystical space. Right before him were countless miscellaneous items, floating aimlessly in midair. At that point, Han Feng figured it all out. Heh, as expected of an esper capable of cleaning out the East District supermarket overnight. But isn't this like searching for a needle in a haystack? Han Feng thought to himself before his eyes bloodshot, and drool started pouring uncontrollably. All because there wasn't a single molecule of oxygen inside this space. Having no choice, Han Feng hurriedly pulled his head out and coughed violently. It took him about 10 seconds of heavy panting to catch his breath before snapping at her. Why didn't you tell me there's no oxygen inside? My skin feels like it's cracking, and it feels like all the water's being sucked out of my body. In response, the purple-haired girl shrugged. How should I know? I can't go in. My hands don't get hurt. Right then, the pint-sized girl's hand brushed against something and slowly dragged it out. Found it, she cheered. Seeing what it was, Han Feng beamed. Oh ho, exactly this. It actually exists. Across from him, the girl's hand continued rummaging around. I found some other things too. Hearing that, Han Feng turned over with interest. Immediately, countless cardboard boxes of various sizes appeared before him. Huh, what are these? Our guy exclaimed in confusion. In another development, right at the stairwell leading up to Han Feng's floor, The two thieves who had been scared off by his ghost act earlier had returned. Yet the lingering trauma still terrified them. This 18th floor is cursed. Do we really have to go up? Won't we run into that monster again? The blonde nervously asked. Ahead of him, the bespectacled guy who hadn't encountered the trick sneered dismissively. It's the 21st century, and you two still believe in ghosts. Teacher Jiang trusted us enough to send us ahead to investigate, so we can't let him down. With that, he gripped his crowbar tightly. However, those words didn't ease the dark-haired guy's anxiety a bit. What if that girl lied to Teacher Jiang? Hearing that, the ringleader snapped. Stop talking nonsense. Trust Teacher Jiang's judgment. Finish up quickly and head back ASAP. Back at Han Feng's location. All the words and actions of these three thugs were being broadcast onto a mobile phone screen. Seeing this group appear, Han Feng wasn't too surprised. As expected, they're here. Good thing I set up cameras beforehand. Phase 2 begins. I'll light the fire. Once I return, you head out. With that, the guy pulled a lighter out of his pocket. The chibai girl nodded in agreement. Next, stepping outside, Han Feng pulled out a stopwatch and thought to himself, I've got to time this with absolute precision. Returning to the three thieves, unaware that all their movements were being watched by Han Feng, they continued making their way toward his apartment. Then suddenly a strange noise echoed, making the two lackeys' hair stand on end. Hey, did you guys hear something up ahead? The leader asked. See, could it be a ghost? The dark-haired lackey trembled. Then a few flashes of light suddenly appeared from the top of the stairs. Those lights were actually coming from the headlamps of toy cars. Toy cars? The leader shouted in confusion, unable to fathom why so many toy cars had shown up here. However, these weren't ordinary toy cars, because lashed tightly on top of them were countless firecrackers. Right after that, a massive string of explosions rang out, choking the group in thick smoke. It's stone dust. Where are you guys? My eyes hurt like hell. Panic-stricken cries erupted, but Han Feng's assault wasn't over yet. Moments later, a drone carrying a giant firecracker buzzed in and hovered right above the group's heads. The buzzing sound of its rotor blades immediately caught the leader's attention. Seeing the lit firecracker right above his head, he panicked and shouted, "Run!" Saying this, they all scrambled to run downstairs. However, the drone stuck close behind them, not letting them escape. Should I throw it? The chibai girl asked. Get a bit closer before you throw it. We have to teach them a lesson this time. Han Feng shouted in frustration. Then, as the drone got close to the leader, he suddenly turned around and swung the crowbar in his hand straight at the drone. Go to hell, he cursed. Han Feng, in a panic, yelled, Careful, don't let them smash the drone. Hearing this, the chibai girl hurriedly maneuvered the drone back and forth to dodge. But no matter how skillfully she piloted, she couldn't avoid everything, and one of the propellers was struck by the crowbar, making the drone wobble like a drunkard. Left side control lost, cannot stabilize, the girl said coldly. Beside her, hearing this, Han Feng's face turned white as a sheet. Control it, that's the only one we've got. Next, there were only 3 seconds left until the firecracker exploded. The chibai girl piloted the drone to escape outside the building and set off the firecracker right in midair. At the same time, the shockwave from the explosion affected the drone. Right propeller damaged, losing altitude, she warned. Then find a place to land it quickly, don't let it get destroyed. Han Feng urged hurriedly. Following these instructions, the purple-haired girl tried to pilot it and successfully landed it next to a window. Successfully landed outside the stairwell window on some floor. Back to Han Feng, because the drone was so precious he couldn't let it get stuck by the window. I'll go get it right away. This drone is very important to us. As he spoke, Han Feng started gearing up to go outside. However, the four-eyed girl, observing through the camera screen, noticed something and said, There's a body on the stairs. Hearing this, Han Feng stopped what he was doing and turned to look out of curiosity. A body? Zoom in so I can see. As he spoke, he focused intently on the screen. And on the screen, the person was none other than his friend, Li Ziyi. Isn't that Brother Li? Why is he lying there? Could it be? Was he shot? Thinking of this, Han Feng broke out in a cold sweat from worry. I'll be right back. I have the keys, so don't open the door for anyone. As he spoke, Han Feng quickly opened his home safe. At the same time, the four-eyed girl tossed him a walkie-talkie. This is, Han Feng asked. To ensure communication, she explained. Then thanks. Saying that, Han Feng took the walkie-talkie and tucked it into his chest. At the same time, he loaded the pistol he had bought earlier. I hope I don't need to use this, he muttered to himself. Just like that, Han Feng turned on his flashlight and cautiously went outside. As he walked, the four-eyed girl informed him of the situation. 17th floor safe, 16th floor safe, 15th floor safe. Back to Han Feng. Once he was outside, he felt how truly cold it was. According to the drone's sensors, the temperature outside was degrees Celsius. Without protection, a person would freeze to death in just half an hour. Brother Li's situation is dire. I have to make this quick. The more he thought, the more Han Feng involuntarily picked up his pace. In another development in the basement, the blonde guy with glasses was reporting the situation to the hypocrite Jiang Yuzu. That's the situation. If you guys are going up, be extremely careful. Hearing him say that, Jiang Yuzu opposite him took out pen and paper to record something and nodded. Yeah, I got it. Thanks for your hard work. Saying that, he turned to the person next to him. First, give them 3 sets of clothes and shoes. Yes, sir, the person replied. The 3 men, hearing this, excitedly said, Thank you, Mr. Jiang. It's just the right thing to do. We absolutely won't waste your contributions. After speaking, he casually grabbed 3 packs of instant noodles and handed them to the 3, making them want to kneel down and worship him. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Back to the bitch Hyuna. Seeing that the 3 men had received food and left, she spoke up. Mr. Jiang, can I join you all now? Hearing the question, Jiang Yuzu turned away coldly. No. First, we cannot confirm if this was done by your friend. Second, if Uncle Liu doesn't see the person transporting the goods with his own eyes, I don't trust you at all. Finished, he turned to the group next to him. Let's go upstairs together. Yes, sir. Kim Tai-van nodded. Clear everything out immediately. Get another tool for Ms. Li here. Regardless of whether your information is true or false, or what your true intentions are, in the actions to follow, I hope you can prove your own value. At the same time, Kim Tai-van brought a steel pipe for this bitch Hyuna, and with Jiang Yuzu's ideology. If she couldn't provide real value, it would be a long time before he let her join the group. So whether she wanted to or not, Hyuna had to take the weapon and prepare to fight. I understand. Seeing this, Jiang Yuzu nodded and turned to give final instructions. You are all important resources for our group. Be careful for your safety as you head up. Then, led by this hypocrite, the muscle team slowly headed up to the 18th floor. And after not going very far, they discovered his friend, Li Ziyi, lying unconscious on the stairs. Sir, look, that's Li Ziyi, Kim Tai-van shouted. Then the group offered him some hot water, making the young man burn his lips as he woke up. However, after regaining his senses and discovering Jiang Yuzu's group in front of him, Li Ziyi annoyed spat out a mouthful of phlegm, which made Kim Tai-van angry. Li Ziyi, what kind of attitude is that? The sir saved you, and you damn well won't even thank him. Responding to this, Li Ziyi laughed twice and challenged them. Haha, if I'm thanking anyone, I'll thank the people whose supplies you guys robbed. Stop pretending to be heroes. You son of a bitch, Kim Tai-van roared angrily. However, Jiang Yuzu immediately reached out to stop him. Brother Li, I truly want to invite you to join us. Only when we are united can we overcome this freezing disaster. Jiang Yuzu invited him. Annoying as hell. How many times have I said I absolutely will not join? Li Ziyi shouted. Li Ziyi, don't be shameless, someone yelled angrily. What now, want to force me to join you guys? Li Ziyi asked coldly. And by now, Jiang Yuzu seemed a bit annoyed too. Brother Li, do you have some misunderstanding about us? We just hope you can contribute and bring more hope for survival to those weak and disadvantaged people, he said with a smile. And after hearing these words, Li Ziyi was truly impressed by his shamelessness. Without any hesitation, he pointed straight at his face and yelled, You guys surnamed Jiang, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You only give those people a meal every 3 days. How is that any different from waiting to die? Furthermore, my father is dead, and my mother is gone. So don't even think about using your tactics to fool me. Back to Han Feng. At this moment, he was also on the stairs above the group. Hearing Li Ziyi's words, the main character's face broke out in a cold sweat. 1 meal every 3 days? That proves Jiang Yuzu doesn't want to care about them, and that's understandable. To win over young people, the property owners' committee would have to take in the elderly, sick, and disabled. If this continues, sooner or later, internal conflict will break out within the committee. The main character muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Kim Tai-van wasn't as patient as Jiang Yuzu. So afterward, he rushed over, grabbed Li Ziyi by the collar, and asked directly, Li Ziyi, don't be ungrateful. Do you want to join or not? If you don't join, get lost and stop blocking our way. Responding to this, the social brother gave Kim Tai-van a headbutt to the face, making him tumble backward. What if I don't get out of the way? Back to Jiang Yuzu. Seeing Li Ziyi's attitude, he sighed in disappointment. Then he turned to the people behind him and nodded, signaling them. Then these plundering hounds gripped their weapons and slowly closed in on his friend Li Ziyi. And despite facing the whole crowd, he didn't feel a shred of fear. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? Back to the main character. Seeing Li Ziyi was likely about to meet his maker, he hurriedly stood up. This is bad. Brother Lee's situation is almost collapsing. I have to go help him. As he thought, he prepared to jump down. But after noticing the group's numbers again, Han Feng's movement halted. No, there are too many of them. Even if I go, what could I do? But Brother Lee has helped me a lot already. I can't just stand by and watch him die. Thinking of this, Han Feng involuntarily reached into his pocket, took out his pistol, and pondered. Below, unaware that Han Feng was above, Li Ziyu was still yelling. Damn it, come on. Whatever you want to do it quickly. As soon as the words were spoken, a gunshot suddenly rang out in the quiet space, and right at Kim Tai Van's feet, a smoking bullet hole appeared, scaring him witless. Hey, what was that sound? Gunfire, was that a gun? Don't kid me, how could that be possible? The group said in panic. And by now, Han Feng had also rushed down to Li Ziyu's side, pointed his gun straight at them, and shouted, Quiet, nobody move. Back to Li Ziyu. Seeing that it was Han Feng with the gun in his hand, his friend also said worriedly, Little brother, what are you? Opposite him, witnessing this scene, Jiang Yuzu suddenly turned invisible and went silent, saying nothing. Meanwhile, the bitch Hyuna also slowly backed away to avoid getting shot, thinking, Han Feng, how did he dare to come out? How does he have a gun? Unaware of these thoughts, Han Feng took a key from his pocket, handed it to Li Ziyu, and said, Brother, this is my house key. Take it. Let's slowly back up. Oh, all right, Li Ziyu replied hurriedly. Seeing them start to retreat, the thugs turned to ask Jiang Yuzu for his opinion. Jiang, Mr. Jiang, what should we do now, should we? He ignored them. They whispered to each other as if wanting to attack. And to cut off their planning, Han Feng fired again right at their feet and gave a second warning. I already said don't move. Throw away your weapons and kneel on the ground. Hearing this, the group went silent, not daring to make a sound, and had to gently place their weapons down and kneel on the ground. Seeing this, Han Feng didn't let his guard down and said sternly, Brother Lee, let's go. If anyone moves, I'll shoot them. Saying that, he slowly backed up the stairs, and only until they had completely gone up did Jiang Yuzu calmly stand up and ask, Does anyone know who that was? Hearing this, Hyuna turned and said, He is Han Feng. We are almost at his house. Then why didn't you say earlier that he had a gun? Kim Tai Van shouted. Because of this false information, the whole group almost died together. I'm also seeing this for the first time, Hyuna said in confusion. Back to Jiang Yuzu. Seeing Hyuna didn't seem to be lying, he went to advise Kim Tai Van. All right, I believe Ms. Lee has no reason to lie to us. Think about it, everyone. Since he already has such an important weapon, how could he not have supplies? He said this while turning to incite the group. And just hearing the words supplies, the eyes of these greedy people lit up, and their previous fear completely vanished. That's true, and who knows, maybe he's the one who made the prices increase back then. Back to Jiang Yuzu. Recalling the words of Uncle Liu earlier, he was somewhat certain. If that's the case, it's highly likely the person Uncle Liu met was him. Back to Kim Tai Van. Guessing that Han Feng had a large amount of supplies in his possession, he greedily asked, Brother Jiang, are we still proceeding with the initial plan? But what if he shoots? Responding to this question, Jiang Yuzu smiled confidently and affirmed, No, if he had dared to kill someone, he would have done it already. I don't believe they can stay in that room and never come out. Thinking of this, knowing that dealing with someone who has a gun isn't easy, he temporarily put the robbery plan on hold. Everyone, the plan has changed. We'll go back to prepare safety measures and then come back later. We will take room 1804 quickly. Switching scenes to Han Feng's room 1804. At this moment, his friend Li Ziyu was still clumsily unable to open the door. Sorry, little brother, my hands are shaking a bit. Hearing that, Han Feng said calmly, Don't worry, it seems they aren't chasing us anymore. Hearing this, the social brother calmed down a bit and inserted the key. And the moment the door opened, a warm blast of air rushed directly at him. So warm, Li Ziyu thought contentedly to himself, and it wasn't until Han Feng reminded him that he snapped out of it. Come on in. Next, after walking into the room, Li Ziyu seemed unable to believe the scene before him. There's a heater, a generator, and these supplies in this room. Little brother, what on earth is going on in your house? Li Ziyu said in astonishment. It's a long story. Han Feng scratched his head. At the same time, the Chibai girl opened the door to her own room and came out to ask, Where's the drone? Hearing her say that, Han Feng's face went sideways as he remembered he hadn't retrieved the item. Forgot it. What drone? Li Ziyu asked curiously. Time flew by. 2 hours later, while eating his fill, Li Ziyu had been explained everything by the two of them. So that's how it is, but this is too impressive. You were able to calculate the snow disaster in advance and prepare so much. It seems studying hard is truly useful. Opposite him, Han Feng heard this and said somewhat apologetically, I'm sorry. Before, I was worried about information regarding supplies being leaked, so I never dared to tell you the truth. Responding to this, Lee Zaya wasn't angry. He even bowed sincerely. Thank you, little brother. If it weren't for you, I'd have starved to death by now. You treating me like this is truly a sign of loyalty. Looking at this display, Han Feng felt a bit confused. Brother Lee, don't say that. You've helped me a lot, too. Come on, keep eating. I have plenty of food. Little brother, you're truly a good person, Li Ziya said, tears streaming down his face. Looking at this scene, the little girl nearby didn't know what to say. Then, putting the emotional stuff aside, Li Ziya took the opportunity to say what he knew. That's right, little brother. The situation in the residential area is very different from before. Do you remember the message I sent you before the power went out? Ever since that day, the guy surnamed Jiang has been using collectivism to rob supplies everywhere. Some people followed, but of course, there were those like me who couldn't stand it. After some people left, they pretended not to care at all on the surface. But behind the scenes, they sent Kim Tai-vo to take care of them, saying it was to reduce the threat. Hearing this, an image slowly formed in Han Feng's mind, so he asked, Kim Tai-vo, is he the twin brother of those college students? Yes, they must have learned that attitude from the womb. Li Ziya nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Back to Han Feng. Having already experienced the coldness of human nature once in his previous life, he wasn't too surprised. It's no wonder the building management developed so fast. The tactics are truly dirty. It seems this guy really isn't easy to deal with, Han Feng said, frowning. Responding to this, Li Ziya smiled meaningfully and added, HMPH, but as you said, evil reaps its own rewards. Guess who they robbed later? Who? Han Feng asked curiously. It was the guy named Li Jiangho, the middleweight boxing Han Feng asked in startled suspicion. Doesn't that mean the guys on the committee got beaten up pretty badly? Ziya shook his head and replied, Not quite, but they wanted to save face, so they refused to admit defeat. Those people were encouraged by that guy surnamed Jiang to keep risking their lives fighting Li Zhenghao. But the end result was getting knocked out by the other guy. Zhenghao gained 2 followers because of this matter, and among the 2, one was quite well known. One of them was Zhang Yangwu, an old fan of Li Zhenghao who had reportedly boxed for a few years and was famous for his speed. The other was named Kim Zhangzai, a die-hard fan of Li Zhenghao said to have been born with divine strength and a monster-like physique. Relying on the reputation of these 2 and Li Zhenghao, a faction had formed within the community, and this group deeply loathed that jerk surnamed Jiang. To divert the conflict, the fellow surnamed Jiang went to great lengths to rob Han Feng. Hearing this, Yu asked suspiciously, Put this way, pulling brother into it was just a last-minute idea, right? Ziya gave a slight nod. Han Feng frowned in deep thought. No wonder that bastard surnamed Jiang wanted to recruit Ziyi. Looks like things aren't very comfortable on his end either. Right at this moment, a sound suddenly echoed from outside the door, startling the 3 of them. The Chunabiu little girl looked through the camera and spoke. Someone's coming. It's Jiang Yuzu's crowd again. Han Feng hurriedly stood up and said, I'll go lock the electric grid. But before he could do anything, his clothes were pulled back by a hand. The Chunabiu little girl said, Let me tell you, I smell sulfur. Han Feng was taken aback. But before he could regain his composure, the ground shook violently, sending everyone tumbling to the floor. Han Feng cursed angrily. How dare they blow up Leiazi's house? The Chunabiu little girl calmly stated, They must have used local explosives. This type of explosive isn't very strong. Han Feng frowned and asked, You know about this too? He was just asking jokingly. Then he looked back toward the camera, quickly spotting a familiar figure and couldn't help sneering. Turns out that bitch Hui Na brought Jiang Yuzu here. Saying that, he walked over to the desk shelf to wire the electric current, then suggested, Everyone move a bit away from the door. Waiting until the 2 of them stepped back a little, he activated the electric shock, and miserable screams immediately echoed from outside. The person standing in front of the door was electrocuted and knocked to the ground. Yuzu looked surprised upon seeing this, but quickly regained his composure and immediately ordered, Place the explosives at the junction between the door and the wall. Use 2 packs this time. Tai Wu obeyed the command, placing 2 packs of explosives in front of the door. A thunderous boom explosion rang out once more. Cracks began spreading across the wall, though the door still didn't fly open. Yuzu frowned slightly, not expecting this outcome. The explosives definitely had no issues. It seems Han Feng prepared for this in advance. After pondering for a long while, he spoke up. Use 3 packs of explosives this time, and I'll designate a specific spot to detonate. If it still doesn't budge, keep increasing the dosage. We're breaking through Han Feng's house today no matter what. Inside the house, Han Feng and the other two had piled up numerous objects to block the doorway. No sooner had they finished than the door shook again, and the two of them hurriedly covered their ears. Han Feng asked something, but Ziyi couldn't hear a thing. Once the piercing noise subsided, Han Feng blurted out in startlement, "What was that sound?" Ziyi hurriedly said, "The wall's been breached. Go grab something to block it." Han Feng felt quite anxious, fearing that if the explosions kept up, the cracks would only grow bigger. Thinking it over, he spoke up. "Blocking it is useless. Quickly move everything away. I have a solution." Ziyi frowned suspiciously and asked, "What time is it to be moving furniture around?" But before Han Feng could answer, the Chunabiu little girl walked over and said, "I'll help." Ziyi shot her a glance. "Are you kidding me, kid? Go back to the bedroom and hide." Yet the moment he finished speaking, he watched a spatial rift materialize right in front of the little girl. An even more astonishing sight followed as wave after wave of objects were sucked into it, clearing everything into the space within moments. Ziyi cried out in sheer terror. Terrifying, everything got sucked in just like that. Before regaining his composure, he noticed a purple light appear in Han Feng's hand. "Try softening the wall. Can you reshape it? But control the range, otherwise the solidification process will take too long." Instantly, the purple light enveloped the entire wall. A moment later, Han Feng's eyes lit up sharply as one hand shifted to a green light, and the two glows quickly merged to repair the wall in tandem. Han Feng watched the wall gradually get restored with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Witnessing this, Ziyi gasped in shock. "Not bad, buddy. What kind of superpower is this?" Just as Han Feng wondered how to explain, the Chunabiu little girl suddenly yelled, "Get down!" Seemingly at the exact same instant, the ground shook violently once more. Cracks reappeared on the newly restored wall, causing Han Feng to panic slightly. The Chunabiu little girl hurriedly explained, "They're blowing it up head-on." Biting his lip fiercely, Han Feng said angrily, "If that's the case, no amount of repairs will do any good." After thinking for a long time, he spoke, "I have a risky idea. Are you guys ready to trust me?" The Chunabiu little girl agreed, without a moment's hesitation. Ziyi quickly chimed in, "Just say the word, little bro." Nodding with satisfaction, Han Feng said seriously, "All right then, just follow my lead." In the blink of an eye, more booming explosions rang out. The door to Han Feng's room shook violently and cracked open before long. The group led by Tai Wu slowly stepped inside, and he instructed, "Pay attention. Scour every corner for supplies." Yu Zhu chimed in from the back to warn them, "Be careful, they might launch a sneak attack. Go check if there are supplies in the house." Right after that, the crowd swarmed through Han Feng's home like a pack of thieves, turning things upside down for supplies, but pathetically found nothing. Tai Wu emerged from the kitchen carrying a box, his face unpleasant as he spoke. "Brother Jiang, the kitchen only has some trash and this seed bucket." Yu Zhu looked surprised at the sight of the seed bucket, while Tai Wu viciously cursed at Huina. "Damn it, weren't you lying to us?" She immediately shook her head in denial. "I didn't. He probably hid them in the bedroom." Hearing her words, the two men cautiously entered the bedroom to search for supplies, wary of taking a bullet. One of them pushed the door open and felt an obstruction behind it. Before he could process it, his face was forcefully pinned down by a foot. It was Ziyi, who surged out from within and used the momentum of the door to knock the two guys onto the floor. Han Feng followed right behind them. He was holding a gun in his hand, and upon seeing him, the crowd immediately shouted, "Careful." The two sides thus fell into a standoff. Han Feng finally issued a warning. "Damn it! Get the hell out of here, all of you, otherwise I won't be polite." "Polite?" Yu Zhu sneered upon hearing that. "Were you ever polite before?" He accused Han Feng of hoarding supplies selfishly and abandoning the collective, leaving countless residents to suffer in starvation, adding that he came today to demand justice. "Look at this hypocritical jerk, robbing others while talking so righteously." Yet he spoke without a hint of shame, continuing to threaten Han Feng under the banner of the collective. "If you still have a conscience, hand over the supplies. Unity is the only thing that can help us conquer the apocalypse." Han Feng curled his lip at him. The guy sounded all high and mighty with his words, but wasn't it just moral blackmail? This type of person was truly despicable. But right now, these fools believed him completely, acting like starving wolves with bloodshot eyes desperate for a release, and he was currently the target for venting. It just needed to be handled properly. Thinking this, Han Feng immediately shouted, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Which of your eyes saw that my house had supplies?" Refusing to believe it, Huina retorted, "You definitely hid them. Last time I came here, your room even had a heater and lights. If you don't confess honestly, just wait to die." Yet no sooner had she finished speaking than a bullet pierced straight through the glass in front of her. Naturally, Han Feng made the move. He sneered, Li Huina, how do you even have the face to say that? If you hadn't tricked me into trading supplies for seeds, I wouldn't have ended up in this state today. Seeming to believe his words, Tai Wu turned to scold Huina. Damn it, are you playing us for fools? The girl shook her head in terror. It's not like that, I really wasn't lying. Watching the two of them bickering, Yuzu stepped in to mediate. No internal disputes. I have a simple method. You guys go check his room. With that, he pointed at the two men sitting on the ground, arching an eyebrow at Han Feng with a provocation. Brother Han, you surely won't refuse, right? Having prepared thoroughly, Han Feng didn't object. A moment later, the men came out to report. Brother Jiang, there's only some trash and a little girl inside. The person they referred to was the Chunibyu little girl, who threw herself into Han Feng's arms and wept loudly. Big bro, I'm scared. I'm hungry. Han Feng hurriedly comforted her. Don't be scared. Once they leave, I'll go find some food for you. Ultimately finding nothing, the group had no choice but to leave, nursing their dissatisfaction while muttering unhappily under their breath. Yuzu glanced at Huina and spoke up regardless. Ms. Li, I need an explanation. Things have progressed to this point. You at least owe everyone an explanation. Not knowing how things turned out this way, she hurriedly defended herself. I really didn't lie to you guys. I saw it with my own eyes. She glared furiously at Han Feng over on the other side, resenting him in her heart. Could it be he played a trick? It was all his fault she ended up in this wretched state. It was all because of this damned guy. With that thought, the flashlight in her hand suddenly flashed right toward Han Feng. This action startled him, the flashlight glare stinging his eyes uncomfortably. Catching him off guard, she snatched the gun right out of his hand. Pointing the muzzle at Han Feng, Huina shrieked angrily. Where on earth did you hide the supplies? Did you pull a trick? Tell everyone the truth or else I'll shoot. Yuzu's crowd stood dumbfounded at this scene. Han Feng remained much calmer on his end, curving his lips into a sneer. The truth, he curled his lip. The truth is that my supplies were tricked away by you long ago. You're lying, you're a fraud, I'll kill you. Huina shrieked furiously. Unfortunately, someone who never did heavy manual labor year-round could hardly hold a gun steady, and it was knocked out of her hand by something in a flash. Tai Wu's group conveniently walked over and grabbed her, causing her to struggle in defiance. Seeing his gun lying on the ground, Han Feng wanted to walk over and pick it up, but he was a step too late, as a pair of hands moved faster than his. It was that bastard Yuzu. Unsure of what he was up to, the two stared face to face. Over on the side, Tai Wu grabbed Huina by the hair and berated her. Stinking bitch, how dare you try to trick us, take this. No sooner had he spoken than he raised the club in his hand, intending to beat the woman up. Sadly, before it could come down, Yuzu grabbed his arm to stop him and spoke seriously. The management committee is not a violent organization, and this isn't a place for punishment. Even if she lied, at least give her a chance to redeem herself. With that, he turned his head to look at Han Feng, putting on a hateful, righteous facade as he said, Brother Han, I'm deeply sorry about today. He claimed they were all victims. I'll give you an explanation later. Speaking as he moved, he handed the gun back to him. Taken aback by the gesture, Han Feng accepted it without suspicion. Yuzu continued, I cordially invite you to join the management committee. He added that Han Feng didn't have to answer right away. Just think about it. Give me your thoughts tomorrow when you come to collect your supplies. After that, he led the crowd away. Once the room was left with just the three of them, Ziyi anxiously asked, Little bro, are you hurt? Han Feng shook his head slightly and sighed. The act is finally over. Soon after, the three of them retreated to rest in the Chunibyu little girl's upstairs room. Ziyi couldn't help marveling. I never expected this kid to have an upstairs apartment. Han Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, big and spacious, way more comfortable than my place. And we also have her to thank for pulling off this little show. Flashing back to earlier moments, Han Feng had told the girl to pack away everything in her house while remembering to leave a bag of trash and some packaging without clearing it all out. He had ordered Ziyi to open the windows so the room's temperature would drop rapidly. He explained that they needed to make the place look as though it had lacked food for a long time, letting the outsiders break the door down only to find nothing in the end. Since that fellow surnamed Jiang had made such a huge fuss, returning empty-handed would inevitably stir up public agitation. In that scenario, public anger would turn toward the vulnerable. And since Han Feng had a gun, that bitch Huina would undoubtedly become the scapegoat. Ziyi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. But with so many of them, isn't it unsafe even with a gun? Like the gun that just got snatched away. That was the worst-case scenario. Han Feng nodded slightly in response. After getting the gun, Jiang Yuzu might just resolve things peacefully to maintain his image. Ziyi continued asking, what if Jiang Yuzu actually opens fire? Smiling faintly, Han Feng stated casually, There was only one bullet in the gun anyway, and I had already used it beforehand. Hearing this, Zaya finally understood, giving a thumbs up of praise. You're truly vicious, little bro. Is that why you deliberately let them snatch the gun? Han Feng replied indifferently. Let's loosely call it part of the plan. Zaya nodded and said, so our next step is to just pretend we're struggling to survive and make our fortune in silence. Yet Han Feng opposed the idea. Our next mission is to overthrow that lousy management committee. Down below the management committee's base, they were currently distributing supplies to the residents. The scene was far too noisy and chaotic, causing them to completely overlook two figures quietly slipping into the supply storage. At that moment, two management committee members were walking out. Having been assigned the task of inspecting the supply doors, Han Feng and Zaya hid to the side, watching them. Locking eyes, the two secretly formulated a plan. According to Zaya's investigation, the first 4 floors had been cleared out, while the 5th and 6th floors were occupied by building support staff, making floors 7 and 8 inaccessible. He figured the warehouse was likely up there. There would be guards above the 5th floor, so he would go ahead to create a distraction while Han Feng seized the opportunity to knock them out with a club, avoiding the use of guns if possible. Following the plan, the two slowly made their way upstairs, though somewhat oddly, there wasn't a single soul around. They continued up to the 6th floor, still finding nobody, though Han Feng reminded Zaya not to drop his guard. They paused at the 7th floor without encountering any obstacles. Hesitantly, Han Feng asked, "Are you sure they'd store supplies on these 2 floors?" Zaya shook his head. "I can't be sure given the current situation." Peering around for a bit, Zaya spoke up. "If there are no guards, so be it, but not seeing a single person at all, isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Neither of them could be certain, so they could only take it one step at a time. Zaya suggested they split up left and right, calling out if anything happened. Han Feng nodded slightly and carefully ventured inward. He had expected a fight just to get up here, but this worked out too. This trip served as a good scouting run anyway. Before that, in the room of the little evil king, the 3 of them were eating and discussing their strategy. Han Feng said seriously, "There are too many people in the management committee. We cannot defeat them alone. The only way to overthrow them is to destroy them from the inside." As he saw it, the management committee was an organization bound together by supplies. As long as they found the warehouse where the supplies were kept and let the little evil king wipe it clean, the committee would immediately fall apart. That was easier said than done, though only the devil knew which room they kept the supplies in. They still had to be careful that someone might come up at any moment. While Han Feng was thinking, he saw Zaya running over happily from the other side. He felt a bit helpless. Didn't they say to be careful? A moment later, the 2 of them stood in front of the warehouse door. Han Feng asked suspiciously, "With it written so clearly, don't you think it looks more like a trap?" Zaya frowned slightly. "But according to the writing here, this is the warehouse." But more surprisingly, even the key was left inserted. Very thoughtful. Any way you looked at it, it seemed like a trap. But Zaya didn't think so. He whispered, "Maybe they just forgot to pull the key out. Let's just open it and see." Having said that, he reached out to unlock it. It was just that Han Feng spoke up to stop him. "Wait, you can see there's a thin string tied between the key and the handle. This is a classic trap." Han Feng reminded him to be careful. He remembered the 2 of them mentioning checking the warehouse door earlier. Perhaps they were talking about this trap. Either way, don't touch it casually. Just knowing that this is the place is enough. They would head upstairs to see what else they could find. As long as they identified the location of the warehouse and slowly found a way to open the door, it would be fine. Han Feng suggested. Zaya also nodded in agreement. It was just that at this moment, the 2 of them ran into 2 other people coming out of the door. They stared at each other blankly for a long time. It was Han Feng who reacted quickly, pulling Zaya's hand to run away. The 2 quickly ran forward. It was just that the other 2 had caught up. One guy wanted to use a stick to attack Zaya. Han Feng hurriedly used his hand to defend himself. Seizing this opportunity, Zaya raised his leg and kicked toward the other guy. After that, the 2 opened the door in front of them and went inside, conveniently using an iron bar to block the door. Han Feng clutched his aching arm and asked suspiciously, "You said there was no one there when they distributed supplies?" Zaya shook his head vaguely. "Who knows? Last time they wouldn't let me onto this floor." Right at this moment, there were footsteps on the stairs. Han Feng frowned and said, "Damn it, someone is coming up." He suggested going up first, as there were likely fewer people up there. Soon after, they went up to the 8th floor. Zaya looked at Han Feng worriedly and asked, "Kid, your arm?" Han Feng shook his head slightly and replied, "It feels like it's broken." But he didn't care much, calmly saying, "We need to find a place to hide first." Yet Zaya suddenly pointed toward the back and shouted loudly, Kid, behind you. Han Feng suspiciously turned his head to look back, but before he could react, his mouth was covered by a hand. Eventually, he was pulled behind the door. Han Feng was dragged inside just like that. The door was immediately closed. He couldn't help but moan twice. Outside, Zaya couldn't stop worrying and pounded on the door while shouting, "Kid, are you okay? Wait for me, I'm coming to save you." In front of Han Feng at this moment was a man. He frowned at him and asked coldly, "What are you two doing here?" Han Feng looked at the man warily. He gritted his teeth and said, "We came to collect supplies." But the man didn't believe him. He stomped his foot onto his arm, causing him to scream in pain. The man sneered and spoke, "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You intentionally avoided the 5th and 6th floors. You must know something about the management committee, right?" Han Feng frowned at him, asking suspiciously, "You've been following us." "Following?" The man pouted in disdain. "Do you really think there's no one keeping watch here?" Hearing this, Han Feng was startled to realize there was a group of people lying unconscious in the corner of the wall. Could it be that this guy had killed them? Right at this moment, angry sounds erupted outside. "Grab him! Is there anyone else?" Search the rooms. Han Feng felt anxious inside. Damn, Brother Lee is still outside. But the man in front of him was extremely calm. He let out a cold grunt that didn't reveal if he was happy or sad. Then he walked step by step toward the window. He didn't hesitate at all and opened the window. Seemingly guessing his intention, Han Feng exclaimed in surprise, "This is the 8th floor. What are you trying to do?" The man replied indifferently, "Actually, it's only the 4th floor. The snow has piled up to the 3rd and 4th floors now. And with the snow acting as a cushion, this height won't kill anyone." He raised an eyebrow at Han Feng and said seriously, "Jump down or get beaten to death. You choose." While Han Feng was hesitating, the sounds of footsteps and doors being kicked in were getting closer. He looked toward the window. The man's silhouette was already gone. At this moment, the door was gradually being broken down. Seemingly at the same time, Han Feng climbed onto the window. He gritted his teeth and jumped down below. In the moment he fell, a purple light appeared on his arm. On this side, the man had landed safely. Hearing the movement, he glanced toward the other side and saw Han Feng climbing out from under the thick snow. Up high, the chasing group looked down and shouted, "He's still alive! There's one more person." While Han Feng was still bewildered, not knowing what to do, the man's shadow flashed past his face. He saw the man aggressively dash into the glass door, causing it to shatter. Seeing this scene, Han Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Holy crap, is he a beast?" But he didn't have time to think much. The snow was still falling incessantly. He quickly followed the man inside. A moment later, the group had also chased down, but there was no sign of Han Feng and the man anymore. Inside the room, the man had started a fire to keep warm. Han Feng sat on the side, unable to stop thinking. This man was actually quite decent. If it hadn't been for him just now, he likely would have been discovered. He was very experienced at escaping. Even though it defied logic and he didn't quite believe it, the facts proved that his decision was very correct. While he was dazed in thought, the man suddenly spoke. "What's wrong?" Scared. "They are just dead people after all." Han Feng was startled upon hearing that. He looked at him and asked, "Why did you help me?" The man let out a cold snort. "Help you? I only regret not killing you directly." The fact that the two of them hadn't fallen for the brain-dead trap on the 7th floor proved they had some brains. He wanted him to tell him everything he knew about the management committee. He didn't forget to warn him. "Of course, it's fine if you don't talk. Then I'll just have one more piece of meat for target practice." Han Feng couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Based on the people the man had knocked unconscious, he could deduce that this guy had come to steal supplies, or he had a grudge against the management committee, and their appearance had interrupted his plan. Thinking this, he looked at him and asked, "Do you have a grudge against them?" The man pouted and said, "If you say so, then it is, if it weren't for the secret that Jiang Yaoxu is hiding." Before he could finish, Han Feng immediately shouted, "What secret?" The man curled his lips into a sneer. He stood in front of him and said coldly, "You really do know Jiang Yaoxu. Furthermore, you two have some kind of relationship." He warned him, "Either spill the information related to the management committee, or you'll end up as the second corpse in this place. You choose." In an instant, Han Feng's expression sank. Under the flickering firelight inside the room, a story was being unfolded. Han Feng looked at the man with sincere eyes and said, "After that, Jiang Yaoxu brought explosives to my house and stole my woman and my supplies." As he said this, he placed his gun on the table, took a deep breath and continued, "To take revenge on them, I took out this bottom-of-the-chest item. But based on just one gun, it's impossible to deal with them, so in the end, I had to use it to find a way to survive." The reality was a mix of truth and lies, but added with this gun, how much of it could be trusted? He silently waited for the man's reaction. After a while, he spoke. A raggedy gun is basically nothing to worry about for the management committee. He didn't take the gun and let you go. This is the best proof. Han Feng silently breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like he believed what he said. Thinking of this, he continued. But why didn't he take it? I think there are two possibilities, the man replied calmly. First, it was just a performance to maintain his leadership position, or he has more powerful weapons. He asked, did you bring Zai Yi here this time to deal with that Yaoxu guy? Han Feng nodded slowly and replied, no, with him around, the management committee will have a bit less trouble. In reality, the initial intention of the management committee was good. At least it really helped some people survive. But Yaoxu's philosophy is to want everyone to think that the worse one is, the more comfortable their life will be. When the apocalypse passes, these people who have lost their conscience won't be able to integrate into society normally. So Han Feng thought that the management committee needed to be overthrown. This statement caused the atmosphere to fall into silence. A moment later, the man in front of him sneered and spoke. Overthrow them, so what? This world is all about the strong preying on the weak. Your idea is ridiculous. The residential area will eventually end up in looting and mutual slaughter. Han Feng frowned and looked at him, asking, can you imagine what the residential area will turn into? Then do you want to ask the opinion of the third person? The man suddenly asked a confusing question. Then he pushed the door open and stepped outside. Sure enough, there was someone there. That person had used something to strike toward him, but he had been able to avoid it. After that, he threw a punch toward the other person. Yet his punch was blocked. He couldn't help but frown in surprise. Very quickly, he regained his composure, preparing to attack again. His other hand prepared to strike the other person's head. Right at this moment, Han Feng suddenly walked out, looked at the other person, and asked, are you Nurse Jin? The person who arrived was actually Jia Yan. She frowned at him, Mr. Han. Soon after, she also went inside, taking the liberty of bandaging his hand. She said apologetically, I came to collect supplies for Grandpa Li. When I just entered, I discovered he had passed away. Then there was a knock on the door from behind, so I was startled and subconsciously hid in the room. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the man sneer and speak. His death also had no small contribution from you. Little nurse, what selfless dedication? It's just a joke. Jia Yan heard this and also sighed. You scold me rightfully, but I don't regret it. Cruel or heartless, you can name it whatever you want. But only by surviving can one save more people. The man was speechless after hearing that. There were many types of people like her in the apocalypse. What was it called? A living bodhisattva who can't even take care of herself, yet still wants to save stupid people. At this time, Han Feng suddenly asked her, you were able to get into this place because Jiang Yaoxu arranged it beforehand? Jia Yan nodded slightly and replied, he gave me a pass, and he gave a lot of supplies, so I couldn't refuse. But in these past few days, Yaoxu has chased a lot of sick and elderly people out, and Grandpa Li was one of them. By the time I knew, it was too late. The man spoke up again. The management committee will last longer if there's one less person, and if it were me, I would do the same. But Han Feng countered. Wrong. Brother Li said that a new force had appeared in the residential area. They are the ones who oppose the management committee. It's very likely Jiang Yaoxu is anxious to destroy that force. That's why he eliminated the sick, the elderly, women, and children to save supplies for the young and healthy. Combined with him casually placing bombs in front of my house just to get supplies, it's possible he wants to challenge that force. This statement immediately startled the other two. Han Feng sighed again. If that's the case, I must find the armory. But the man sneered again. Found it, so what? Just based on you finding it, then what? Han Feng glared at him. I don't want to be buried with the people in this residential area. As long as I find the armory, I will have a way to deal with it. The man looked at him for a long time. He let out a cold snort. If you want to die, then go ahead. In this apocalyptic world, Yaoxu's management committee is just a small force. In the future, there will be many battles for survival appearing in the world. The strong prey on the weak. The winner will be the last one alive. Having said that, he left, leaving the two of them behind. Han Feng stood there bewildered. A moment later, Jia Yan looked at Han Feng and asked, is there anything I can help you with? Han Feng shook his head slightly. No need. I don't want to drag you into this quagmire. But Jia Yan replied very firmly, don't say that. If your judgment is correct, the residential area is in danger, and regarding your situation, I feel very indignant. Han Feng felt a bit awkward hearing this, but her eyes were full of determination, making him not know what to do. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth. Thank you. If there's anything, I'll ask for your help. On another aspect at the management committee's place, the group that pursued Han Feng returned to report. Someone asked suspiciously, did Han Feng really do it? but they were absolutely certain. Right at this moment, there were suddenly footsteps from behind. They were startled and turned to look. It was actually Han Feng walking toward this side. And after that, what awaited him was the dark room. Tai Vo threw him inside. He kept beating and cursing. Mr. Jiang spared you once already, and you still dare to come steal supplies. He wanted to cripple his other arm to see if he still dared to steal. It was just that before he could do anything, he was stopped by someone coming from outside. Something happened. Mr. Jiang said we have to gather upstairs. The movement of his hand stopped. After that, he turned and left, leaving Han Feng tied up on the ground. Waiting until he was alone, he used his blue energy ray to untie himself. He also considered himself to have successfully infiltrated this place. After his wound was healed, he would go find the armory. This matter couldn't be delayed any longer. Before long, the ropes were untied. His broken bone was also healed. But the treatment took too much energy, he nearly fainted. He had to reserve time to research recovery fixation later. If it happened like this every time, he'd be done for. Right at this moment, he heard noise from the other side again. The door was quickly opened. Han Feng hurriedly used the rope to tie himself back up. The person outside quickly stepped in. They threw a tied-up person inside and then left. Hearing the footsteps and the sound of the door closing, Han Feng opened his eyes. He turned his head to look at the person who had just been thrown in. But after looking closely, he realized the person lying there was Zai Yi. He quickly untied him. A moment later, he finally regained consciousness. He coughed twice. Thanks, little brother. That slap of yours was really useful, though. Next time, hit the side that isn't swollen. Now the left side of my face has no feeling anymore. Han Feng chuckled slightly. All right, so what exactly happened on your end? Zai Yi recalled the incident before. After he was pulled into that door, he saw the corridor door about to be smashed open. So he had no choice but to unlock the power distribution room and hide inside. The result was that as soon as he entered, he saw something. Inside was a large hole that seemed to lead down to a very deep place. He thought that those people would sooner or later open the power distribution cabinet. So he climbed down along the power cables. He thought it would lead to the first basement parking lot, but it turned out it led to the second basement level. Although there was no one there were many boxes stacked on top of each other. Each one was tightly sealed. Zai Yi opened a few to take a look and saw that they were all filled with ham. Each piece was as big as his forearm. Just as he was about to take one out to examine it, there was a sudden movement behind him. By the time he reacted and turned around, he had already been awakened by Han Feng. But he finally understood why the management board was so arrogant. It turns out they had a whole pile of ham, each piece very long. Han Feng frowned upon hearing this. He asked suspiciously, "Is there ham sausage written on the packaging?" Zai Yi shook his head. "There isn't a single word on it. It just looks exactly like a ham sausage." Han Feng's expression was a bit serious. "Something is not right here. Tell me, do you think that place could be Jiang Yuzu's secret warehouse?" Zai Yi was startled immediately. "Then tell me, what did you see?" While the two were still suspicious, an incomprehensible voice suddenly appeared from someone outside. "Why is Mr. Jiang suddenly so anxious to have us eliminate Li Zai Yi? Didn't he always want to recruit him before?" Hearing this, the two Han Fengs were startled. They wanted to kill them to silence them. Immediately, the door was pushed open by someone. The two individuals walked in from outside, but they couldn't see Han Feng and his companion anywhere. They were a bit suspicious. They clearly had tied the two up here. While they were still searching, the two Han Fengs had hidden behind the door, waiting. Taking advantage of the moment they let their guard down, Zai Yi attacked. Very quickly, the two had tied them up in one spot. Han Feng frowned and said, "He already has murderous intent. We need to see what that is." Zai Yi asked suspiciously, "How are we going to deal with this? There are dozens of boxes." Han Feng said slowly, "Don't worry, I have already made arrangements. First, let's go reunite with the little girl Zai Wang." Right at this moment, the little girl Zai Wang's voice rang out. Han Feng asked suspiciously, "Has the sister you needed to pick up arrived yet? What's going on?" The little girl on the other end replied quickly. Earlier, she had come to the house to snatch his gun and even wanted to kill him. "Is there any problem?" Hearing this, Han Feng was startled immediately. The person who came was that woman Hui Na. He hurried to shout, "Don't open the door, that's Li Hui Na. That's not the sister that needs welcoming." But no one answered. Not long after, the communication device disconnected. Han Feng felt the situation was not good and hurried to say, "Brother Li, let's go pick up the little girl Zai Wang first." Saying that, the two carefully poked their heads out, but there was a noisy sound from up ahead. Zai Yi asked suspiciously, "What's going on? Why is it so loud?" Below the staircase, Tai Wu was leading a group of people running away, looking very urgent. Tai Wu kept giving instructions. "No matter what, you must stop them." Han Feng looked at their actions from behind with some suspicion. Could it be that Li Zhanghao had attacked? Ziyi shook his head slightly. Not too sure, but the current situation is in our favor. The two silently blended into the crowd. Ziyi whispered, "Put on your masks and try to blend into the crowd." Because the scene was very chaotic, the two successfully followed them and left. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion up ahead. He only saw one guy get sent flying. Immediately after, a group of people slowly stepped out. They were Li Zhanghao's people. Seeing this scene from behind, Ziyi couldn't help but panic, gripping Han Feng's hand tightly and not letting go. On another note, in front of the room door, Hui Na was lurking outside. There was no movement inside. She guessed, perhaps Han Feng really had moved here. Just then, a voice suddenly cut off her thoughts. She only saw Jia Yan slowly walking over. She asked suspiciously, "What are you doing here?" Hui Na was slightly startled, stammering, "I came here to find food." Jia Yan frowned at her, a hint of surprise rising in her heart. "Finding food? Why did you bring so many people here for that?" Hui Na, relying on the fact that she had brought people, didn't yield and said, "That's right. Is it not allowed? Why did you come here then?" Jia Yan replied indifferently, "I came here to treat the sick and save people. Is there a problem?" Hui Na was a bit startled. "Is Han Feng sick?" No, she remembered that the two of them knew each other. Thinking that, she looked at the group of people next to her, appearing to be discussing something. A moment later, they slowly moved in front of Jia Yan, causing her to panic and back away, questioning, "What do you want to do?" Hui Na sneered coldly. "I don't believe Han Feng won't open the door if I catch you." They quickly grabbed hold of Jia Yan. One guy even said apologetically, "Nurse Kim, sorry about this." She glanced at them, gritted her teeth, and said, "Let me go. Otherwise, I won't be polite." They still wouldn't let go. But not long after, they felt their bodies as if they were floating high up. In the blink of an eye, the two guys holding her had been tossed away by her. Seeing this scene, Hui Na's group behind them was immediately astonished. Jia Yan glared at them, saying coldly, "I don't care what you want to do, but don't interfere with my work." But Hui Na didn't seem to want to leave. She took a knife out of her pocket. She shouted aggressively, "You monster!" After that, she stabbed toward Jia Yan. She was startled and raised her hands to defend herself. Her thick cotton jacket was immediately slashed open. She quickly retreated. Hui Na also warned everyone, "This girl's strength is very strong. Everyone be careful." But at this moment, the room door suddenly opened. The hands of Hui Na's group trembled, unable to even hold their weapons. In the blink of an eye, their weapons fell from their hands. They hovered in midair. More surprisingly, the weapons were even sucked into the little girl Zai Wang's spatial rip. At this moment, the little girl began to weave hand signs. A violent gust of wind appeared around the little girl. In the blink of an eye, the clothes of Hui Na's group were also sucked away, causing them to scream in fear. At the same time, in the building's basement, a group of people were fighting. This was clearly a chaotic brawl. Even Han Feng and his companion were being chased by them. While running, Han Feng said dissatisfiedly, "Isn't it just punching him in the face? Is it necessary to chase us like this forever?" Ziyi clicked his tongue and said, "But brother, your punch is a bit heavy." Zhang Zai aggressively chased from behind, cursing angrily, "Bastards, I'm going to beat you lot to death." Han Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. In an emergency, the reinforced gloves turned out to be so powerful. Before this matter was resolved, others had discovered Han Feng and his companion. Han Feng and Li Ziyi have escaped. Han Feng felt a bit panicked in his heart. If they get caught again, it's game over. Need to think of a way. Having thought of that, he immediately shouted, "Brother Li, you go pick up the little girl Zai Wang. I will hold them back. We will meet at the agreed location." Ziyi was a bit surprised, hesitating. "What will you do alone?" He told him to rest assured. After that, he lifted his foot and climbed onto a car. The group behind had already caught up. Han Feng didn't hesitate, standing on the car, pointing the flashlight straight at the sky. He shouted aggressively, "Listen to me, you bunch. I am one of the people who drove up the prices in the residential area so that you poor devils would starve to death." As soon as these words were out, the crowd in front of him immediately fell into silence. Immediately after, they immediately turned angry. Unable to endure it any longer, they rushed forward, wanting to grab him. Han Feng quickly turned around and ran. Although the entrance and exit of the underground parking lot were closed with iron gates, once the pressure of the snow on the iron gates was released, it would be the end for those inside. While he was thinking, a fist swung aggressively toward him. Han Feng didn't have time to defend and was punched by that person. He couldn't help but cough. He was directly sent flying, crashing into the wall behind. The group in front quickly surrounded him. The leader shouted angrily, "You can't escape, you damn brat." Han Feng ignored them, placing his hand on the door behind him. A purple light appeared on his hand in the blink of an eye. The door was covered by that light. Seeing that, the group was astonished and widened their eyes. But before anything could happen, the light disappeared. At this moment, Han Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the crowd in front, shouting, "Come here, you pieces of trash." They were provoked by him and moved forward, not noticing that the door had softened. Moreover, it had been bent inward by the external pressure. Immediately after, snow from outside flooded inside. The crowd immediately screamed in fear. "Avalanche, run!" The snow from outside flooded in faster and faster. Quite a few people were buried by the snow. They quickly ran to a safe place. Not long after, the basement was completely filled with snow. A moment later, an arm reached out from underneath. It was Han Feng emerging from under the layer of snow. After softening such a large area, he didn't feel tired. Could it be because his level had gotten higher? While he was thinking, a low voice rang out. "Are you waiting to die here?" Han Feng was startled and turned his head to look. He only saw that bearded man. He felt as if this guy was staring right at him. But at this moment, people were stirring under the snow, wanting to emerge. Feeling the movement, the man pulled Han Feng away. A moment later, at some corner in the basement, after they were safe, Han Feng looked toward the man, asking suspiciously, "Who exactly are you? Why are you helping me?" "Li Zhanghao." The man indifferently spoke a name. Han Feng stepped back in surprise. He asked suspiciously, "Are you the person who fought Jiang Yuzu?" The man nodded slightly and replied, "That's right." Han Feng frowned at him, asking suspiciously, "What do you want to do?" Zheng Hao said indifferently, "Cooperate." Han Feng continued to ask, "Didn't you refuse before?" He smiled faintly and said, "I changed my mind." Han Feng didn't believe it. He asked back, "Suddenly changed your mind? Could it be you want to play me?" Zheng Hao said coldly, "It's just that each of us gets what we need. Do it quickly or don't do it at all." Han Feng fell into thought. If he could persuade this person to contribute, the chance to topple that Jiang guy would be even higher. Thinking about it, he nodded in agreement. Although he didn't trust him, because they had the same goal, cooperating wasn't a problem. Immediately after, the two officially shook hands and cooperated. In another aspect, on another side of the basement, he didn't know when military equipment appeared here. Tanks, weapons, everything was available. Tai Wu walked over from afar and said, "Mr. Jiang, the convoy has arrived. Could you go upstairs and call for people?" Yuzu nodded slightly and replied, "All right. The Kim brothers will go notify the family members, tell them to go down first." Tai Wu continued to ask, "Basement door 1 was blown up by snow pressure. The temperature is dropping sharply. Now the crowd is very scattered. Furthermore, those two have disappeared." Yuzu frowned upon hearing this, then shook his head and said, "No problem, it won't affect our plan." On the other side, the two Han Fengs had seen everything. Han Feng asked suspiciously, "Why does our residential area have military vehicles?" Zhang Hao nodded and replied, "Previously, I heard the Jiang guy say he wanted to relocate the residents." Han Feng continued to ask, "But where could they move to? Isn't it all ice and snow outside?" Zhang Hao pouted and said, "You'll know if you ask. The Jiang guy assigned that to you." Just as he finished speaking, he ran off. Han Feng huffed coldly, "Why are you in such a rush?" On this side, Yuzu was still giving instructions to everyone to get ready to go upstairs to pick up people. But at this moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Yuzu's group was immediately startled and panicked. "What's wrong? It's a gunshot. There's an intruder." One guy shouted hurriedly, "Everyone be careful, don't scatter." But just as he finished, a hand suddenly grabbed his face tightly. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying away. Seeing him, the crowd immediately fired their guns toward that side. But before they could do anything, Zheng Hao had rushed over. He didn't hesitate to punch the other guy in the face. The remaining guys were scared and wanted to run. Tai Wu immediately shouted, reminding, "Don't run far, protect Mr. Jiang." Also at this moment, a black gun muzzle was pointed at the back of Yuzu's neck. It was Han Feng who had run to this side to threaten him. Yet he wasn't panicked. He said calmly, "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Mr. Han." Han Feng was slightly startled. He frowned and asked, "You knew I would come?" He replied coldly, "Of course." And at this moment, Tai Wu saw his situation, calling out worriedly, "Mr. Jiang." But he waved his hand and said, "It's fine." He looked toward Han Feng. "Before the disaster happened, you hoarded a large amount of supplies. I thought you were one of the contacts. But the truth proves I guessed wrong. Take a good look under the gun." He followed his words and looked again. He saw a bug placed under the handle. This was what he had installed at that time. How did this guy get his hands on this? Yuzu pouted and said, "Otherwise, do you think I would have returned the gun to you? I know exactly what you want." Han Feng took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Even if you know, what can you do? Who are the people he mentioned? And what was that business about picking people up earlier, picking up whom and for what?" Yuzu chuckled and spoke up. "Don't be tense. If I wanted to deal with you, I would have made a move long ago. You're a smart person. He hopes you can join them." As long as they keep sending people to them, they can survive. Hearing this, Han Feng immediately huffed in contempt. Want me to be a meat shield for you? Sorry, I refuse. Yu Zhu sighed helplessly. What a pity. As soon as his words ended, a group of Special Forces soldiers walked out from behind. Han Feng saw that and was startled. How is that possible? At this moment, a soldier pointed his gun at him. He immediately turned and ran. Ammunition chased after him relentlessly. When running past a wall, a hand had grabbed him, successfully pulling him to hide against the wall. Han Feng looked up at the person who had just arrived. He said in a trembling voice, "What are you doing? Let's retreat first." Yet Zheng Hao was very calm as he spoke. "What are you afraid of? Aren't they just 3 Special Forces soldiers?" He suggested, "I will distract them, you play it by ear." Hearing his words, Han Feng was horrified. "Stop joking, they have rifles in their hands." But he didn't pay much attention, still walking outside. His figure darted around to dodge the barrage of bullets flying toward him. His speed was extraordinarily fast. The Special Forces soldiers basically couldn't do anything to him. Not long after, Zheng Hao approached one guy. His hand grabbed the muzzle of his gun. He kicked the guy in the stomach aggressively, directly seizing his gun. Outside, seeing this scene, Han Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy is definitely not an ordinary person." Taking advantage of the crowd's confusion, the military vehicle started its engine. Yu Zhu immediately ordered, "It's too late. Let's drive straight up to pick up people." Han Feng naturally wouldn't give them that chance. He quickly summoned the purple light in his hand. After that, he placed his hand on the ground, making the light spread out on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ground had softened. It was basically impossible to run. The vehicle couldn't move. Yu Zhu asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Tai Wu shook his head and said, "The right side seems to be sinking." Yu Zhu turned his head to look behind him. He had seen the ground collapse. Under the vehicle, Han Feng was still trying to feel around to prevent them from running. The light in his hand was getting dimmer, the range would get smaller. If so, he couldn't make both wheels sink. But at this moment, a grenade suddenly appeared in front of him. He immediately retreated in terror. The person on the vehicle leaned down and looked at him with a cold smile. The grenade's pin had been pulled. A flame had begun to flare up. Boom, a heaven-shaking explosion rang out. Han Feng's entire body was blown away by the force of the explosion. In his daze, he felt something cool. A group of goats was licking his body. The cooling sensation from the goats' tongues made him feel very comfortable, but he quickly regained consciousness. He then saw a large goat using its long tongue to touch his body. Not only that, but it had wrapped itself around him. In the blink of an eye, a beam of green light enveloped his entire body. In the real world, his body was also enveloped by that green light. The wounds on his body had also begun to be healed by it. That military vehicle was somehow unaffected by the explosion. Tai Vo in the car breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "It's lucky this car has high horsepower. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have been able to escape." But at this moment, a red light suddenly appeared on the car's window glass. A hand also reached into the window accordingly. In the blink of an eye, half of the car was destroyed by that red light. Tai Vo saw him and immediately flew into a rage. He pointed his gun at him and scolded, "You bastard." Han Feng's gaze also caught the muzzle of the gun. It was just that it seemed to have no focus. He reached out and grabbed the muzzle. The red light instantly surrounded the gun. Even the clothes on his arm were corroded by that light. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jiang Yaoxu immediately shouted, "Get out of the car quickly." However, Tai Vo's clothes had been completely stripped away. He couldn't stop shivering from the cold. He couldn't hold back anymore and gritted his teeth, shouting, "So cold, save me." Tai Van saw this. He carried a stick and walked over, calling out to his brother worriedly. He immediately ran toward Han Feng, wanting to attack him. His mouth kept shouting, "You asshole." Han Feng glanced toward him. The moment the stick struck, he reached out to block it. The red light began to engulf Tai Van's stick. Jiang Yaoxu, running in front, saw this with a grave expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "Hurry up and call someone down to help." Han Feng on this side, after dealing with the stick in Tai Van's hand, slid past him toward the vehicle in front. The people in the car were terrified and trembling. "He's coming, hurry up and run him over." But he seemed not to hear what they were saying, still walking forward relentlessly. He placed both hands on the vehicle. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle was covered in purple light. The vehicle quickly melted, causing the people inside to panic and scream, "The car is melting, get out quickly." But it was too late. They had been pinned under the vehicle to the ground. Piercing screams kept ringing out. Right at this moment, a bullet suddenly grazed his face. Fresh blood began to flow out. However, it was quickly healed by the green light. Seeing this, the group on the other side immediately shouted in fear, "Out of ammo." And at this moment, Han Feng had run toward them. But only after running a few steps, The sound of gunfire kept ringing out. The special forces were firing at him. They wanted to protect that Jiang guy. Zhang Hao had discovered this situation and wanted to come over to rescue him. But the special forces on this side wouldn't let him go, constantly attacking him. While dodging, he thought to himself, what is that Jiang bastard trying to do? On Han Feng's side, under the relentless attack of the special forces, he was forced to retreat. But in his hand, a purple light had appeared. He didn't hesitate to strike it into the ground. The special forces immediately felt the ground changing. While they were still bewildered, Han Feng had rushed in front, reaching out to grab the two dark muzzles. He directly snapped the guns with his bare hands. Not only that, but the broken gun segment in his hand suddenly turned into something soft, like a vine. The two soldiers saw this and couldn't help but tremble in fear. Unfortunately, he didn't care at all, using the thing in his hand to strike. The two soldiers stared blankly at this scene. Before they could react, their throats had been slit by that thing. They just died like that. Han Feng, after finishing them off, couldn't help but pant for breath. But he didn't notice Tai Van quietly approaching behind him. He used the iron bar in his hand to attack. He was caught off guard and knocked to the ground, falling into a coma just like that. Tai Van curled his lips and sneered. "You brought this on yourself. Die, you monster." As soon as he finished speaking, he aggressively prepared to strike him with a blow. It was just that before he could act, someone punched him in the face. The one who acted was Zhang Hao. In his hand, he also had an unconscious Special Forces soldier. He reached out to pull Han Feng up, his eyes full of suspicion. "Is this a feint? You were acting like you were crazy just now. Could it be a loss of control?" While he was suspicious, movement erupted from the other side. He hurriedly pulled the person away. Jiang Yaoxu's group had chased up. He looked around and suggested everyone carefully regroup, with the three soldiers first. However, not long after, he saw two soldiers lying in a pool of blood. They were clearly dead. At this moment, someone asked again, "Where is the other soldier?" Another person shook his head and said, "Can't find him. It's likely bad news. Tai Vo has frozen to death. Only Tai Van and the people in the car survived." Someone asked Jiang Yaoxu what to do next. He thought for a moment before speaking. "The soldiers are all dead. We don't know the location of the headquarters either. The plan has failed." They had no choice but to return empty-handed. Sometime later in a room, a fireplace was flickering. Han Feng suddenly woke up from his daze and shouted, "Grenade!" But when he calmly looked around, he frowned and muttered, "I'm not dead. Where is this place now?" A low voice rang out again. "Are you back to normal yet?" He was startled and turned his head. He pouted and asked, "Back to normal what? Aren't we in the basement? How did we get here? And where are the wounds on my body?" Zheng Hao heard this and said coldly, "You don't even know. How would I know? But I have some clues about the plan of that Jiang guy. Specifically, let him tell you himself." Saying that, he pointed at the Special Forces soldier tied to the chair. He raised an eyebrow and ordered the soldier, "You just said you were sent by the base to trade with Jiang Yaoxu." "Trade what?" The soldier replied, trembling. "Use weapons and food to exchange for the residents here." Hearing this, Han Feng asked again suspiciously, "What are they exchanging them over there for?" The guy continued to answer, "To help build the base." Han Feng's brows furrowed tighter the more he heard. "In this situation, instead of reducing the population, they are expanding the labor force. You can't treat us like idiots and mess with us." The guy looked at him in fear, trembling as he said, "It's all to rebuild civilization, to save humanity. In short, what we're doing isn't a bad thing." But no sooner had he finished speaking than one of his fingers was snapped by Zhang Hao. He let out a cold snort. "What happens if you guys don't complete the mission?" The guy was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. He gritted his teeth and said, "The base will send more people." Zhang Hao leaned close to his ear, asking in a cold voice, "Will superpowered people come?" Immediately, the guy's face became panicked. He avoided his gaze, shook his head, and said, "What superpowered people? I don't understand." Han Feng frowned in thought. Judging from the soldier's attitude, one couldn't rule out the possibility that the base had superpowered people. But looking at what the base was doing, if there were superpowered people, the possibility that they were enemies was much greater. But this Li Zhanghao is truly too ruthless. He killed without saying a word. Han Feng frowned and looked at him. "It's not necessary to kill him now, is it?" He refused to comment, asking coldly, "Do you believe the bullshit about saving people that he said? Don't be delusional anymore. That's just a new force. Who knows what they're planning to do now? Either destroy them or just leave this place to find a shelter." Hearing this, Han Feng nodded. "I'll go back and discuss it with everyone." After leaving Zhang Hao's room, Han Feng carefully walked to where he wanted to go. He walked while thinking, that Li Zhanghao is unfathomable. Who knows what his people will do? If what that Special Forces soldier said was true, going outside to find a base might be the safest choice. A moment later, he walked to the basement. He was trying to find something. He remembered there were several military vehicles and large bulldozers here. But at this moment, he couldn't find them anymore. While he was searching, he discovered someone walking toward him. But when he poked his head out to look, there was no one there. This was a decoy. Someone behind him attacked suddenly. He hurriedly activated the light energy in his hands. He directly raised his hand to block the incoming attack. He couldn't help but frown. It didn't hurt at all. He didn't expect the blue light and purple light to be so effective when appearing at the same time. While the two were struggling, a voice suddenly rang out. "Stop, we're all family." Following the shout, a flashlight beam also shone over. The person who arrived was actually Zai Yi. The group gathered in one place. Han Feng recounted everything to everyone. "That's how it is. That's why I came back here to find a way to leave the residential area." Zai Yi heard this and felt indignant. That Jiang Yaoxu is truly a beast, daring to use residents to exchange for supplies. Zhai Yan hesitated and said, "But if we can take the residents to a place where they can survive, it's not necessarily a bad thing." Han Feng shook his head and replied, "Helping to build the base is just one side of the soldier's story. If it really were a good thing, that Jiang Gai and his accomplices would have run off to escape disaster early. Would they still need armed escort? Moreover, there are many things the base can't explain. In short, we can't completely disbelieve what they say, but we also can't believe it all. Whether there's even a base is still unknown." Zai Yi continued to ask, "So what if people really come?" Han Feng replied calmly, "That's a matter for later. If we can't find a means of transport, we have no way out. I'll leave it to you all." Zai Yi nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll go check if there are any usable tools in those two vehicles." Zhai Yan also went to the back to check. Han Feng looked for several vehicles, but the keys had all been removed. While he was in despair, Zai Yi's surprised voice rang out. "Hey kid, come over here quickly. Oh my God, look at all these weapons." Han Feng quickly ran over. Sure enough, he saw a vehicle full of weapons. He looked at Zai Yi. "Ask your level 2 kid to come over and clean these up. We'll definitely need them." Zai Yi nodded. "Good idea." Han Feng examined the vehicle in front of him. It had been melted like this. It was probably his doing. Zai Yi was about to call the little evil king over when he saw two girls standing in front of a large curtain. He muttered suspiciously, "What are those two doing?" Han Feng also looked in that direction. Thinking for a moment, he suggested, "Let's go over and take a look." Very quickly, the four gathered in one spot. Looking at the thing in front of them, Han Feng asked suspiciously, "Why is there such a large cloth cover?" Zhai Yan also spoke up. "There seems to be some sound behind it." Han Feng glanced at the little evil king and asked, "Do you have a brighter flashlight?" She nodded slightly and took a flashlight out from her space. Han Feng and Zai Yi stood on both sides of the cloth, then counted down to pull it down. The moment the screen was removed, the thing inside was revealed. The expressions of the four immediately turned serious. In front of them was a tunnel that led to who knows where. At this moment, Han Feng could definitely say, a base really exists. Han Feng used the flashlight to shine into the tunnel in front, thinking, to be able to secretly dig such a large tunnel under the residential area, I'm afraid these people are not simple at all. He recalled what that person said earlier, worried. If what the soldier said is just the tip of the iceberg, then our residential area is too unsafe. Zai Yi looked ahead and shouted, "Everyone look over there." Han Feng watched Brother Li reach out to touch the pipe and said, "It looks like this is the drainage pipe of this residential area." He immediately reached out to grab the evil king's hair and stopped her. "It's dangerous. Don't go in." Seeing the little girl listen, Zai Yi shouted, "Kid, stop right there." Han Feng turned around and quickly left this tunnel. "Let's go. Let's head back first." Inside the room, the evil king opened her bag, revealing tools on the table, and asked, "Besides these, what else do you think we need to prepare?" Han Feng turned his head to look at the girl, suggesting, "Along with the weapons, these are enough. Right, give me some seeds, food, and a large piece of raw meat." The evil king gave the gun and ammo clip to Zai Yi, asking softly, "And other things?" He reached out and grabbed a coat, saying, "It's enough. This time we're just going to scout the road. If an emergency arises, we'll return immediately." Han Feng looked at the girl and smiled slightly, thinking, this high school girl is getting better and better at using her ability. Now she can easily and accurately find items in the space. Before leaving, he looked at the evil king and Zhai Yan and warned, "This room is quite empty. No one will come here for a short time. You two wait for us here. I've reinforced the firewall. Even if discovered, it can't be broken through in a short time." Han Feng gripped the backpack straps. Seeing the two of them still standing and watching, he urged softly, "It's not safe to stay out for long. You all go back to your room." The evil king watched the two figures fade away in silence. Her two lenses flashed with light, Rest assured. The girl reached out and pushed her glasses up. The evil king's eyes will protect his apostles. Jia Yan was startled and exclaimed. On the other side, Han Feng stepped down the stairs, pondering the current situation. The threat we face doesn't just come from Jiang Yaoxu, but could also come from the tunnel. He used the flashlight to shine forward, thinking, if the residential area is no longer safe, why not try to find another survival point through that tunnel? Han Feng and Zai Yi stood straight in front of the tunnel entrance. Anyway, let's examine it first. Brother Li's voice echoed through the entire tunnel. I thought it would be warmer underground. It's just as cold as it is above. Han Feng raised the shovel and said, it's all turned to ice. I wonder how they constructed this. Zai Yi raised his head and shone the light forward, shouting, let's go forward and see. 15 minutes later, he and Brother Li crawled up the high tunnel together. 30 minutes later, Han Feng looked at the sewer pipe leading outside and shouted, it's really connected everywhere in here. 1 hour later, he and Zai Yi reached the end of the tunnel. Seeing a manhole cover, they immediately climbed up. Brother Li used all his strength to push it upward, shouting, this manhole cover seems to be weighed down by accumulated snow. There's not even a sign of it moving. Zai Yi had no choice but to climb down, looking around and asking, we're currently wandering underground and have lost our orientation. Where does this place lead to? Han Feng next to him used the flashlight to shine forward and replied, according to the distribution of the water pipes, this side seems to be the residential area, and this side. The two walked quickly forward, constantly shining their lights around to search. Suddenly, Brother Li, running in front, gave a loud shout. Look there, this is. Han Feng quickly moved to his side. Zai Yi exclaimed with joy, the water pipe distribution map. Brother Li leaned close to the map and spoke. We walked for half a day. Turns out we are in the basement near the residential area, and lying right in front is the gymnasium. Suddenly he heard engine noise, so he immediately held his finger up straight, saying, hurry up and turn off the headlamps. Outside the tunnel, 2 cars were driving in from the outside. Those 2 vehicles quickly glided past where Han Feng and Zai Yi were standing. Inside, the 2 didn't dare make a sound, freezing in place. After the 2 vehicles went far away, Han Feng and Zai Yi dared to grope their way closer. Brother Li poked his head out to look in that direction, speculating. Those vehicles seemed to be heading toward the Han Than residential area. He listened and added, they look like military trucks. They are probably the accomplices of the 3 soldiers in our residential area. Zai Yi wrinkled his brow and said, in other words, these jeeps are also used to transport personnel to repair that base. Han Feng reached out to adjust the flashlight on his head and continued. Following them, we'll definitely find out, but following like this, it's very easy to be discovered. Brother Li heard this and immediately waved his hand, confidently saying, no need to follow those cars. I have a back door. Afterwards, Zai Yi led him to a vertical ladder and recounted. A year ago, an old lady in the Han Cheng residential area fell into a sewer in their area, and I rescued her from right here. He heard this and asked skeptically, you still remember the exact location from a year ago that clearly? Brother Li reached out to grab the ladder rung, raised an eyebrow, and boasted. That goes without saying. My memory is quite good. Back in high school, I was a straight-A student, you know. Just as they reached the top, Zai Yi reached out to lift the manhole cover but was startled and shouted, it's frozen shut. Seeing this, Han Feng could only sigh. How about we head forward to see if there's another one? Brother Li turned to look at him and said, there might be a slight deviation. Let's head forward and see. After that, Zai Yi kept changing to a few different spots, but in the end, not a single manhole cover would open. Open up, damn it! He slightly curled his lip and asked, how many spots have you tried? Is this actually going to work? Just as Brother Li was about to cry, the manhole cover finally budged. It's open. Zai Yi immediately poked his head out, carefully observing the surroundings. At the Han Cheng residential area in the underground parking garage, Brother Li reached out to help Han Feng up, arrogantly saying, look at me. I told you we should have cleared this place out earlier. Let's go find old Wang's grandson later. He immediately brought a finger to his lips, whispering a reminder, keep it down. After that, Han Feng and Zai Yi hunched over and quickly moved forward. Suddenly, he glanced toward one side and froze. Han Feng looked at the corpse lying on the ground in front of them and said, it seems like a fight happened over here too. The 2 immediately walked over and hid behind a car next to the corpse. On the other side, that group of people was constantly digging and destroying the wall. In front, a soldier clutching a rifle cursed loudly, called here to guard this place before the tunnel is finished. This dump doesn't even have a decent meal. Another soldier sighed, who told us to be the assault team. Han Feng was secretly pondering in his heart. It seems the residents in this residential area are likely under the control of these soldiers. Suddenly he startled and froze, turning his head to look and asked, "It feels like the ground beneath us is shaking." Zayi immediately pointed to one side. "Look over there, kid." Immediately after, those two soldiers raised their hands to shoo people away. "Get out of my way. The tunnel is about to open." Before everyone there could even clear out, the wall in front immediately developed large cracks. Next, with a loud bang, the wall in front shattered into many pieces. From inside, Bao Bao's eyes flashed with a blue light as he exerted his strength to punch forward powerfully. Zayi behind him was startled and asked, "Is this big guy human or a monster?" Han Feng also widened his eyes and thought to himself, "No wonder there's such a large tunnel here, and yet our own residential area hasn't felt a single thing." He looked at the wall that Bao Bao had opened and shouted, "Staying here is too dangerous. If we get discovered, we're done for." On the other side, he drooled as he looked at the soldiers nearby, asking, "Hey, where's my snack?" That person bowed his head and replied coldly, "The tunnel hasn't been cleared yet, so there's no snack." Hearing this, Bao Bao went insane, grinding his teeth loudly, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He exerted strength to punch the floor powerfully, roaring, "I want to eat." Han Feng and Zayi were startled, looking at the water stains on the floor along with the soldiers shouting, "Stop, you damn fatty." He reached out to push Brother Li forward, yelling, "Retreat." Han Feng and Zayi hunched over and quickly fled forward. Suddenly, Brother Li tilted his head and inhaled a breath of the dusty air. Afterward, Zayi couldn't help but let out a massive sneeze. Han Feng behind him stiffened in place, his eyes nearly popping out of his sockets. The soldiers over there immediately noticed the two. They shouted, "Catch those two." Zayi closed his eyes and ran quickly forward, pleading, "Kid, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it just now." Han Feng shouted urgently from behind, "Stop spouting nonsense, run faster." Suddenly, he saw Bao Bao clenching his two fists and slamming them into the wall to chase after them quickly. That fatty actually caught up already. After that, his eyes flashed with a blue light, and he exerted strength to smash the floor, causing it to shatter into pieces. Zayu was pinned beneath the rubble, letting out a painful moan. Han Feng quickly helped Brother Li stand up, yelling, "Brother, you run, I'll stay back and stop him." Zayi startled and quickly agreed. He quickly gathered his purple-colored ability in his hand, thinking to himself, "Now's the time." Han Feng slammed both hands onto the floor, using his purple ability to cover the ground. Behind him, Bao Bao raised his foot and stepped onto the ground covered by his ability. Immediately after, his entire body instantly sank deep, only able to let out a confused cry. Bao Bao went crazy, raising his two fists to constantly use his ability to devour Han Feng's ability acting on the floor. "Brat, you really are an ability user too, if I catch you." He opened his mouth wide and roared forward, "My foot." Next, Bao Bao pressed his hand powerfully onto the ground, constantly channeling his ability. After a while, the wound on his foot had healed. Bao Bao's face was ferocious as he squared off with Han Feng. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." His forehead was covered in cold sweat, trembling and unable to hold on much longer. Oh no, he's trying to break out. Zayi turned his head and saw Han Feng gradually losing strength. Damn, this kid is in danger. Next, Brother Li's eyes were immediately drawn to a metal bar nearby. Over there, Han Feng was carefully monitoring every small move of Bao Bao, pondering. His strength seems to be diminishing. If I push a bit more, I might be able to pin him down completely. Immediately after, he startled and widened his eyes as he saw Zayi rushing toward the opposite side. Brother Li raised the metal bar high and brought it down forcefully. "Kid, I'm here to help you." After that, Zayi used all his might to land a blow, as if it were from heaven. Bao Bao was hit square on the head and became extremely enraged, gritting his teeth as he stared fixedly at Brother Li. Han Feng behind him stood frozen in place, his mouth open wide enough to fit a chicken egg. His face turned pitch black, his eyes flashing with a frenzied light. "I'm going to kill all of you." Han Feng saw Bao Bao going insane and turned to flee. Zayi also quickly followed behind him. He used all the strength he had to run while frantically asking, "Didn't I tell you to run?" Brother Li replied loudly, "How could I become a deserter when you're the one fighting?" Immediately after, the tunnel collapsed and turned into a chaotic mess. The dust and smoke beneath gradually cleared. A coughing sound rang out. Han Feng reached out to support Zayi, asking, "How are you? Are you hurt?" Brother Li lowered his head and sighed. "Finally escaped that fatty." Zayi turned to look at the passageway behind them blocked by rubble, saying, "But he won't suddenly appear from beneath those rocks, will he?" He heard this, covered his mouth, and exclaimed, "Looking at his demeanor, although it won't be easy to escape in the short term, we must leave here as soon as possible." Han Feng looked toward the opposite side and replied, but we have to determine our approximate location first. Zaya patted his chest, guaranteeing, "Rest assured, kid, as for a sense of direction, I'm number one." Brother Lee pointed at his head and boasted, "I had already memorized the layout map long ago, so just leave the navigation to me." After that, Zaya turned and led the way forward. "This way, it's this way. Follow me, kid." 10 minutes later, Brother Lee pointed at a spot and shouted, "Look, this is the water pipe system for our residential area. It must be this way." 20 minutes later, Zaya pointed forward and shouted, "Look, kid, there are more and more pipes. Up ahead is our residential area." 40 minutes later, Brother Lee held his chest and looked up at the sky, muttering, "Strange. I remember passing this spot already, don't I?" Han Feng glanced at the wind blowing past and thought to himself, "There's wind." He pointed forward and thought, "It's blowing from this direction." Zaya behind him asked in surprise, "Where are you going, kid?" As they moved forward a bit, Brother Lee exclaimed in surprise, "This is—" Han Feng looked up. "The wind just now seems to be blowing from high above. Furthermore, there's light up ahead. It might be possible to get out through there." He used his flashlight to point straight into the space above. Zaya immediately moved to the front and shouted, "If that's the case, then what are we waiting for?" Brother Lee reached out to grab the cliff wall and crawled upward. "Watch your step, kid. These things are very slippery." Zaya crawled up to look outside and shouted, "Look, kid, the snow is less now." Han Feng followed and crawled up, asking in surprise, "Has the outside world really turned into this?" The buildings outside were all frozen solid. After that, Zaya immediately jumped outside. Brother Lee turned to look behind and shouted, "The snow here has hardened. Hurry down, kid." Han Feng stood still, pointing toward the high tower, and yelled, "Wait, that high building looks like the Ting Feng Tower." He squatted down, sighed, and said, "Ting Feng Tower is the tallest building within a 5 km radius to the north of our residential area." Han Feng's voice added, "That also means we've been walking in the wrong direction just now." Han Feng pointed at a rock next to an ice formation and said, "Happy Residential Area is located within the 3rd Ring Road in the south of Hanchuan City. And now, we are almost at the 4th Ring Road in the north of the city." He exhaled and continued, "With the current situation, the only way to return to the residential area is to walk on the ground. We need to cross a relatively high terrain in the Jiangshan area before we can get back." Han Feng looked up at Ziyi and said, "Based on the current situation, it's estimated that we probably can't reach our destination today." Brother Lee beamed with a smile and shouted, "Rest assured, kid. Once we reach the Jiangshan area, I have connections everywhere. When we get there, I'll take you to eat, play, and rest a while, then we'll continue on our journey." Zaya marched forward boldly and shouted, "I used to walk this icy, snowy road all the time. It's not as troublesome as you think." Just then, Brother Lee let out a cry, tripped, and fell. Han Feng smiled slightly and reached out to help Brother Lee up. "Brother, let's walk slowly. I feel like this snow is quite slippery." He looked up at the sky and thought to himself, "The snow is falling thicker and thicker. Looks like I need to find a place to stay overnight." Beneath the blanket of white snow, the two continued to forge ahead. Zaya looked straight ahead, encouraging, "Brother, we're only 3 km away from the Jiangshan area now." Brother Lee used his stick to support himself on the ice, shouting, "Just need to push on for about another hour and we'll arrive." After a while, Han Feng's teeth began to chatter. He hugged his chest with both arms, shivering. "The snow is falling thicker and thicker. We have to hurry, otherwise we might actually freeze to death." Brother Lee beside him also shivered like crazy and replied, "No, no way, right? We have all the necessary preparations." Suddenly, the two were startled and looked ahead. In front were 2 corpses frozen solid. The two looked up and stared fixedly at those 2 corpses. After searching, Han Feng looked at the equipment on the ground and shouted, "Looks like there's no food." Relying on their outdoor equipment, they had no choice but to go out looking for supplies, then suddenly encountered a blizzard. Afterward, unable to find suitable shelter, they froze to death. Zaya looked toward him and asked, "Kid, this blizzard is too big. Let's rest one night at the Jiangshan Villa area before continuing." Brother Lee added, full of worry, "Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll really freeze to death out here." Han Feng stood up, wiped his forehead, and agreed. "All right then, let's go quickly." The two immediately headed toward the villa area ahead. They used their headlamps to illuminate those villas. Han Feng looked up. "This Jiangshan Villa area hasn't been swallowed by the deep snow. I wonder how the people inside are doing." Han Feng and his companion got closer and saw each villa frozen over. Zaya looked at 2 figures in the distance and shouted, "There are people coming." Han Feng smiled slightly, pointed that way, and asked, "Isn't this the acquaintance you mentioned?" Brother Lee scratched his head and stammered, "Possibly." Zaya ran quickly toward that side. "Kid, wait for me here while I go over and ask." Han Feng called out from behind. Hey, wait. He wrinkled his brow and cursed to himself. Idiot. Two people suddenly appearing at a time like this. This isn't anything good. Suddenly, Han Feng startled and widened his eyes. Crap. Shizai pointed his gun at him and yelled, Stand still. This is a robbery. Ziyu was being controlled by Angi, who pointed a gun at his head. Brother. Han Feng reached back to pull out his own gun. Then immediately, Shizai fired a shot right next to his feet. He opened his mouth wide and shouted threateningly, Don't move, be honest with me. Angi beside him yelled loudly, You idiot, if you shoot and injure him, you'll be the one carrying him up the mountain. Shizai shouted upon hearing that. I don't see him being quiet, it looks like he's hiding something. He pointed his gun toward Han Feng and shouted, Whatever you have, take it out now. He let him point the gun at his head, thinking to himself, If I attack back with gunfire now, my healing ability might be able to withstand a bullet. Han Feng glanced toward Ziyi, but Brother Li would surely die. Immediately after, the four of them simultaneously headed toward the top of the mountain. Ngi walked behind and asked skeptically, I wonder why people are still wandering around at a time like this. Turns out they have a gun. Shizai turned his head to look and replied, Luckily I was careful, otherwise we might have fallen into this brat's hands. Han Feng feigned kindness and begged, Our supplies have all been robbed by you guys, why don't you just let us go? He turned to look and roared, Shut your mouth, those things are useless. Of course we have a reason for catching you guys. Ziyi asked suspiciously, Kid, what does he mean by that? He wrinkled his brow and said, I don't know. Han Feng whispered his guess. Maybe they want to use us as food storage. Brother Li heard this and jumped up. Kid, don't scare me like that. He glanced around. But on the contrary, this really is a good place. Han Feng glanced toward the distant city and thought. Basically, you can see the entire metropolitan area of Hanchuan City. Shizai used a remote to open the gate of a villa. Han Feng saw this and thought in surprise, There's electricity here? Wait a minute. The city is suffering from power outages, so this place shouldn't have power. There must be a generator or something. He looked around and thought, These villas look like they were just completed. Immediately after, Han Feng and his companion widened their eyes in surprise. He looked at the villa under construction nearby and shouted, It's still just a construction project. How could just the two of them manage all this? His eyebrows raised as he thought to himself, If I can kill them and seize this place, with my ability and the high school girl, we could turn this place into a fortress. Ngi saw that and waved his hand to strike Han Feng's head, asking, What are you laughing so stupidly at? His voice rang out, giving instructions. Hurry up and finish digging this place for me. Ngi pointed there and shouted, After you're done, not only will we let you go, but we'll even give you supplies. Han Feng clenched his fist and asked, Really? Ngi confirmed, Of course it's true, but don't play any tricks, otherwise I won't show any mercy. Immediately after, Ngi walked toward the villa. Shizai, keep an eye on them. I'm going to take a rest for a while. He quickly agreed. All right, brother Ngi. Shizai saw the door close and muttered to himself, Enjoying yourself alone, only knowing how to order me around. He pointed his gun at the two and shouted, Hurry up and work, otherwise I'll shoot you both right now. Han Feng feigned pity and said, Big brother, we're handcuffed. Shizai pointed his gun straight at him and yelled, Just do it, talk less, damn you. The shovel exerted strength to dig powerfully into the ground. Han Feng and Ziyi constantly dug and threw the dirt away. Ziyi turned to look and asked, Kid, will they really let us go once we're done? He heard this, bowed his head and replied, I don't know, let's just do it first. Immediately after, Han Feng glanced at a pile of snow next to the car and was suspicious. That over there is. Inside the pile of snow were corpses frozen solid. A hand reached out from inside the pile of snow. Han Feng and Ziyi were busy working in the pit. Snow fell, covering everything. Suddenly, he saw something strange. Hey, Brother Li, look over there. Brother Li looked in that direction, curiously asking, What is it? As soon as he saw clearly what it was, Ziyi's face turned pale as if his soul was about to fly to heaven. It's a corpse. Han Feng hurried to cover the other person's mouth and hissed softly, Quiet, don't shout. Brother Li lowered his voice and whispered seriously, Kid, what's going on? Is it possible that they are the ones who killed all these people? He furrowed his brow and muttered, Very likely. That's why we can't just sit and wait for death. Otherwise, we'll end up in that same pile. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Han Feng leaned close to Ziyi's ear and whispered, Brother Li, I have a way. A moment later, when the guard was sitting and resting on the porch, an argument and scuffle broke out, attracting his attention. Damn you, damn you. Ziyi and Han Feng were deliberately creating an argument back and forth. I already shoveled it. Why are you still shoveling right next to me? It's my business. I feel like doing it. The guard walked over, pointing a gun at them, warning, What are you making so much noise for? He hadn't finished acting yet. You say something. I helped him shovel the dirt, but he's still blaming me. Brother Lee also cooperated. I'm the one who's digging, you damn brat talking nonsense. The two continued to act out their conflict, arguing and neither giving way. Hey, want a fight? You think I'm scared of you? As for him, he stopped caring, turned and left, only reminding, argue as much as you want, but it must be done before the sun sets. Both of their pairs of eyes glanced toward the guard, looking for an opportunity. While he wasn't looking, a shovel was raised high. As for the guard, he kept grumbling, if it's not finished before the deadline, I'll shoot both of you dead. In the thick, swirling snow and howling wind, a thud rang out, standing out in the cold of the dark night. A while later, in a room warmed by a fireplace, a little brat was lying comfortably in a chair reading a book. Not sure what he was watching, but he was blushing, laughing stupidly and drooling. Suddenly, a black gun barrel appeared and pointed straight at the brat's face, causing him to freeze. Not sure when, Zai Yi and Han Feng were already in the room. The iron cuffs had been removed, and they were holding guns with a hidden, mischievous smile. After a moment of chaos, those two had been handcuffed and were kneeling on the ground, their faces as limp as soggy rice paper. He used a flashlight to interrogate them. So you mean you're here because you were collecting debts? Zaya pointed outside. Did you guys kill the bodies outside there? They were scared and hurriedly denied. Heaven and earth are my witness. It has nothing to do with us. That's right, we don't know anything. Suddenly, Han Feng changed his attitude, wearing a light smile. So that's how it is. Those people outside weren't killed by you. Those two quickly confirmed. Right, truly it wasn't. How could we possibly do something like that? He put the gun away into his jacket to show he was lowering his defenses. Seems like you guys aren't really dangerous criminals. Their expressions gradually brightened upon hearing Han Feng say, if that's the case, then you guys can go. This expression made Zaya curious, leaning in to whisper, Kid, are you believing them? Are you really going to let them go? He wore a scheming smile, as if hiding a clever thought in his head. Of course. Sure enough, after that, those two had been set free, but the clothes on their bodies had been stripped bare, shivering as they walked on the snow. It's so cold. Behind him, Han Feng stood inside the house and waved to them. Hurry back inside and put on some clothes, otherwise you'll catch a cold. Seeing this, Brother Lee cursed inwardly, you're the real devil. Once everything was settled, Zaya turned and asked, what should we do next? Han Feng pulled out his gun to prepare, glancing at his foolish teammate. Do you even have to ask? Naturally, we need to head back as soon as possible. Han Feng's expression was serious. I had originally planned to enter the tunnel to scout before heading out, but I didn't expect these unexpected events to delay us for so long. I don't even know what the situation is like in the residential complex now. Amidst the thick falling snow and strong winds, his prayer echoed. I hope they are still safe and sound. Scene shift to the city. High-rise buildings were capped with a thick layer of snow. Everything was blanketed in a cold, stark white. Inside the room, 3 people sat waiting. Jia Yan spoke first. They've been in there for so long and still haven't returned. Could something have happened? The evil king comforted her. Don't worry, Han Feng is an apostle chosen by the true evil eye. He won't die that easily. Zheng Hao let out a sigh. Although he was anxious, he tried to remain calm. Now, instead of worrying about them, we should worry about our own situation. How can you be so completely unconcerned? After Han Feng entered, a troop of soldiers emerged from the tunnel. Among them was a terrifying guy capable of manipulating the earth. Jiang Yaoxu seemed to have a good relationship with this troop. So now everyone in the residential complex obeyed their orders absolutely. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, tucked it into his lips, and continued. We have now become the common enemy of the entire complex. Therefore, I need to understand the situation clearly. Jiang Yaoxu is probably mobilizing everyone to search for us right now. Zheng Hao lit his cigarette, his tone laced with sarcasm. Those apartment owners are truly stupid. They actually think the army came here to save them. I'm afraid they won't even know how they were sold out by the time they die. The evil king couldn't sit still, her fingers tapping incessantly on the keyboard. Truth or lies don't matter anymore. Even if they are suspicious, they can't do anything about it. Choosing to submit just increases their chances of survival. The little girl mumbled dizzily. Humans are just that kind of creature. Having said that, the evil king couldn't fight off her sleepiness and quickly closed her eyes, slumping over. Jia Yan saw this and draped a coat over her. Thur, you'll catch a cold if you sleep without a blanket. Zheng Hao lost interest, stood up, and turned to leave. He muttered inwardly, these 2 vases are truly troublesome. He walked to the window of the room, hands in his pockets, standing in silent contemplation. His scruffy, bearded face was clearly reflected on the glass. A question appeared in Zheng Hao's mind. is choosing to submit the only way. His mind drifted back to the past, when he was still a young boxer. Back then, his opponent was on the offensive, raining down blows that forced him to dodge repeatedly. His coach stood outside, angrily shouting instructions. "Dodge, damn you! What did I teach you? I didn't teach you to stand there and take a beating." Caught off guard, Zheng Hao took a direct punch to the jaw. His mouthguard flew out. He lay flat on the ring floor. His opponent stood nearby while the referee counted down the seconds. The coach was frantically yelling, his hands pounding against the edge of the ring. "Get up and keep fighting. I poured so much effort into you. Do you want to go back to your old life? Stand up. You have no right to stay down." The memory faded like the spent cigarette. He crushed hard against the glass. Zheng Hao turned to Jia Yan and the evil king. "Hey, get ready to move. They are checking every single house. Staying in one place for too long will be very dangerous." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound suddenly erupted outside, catching their attention. The door was kicked open with brute force. White smoke billowed in. The three people in the room were stunned. The little girl was also woken up by the commotion and stared at the scene. The uncle was still temporarily in shock. "We were discovered so quickly." The evil king rubbed her eyes, stammering, not understanding what was happening, and asked sleepily, "Is it time for dinner yet?" A huge hand gripped the wall. A terrifying face dripping with drool crawled in. "I smell living humans. There really are people here." Scene shift to somewhere else. Iron canisters were stacked neatly into crates. An inspector's voice rang out, "No problems here." Workers were loading the approved crates onto 2 trucks, following instructions from above. "Pack everything else up." "Understood." In a nearby room, a subordinate's report sounded. "Reporting, sir. The head count is complete. There are a total of 97 refugees and 126 boxes of emergency rations." The officer sat with his legs crossed. After hearing this, he praised, "Good, load everything onto the trucks and take them back to the base." His subordinate immediately received the order. "Yes, sir." Next, the officer glanced at the person beside him, pipe in mouth, signaling for the other to present the situation. "All right, continue your story. Where are the 3 members of the advance team we sent there currently?" Jiang Yaoxu sat up straight and began. "This really has nothing to do with me. They were killed by a man named Han Feng." Hearing this, the officer naturally didn't rush to believe it, posing a question. "What kind of person could kill 3 special forces soldiers? Even if you're lying, you should find a more reasonable excuse." He hurriedly wanted to prove himself, his face twisting with certainty. "He definitely has superpowers. Many of us have witnessed him melting metal with some kind of purple light." Jiang Yaoxu was so anxious he jumped up, his words becoming increasingly chaotic. "I followed your instructions and prepared plenty of sausages. All those things used people." The officer signaled for silence, reminding him of his choice of words. "Some things shouldn't be said so carelessly." It was freezing, but Jiang Yaoxu still broke into a cold sweat from anxiety. He tried to calm himself down. "In short, I have no way back now, so I have no reason to lie to you." The officer stood up and placed a hand on his shoulder, replying, "Since you've provided us with so many emergency rations, you've long since become one of our own. Besides, I don't go around killing my own people." The light shining from below made his face look even more terrifying. "I will send people to find Han Feng, and then we will confront him directly to clarify things. I hope you aren't lying." At the room where the other 3 were hiding, Big Bill appeared with a hungry look. "I smell the scent of the living here. There really are people." He opened his drooling mouth and asked, "Which one of you is Han Feng?" Before Big Bill's hand could reach out, the evil king was unexpectedly pulled backward by a force. Zheng Hao stood up to shield the 2 girls. "Stay back from him a bit. There's something wrong with this guy." His expression was serious. Drops of nervous sweat ran down his face, and his breathing was labored. He hadn't just destroyed the door that Han Feng had reinforced. Zheng Hao's intuition was clearly not to be trifled with. Moreover, the guy was emitting a breath like a wild beast, not human at all. He backed away, preparing to act first. His arm swung hard, striking the window pane. Years of combat experience told him that this guy was extremely dangerous. He had to run away quickly, but the expected shattering of the glass didn't happen. Instead, Zheng Hao's wrist bone fractured. He clutched his arm, gritting his teeth in pain. "Why is the glass so hard?" The little girl standing nearby spoke. "The glass has also been reinforced by Han Feng." Zheng Hao turned back, determined to handle this alone. "I'll stop him. You all take the chance to run away." Who would have guessed that just after they saw Jia Yan stepping in front of Big Build? She asked politely and cautiously, "There is no one named Han Feng here. Perhaps you have come to the wrong place." Facing his confusion, he actually turned around and left silently. "Turns out I came to the wrong place. Sorry to bother you. Nurse Jin breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had just completed a major mission. Who would have guessed that upon stepping outside and seeing the room number, Big Build stopped, realizing it was 1804. I didn't go to the wrong place. He turned back with irrepressible rage, shouting as if he had been betrayed. You liars. His massive body pressed down on the floor, leaving an indentation. A powerful force radiated out. If Han Feng doesn't come out, you'll all die. Zheng Hao's bandaged hand gripped the window railing, which had shattered due to Big Build's force. He grabbed the evil king and Jia Yan with both hands. Let's go. After that, both of them were thrown out of the room by Zheng Hao with all his might. Watching Zheng Hao left alone to fight Big Build, Nurse Jin screamed in panic amidst the snow and howling wind. Brother Li. After sorting out the two girls, just as Zheng Hao turned around, Big Build had approached from out of nowhere. His large, powerful arms were raised high. I hate nothing more than. Then the room emitted a powerful blast. A roar resounded. Then dishonest people. The cold wind outside continued to howl. Snow fell thickly in a white layer, covering the roof. At this time, Han Feng and Zai Yi were moving on skis, crossing the frozen ice mounds. Their feet were inserted into 2 loops of rope, making the movement safer and easier. He leaned and slid along, enthusiastically praising Zai Yi's idea. Brother Li, you actually thought to craft skis. I really underestimated you. They left the large house on the cliffside. Brother Li's voice explained. I've negotiated billion-dollar contracts and often accompanied clients to ski resorts. Very quickly after that, they returned to the Happiness residential complex. Footprints were imprinted on the snowy ground. Han Feng and Zai Yi struggled to wade through the thick snow. As he walked, he said, We're finally back. Let's find a window and sneak in. At that exact moment, a loud explosion erupted above the room that Han Feng had sealed. Jia Yan was thrown out the window. A roar resounded. I hate nothing more than dishonest people. The two standing below were stunned, not understanding what was happening. Just as she was floating in midair, the evil king quickly folded her hands to create a magic orb. She mumbled a spell. Following that, massive, soft-draped rolls of fabric appeared. They, along with the two girls, fell quickly, tearing through the cold wind and falling snow. When everyone landed, Zai Yi and Han Feng hurriedly jumped away, shouting, Dodge quickly, oh my God. Very luckily, although they fell from a considerable height, because the snow and soft fabric rolls acted as cushions, Jia Yan and the evil king were not in danger. Recognizing his teammates, he hurriedly jumped into the pit to find out the situation. Are you all okay? What happened? Nurse Jin was still trembling after the shock, trying to recount the event. Suddenly, a huge monster broke into the room wanting to catch you. Before she could finish, a large shadow suddenly appeared in the evil king's lenses, jumping down from the high window. He's coming again. No sooner had she spoken than a loud boom sounded next to their area. Snow was kicked high into the air. Han Feng was still bewildered. What is it this time? Suddenly a powerful pulling force hit him, making his face hit the ground. Jia Yan dragged Han Feng and the evil king and ran away quickly. She yelled worriedly, The monster is coming again. These words reached Big Build's ears, making him even more furious. I am a good baby. You are the monsters. He used his massive frame to chase the three of them. The little girl shouted very earnestly, Nurse Jin, hurry, he's about to catch up. Big sister, hurry. Jia Yan ran as hard as she could, complaining with difficulty. Run for yourselves. She carried the evil king on her back and urged him while running. Mr. Han, hurry up and think of something. The evil king followed on the side, agreeing. That's right, think of something. Entrusted with this important task, Han Feng panicked. What can I possibly think of? Behind them, Big Build was still chasing, his voice fearsome and droning. So hungry, I want snacks. I want to eat you. Hearing this, an idea suddenly appeared in Han Feng's head. That's it. He suddenly stopped, turned around to face him, and didn't forget to instruct the three. You all go first. I have a way to deal with him. After that, Han Feng pulled a cloth bag from inside his shirt. His glowing fist was slowly gathering momentum. Big baby. He swung his hand, throwing it hard forward, and shouted, Treat yourself to some snacks. It just so happened that Big Build was also in a squatting position. His mouth opened to catch the cloth bag precisely. He chewed drool and food crumbs smeared everywhere. The golden beans are delicious. Seeing this, Han Feng retracted his anger and smiled with relief. My hospitality wasn't thoughtful enough. And then, before he could celebrate, one side of Big Build's cheek suddenly bulged, causing him to freeze and choke. Then, from Big Build's mouth, a multitude of flourishing branches suddenly spewed out. Big Build's massive body trembled. Leaves grew from his throat, pointing straight out. He tried to grasp the bunch of leaves. Sharp prick marks were imprinted on his cheeks from the inside. After that, Big Build unexpectedly used his strength to pull all those plants out. Blood sprayed into the wind. His mouth was full of blood, his eyes bulging with rage. "Damn it, I'll smash you into pieces." But while he was struggling with the plants, the four of them had disappeared without him knowing. Big Build became even more furious, stomping hard on the snow. Cowards who only know how to run. Immediately after, powerful footsteps appeared, trampling heavily on the snow, accompanied by a command. "The first group follows me and pursues, the others block the perimeter." They were dressed in uniform, well-equipped, and dashed into the blizzard. Yes, the officer walked past his troops. With snow falling like this, they can't run far, so they can only hide in nearby buildings. He walked to stand in front of Big Build, looking at his current state, and couldn't help but wonder. "Why did you get injured like this?" Baby held the plant sprigs and reported. "It's because I ate the beans he threw, and this thing grew out of my mouth." The officer plucked a bean branch, interest surging. "Interesting. Getting this type of ability can solve the food problem in the short term." After that, he turned on his radio and spoke to the contact on the other end. "Bring the prisoner who was just captured down here." "Understood, Captain." At the room where the others were hiding. At this time, he finally asked to clarify the incident. "What on earth happened? Why isn't Li Zhanghao with us?" Jia Yan spoke up. "After you both left, a group of soldiers arrived. Jiang Yaoxu led the residents to surrender to them immediately." Nurse Jin guessed. "They must have heard about you from Jiang Yaoxu's mouth, so they sent that monster to find you." She specifically emphasized one thing. "That monster destroyed the door you reinforced extremely easily and then stormed inside." This left Han Feng extremely astonished. "What? Impossible. That door couldn't be blown open even with bombs." Jia Yan continued. "After that, Uncle Li stayed behind alone to buy time to save us. His fate is currently unknown." He fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere became colder. "The dead cannot return to life. Besides, we cannot let his sacrifice be in vain. We need to escape even more." But Nurse Jin immediately countered. "No, we haven't even found Uncle Li yet." The evil king was also determined not to leave the uncle behind. "We must go back and save him. He is definitely still alive." Zaya saw this and stood up, patting his shoulder. "They are right. As brothers, we must have integrity." At this time, Han Feng could only sigh. "It's not that I haven't thought of that. What I mean is..." But surviving when facing that kind of monster is the strange thing. A moment later, the officer's troop found Zhang Hao and brought him over. "Captain, the prisoner has been brought." He led the crowd while holding a loudspeaker, speaking to the surroundings. "Mr. Han, we have found an injured man who seems to be your friend. We have bandaged and treated his wounds." The officer directed his voice toward the high-rise building, speaking loudly on purpose. "I know you are nearby. We don't have any malicious intent. Everything that happened before was just a misunderstanding." On this side, Jia Yan, after hearing this, was eager to rush out. "Uncle is indeed alive. I must go save him." He tried to calm her. "Calm down, he is tricking us. Going out now is a death sentence." Zai also helped restrain Nurse Jin. "You're a woman, why do you have so much strength?" The evil king came to the window, looked down, and confirmed. "But the person on that side really is Uncle." The officer was still trying to use sweet words to persuade him. "Mr. Han, our organization needs talents like you. As long as you are willing to join, your wife, children, and brothers will all receive special treatment." Hearing this, the people in the room turned to look at Han Feng with the same question. "You have a wife and children." Han Feng's face blanked, denying immediately. "How could I?" Meanwhile, after a long while of psychological warfare without response, a silence blanketed the group. The officer couldn't help but feel strange, turning to ask Zhang Hao. "Your good brother doesn't care about your life or death at all." He let out a triumphant smile. "Actually, that kid and I have only known each other for a few days. So that's how it is." The officer then hit Zhang Hao on the head. "We only just met, and you risked your life to protect his wife and children, causing me to misunderstand." Zhang Hao, not afraid of trouble, added a piece of information. "Those two aren't his wife and children either. They also just met." This time he was so angry he kicked him down to the snowy floor, cursing. "Damn it! Wasted effort." The officer changed his persuasion tactic, turning on the loudspeaker to promise. "Mr. Han, you don't need to lose your life for a stranger you just met. You can choose as many women from our base as you like." This time he was tempted to jump down. "Surrendering doesn't sound too bad, right?" Zaya hurriedly blocked him. "Kid, we can't be lustful. Calm down." Jia Yan tried to pull him back. "He is tricking you. If you go out now, you'll definitely die." This chaotic scene left the evil king standing on the side feeling helpless. Not a single person here is reliable. After that, the little girl suddenly had an idea. "I have a way to save Uncle. Can everyone help?" The three stopped what they were doing, looking curious. "What way?" Below, the officer's thick military boots stomped hard on Uncle's casted, injured arm. He intentionally ground it. Hey, you tell me, why don't you answer even a single question in normal circumstances? This kid is quite cautious. Could it be because you don't look like good people? Zheng Hao still tried not to moan, his whole body trembling with pain. In this situation, there can't be enough food to feed so many people, but you are searching for residents everywhere. What on earth are you trying to do? The officer gave a devious smile. Saving human lives is our responsibility. Selfish bastards like you surely can't understand our noble spirit. Of course, he didn't believe it at all. Piss off, who are you trying to fool? The officer leaned closer to Zheng Hao, appearing sanctimonious. Anyway, you're about to die, so it's not like I can't tell you. After that, he asked in a casual tone. In the city now, which animal is the most abundant and can be eaten forever without running out? Zheng Hao's expression couldn't hide his horror. Blood flowed from his nose. So you are searching for residents too? The officer grabbed his hair with one hand and shoved the gun muzzle into his throat, his face terrifying. Only the living consume food. The dead become food. His hand gripped the gun tightly, preparing to pull the trigger and finish Zheng Hao. Right at that moment, someone suddenly shouted when seeing something falling from above. Look, there's something falling from above. When they saw the items clearly, they became excited. It's cigarettes, alcohol, and food. There's even vegetables and meat. Things I haven't seen since the freeze. Even Big Build had his attention drawn. All of it belongs to my good baby. The other soldiers also pushed each other, running over. No one is allowed to snatch this from me. Rice, it's rice. Watching his stupid subordinates losing their composure, the officer fired a shot into the air, trying to restore order. Don't mess around. Get back here, you bastards. He kept a clear head, vigilantly observing all directions. Once his soldiers were in chaos, they would surely launch a surprise attack. The officer's attention suddenly shifted to the room on the upper floor of the building. There, the layer of snow suddenly peeled away, revealing strange movements. Sure enough, immediately after, a conspicuous green bulldozer crashed through and lunged out of the building. Even more intense, it was Han Feng himself who was at the wheel. He looked reckless as he charged forward. Come and fight me. Thur recalled the image of herself back then, when she stood on the mountaintop sprinkling grass for the goats below and said, First, I spread attractive livestock feed from the air to lure the goats. Han Feng understood what she meant. He turned his head to explain to the others. It means throwing various foods and supplies from high up to cause chaos among the soldiers. Thur continued. Han Feng then attacks in the form of a giant steel monster to break up the herd, rescue the lost ones, and take us to that new house. He continued to translate. Basically, I'll take this opportunity to drive the vehicle straight into the crowd, rescue Li Zhenghao, and escape together. Ziyi expressed, That's a good idea. Jia Yan asked curiously, Why don't I understand what you're saying? Han Feng then put on a smug face and said, You'll get used to it if you listen more. Right at this moment, Thur pointed forward and said, Based on the Evil Eye's instructions, everyone start the action. Han Feng stepped forward. He grabbed the tip of her witch hat and said, Wait, before we talk about how crude your plan is, let alone whether the soldiers will be lured by the things you throw, let me ask you, where did you find a vehicle? Thur looked up at him and replied nonchalantly, I picked up a giant steel monster beast before. Back to the present, the large bulldozer smashed through the ice and aggressively moved forward. A dissatisfied voice came from inside the vehicle. Where is the nice car you mentioned? Isn't this just a bulldozer? Han Feng steered the wheel excitedly. But driving this vehicle is actually really exhilarating. Come on, let's fight. The vehicle lunged toward the group of soldiers who were gathering food. Very quickly, they were shoved aside by the bulldozer, along with the snow. The soldiers and the food were submerged in the snow. They shouted, My rice. After that, the bulldozer turned and headed toward the officer. He raised his gun and ordered, Hurry up and stop him. That baby guy heard the order and quickly stood in front, raising both hands to block the incoming bulldozer. He used his bare body to block it, pushing and shouting, No one can be stronger than me. Inside the vehicle, Han Feng shifted the gear and shouted, Trying to test your strength against machinery. Are you crazy? The engine roared violently. Puffs of black smoke spewed out. The bulldozer's blade suddenly lifted, tossing that stubborn baby guy to one side. He spun several times in the air and plunged headfirst into the pile of snow nearby. Seeing this, the officer immediately used Zheng Hao to threaten him. He stepped on the man's head and pointed his gun, saying, If you don't want him to die, stop immediately right now. Inside the vehicle, because Han Feng was wearing earmuffs, he didn't hear these words. He shouted, What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. After that, the bulldozer gradually closed in on the officer and Zheng Hao. Seeing the vehicle approach, he broke into a cold sweat in terror. the veins on his face bulging. Immediately after, he abandoned Zheng Hao where he lay, jumped to one side and said, "Fine, you win." Zheng Hao lay on the ground, struggling to sit up, and looked at the bulldozer blade in front of him, screaming in fear. The bulldozer just rumbled straight over, leaving a trail imprinted in the snow. Zheng Hao lay back against the bulldozer blade, panting. Around the blade, a layer of purple bubbles was enveloped. Zheng Hao turned to look, then placed his hand on it and said, "It's softened." Suddenly, Han Feng shouted, "Hold on tight, I'm about to accelerate." Seeing the vehicle still charging toward the wall in front, he screamed in terror, "Where are you trying to go?" Before crashing into the wall, the vehicle suddenly veered to the side and stopped. After that, Han Feng opened the cockpit door and shouted, "I've come to pick you all up." Jia Yan jumped down first. Right after, Zaya pulled Thur and jumped onto the roof of the vehicle. "We're here." At this moment, the vehicle was suddenly attacked continuously by gunfire. The sound of bullets hitting the vehicle rang out like a downpour. Zai on the roof of the vehicle hugged Thur and turned to look back. He saw 4 cars chasing them. He leaned down to inform Han Feng, "They're chasing us." The 4 cars behind were fully armored. The officer in the car ordered, "Open fire." Then he turned to look at the person next to him and ordered, "Hurry up and chase. We can't let them escape." The vehicle sped forward. Due to the slippery, snowy road, they accidentally slid off the path. The soldier reported in a panic, "Captain, the snow is too deep. The tires are slipping, so we can't go any faster." Hearing this, he roared angrily, "Damn it! Where did they get such a large bulldozer from? Even our base doesn't have a few of those." The driver hesitated and said, "Captain, it looks just like our advance team's vehicle." He couldn't contain his rage, his eyes bloodshot. Veins bulged on his face. Then he pointed forward and ordered, "No matter what, don't lose track of them. You must find them." Suddenly, there were many obstacles ahead. The driver exclaimed, "Captain." The officer turned his head, his expression dark and cursed. "Damn it." As the vehicle approached, a gas canister fell from above. After that, many things fell down, targeting that convoy. The 2 leading cars were smashed pitifully by the falling objects. The path ahead was blocked as well, forcing them to stop. The people in the cars opened the doors and stepped out. The officer and the driver, followed by the others. They looked at the pile of stuff in front of them, completely surprised. The officer shouted, "Where did all this stuff come from?" On the other side, Thur was shrinking her space back down. She stood on the roof of the bulldozer, looking very cool, and said, "Desperate yet. This is the power of the evil eye, true eye." That coolness didn't last long. Because she had been out in the cold snow for too long, she suddenly sneezed. The bulldozer continued to move forward, and there was nothing here but snow and not a single soul in sight. Thur, who had a cold, was shivering on his back. Han Feng looked at the snot about to fall onto him and said helplessly, "Your snot is all over my head now." All 5 people squeezed into the small cockpit. Thur replied weakly, "The snot is frozen. I can't breathe it in anymore." Zheng Hao in the back, shivering all over, said sincerely, "Thank you all for saving my life." Zaya stood next to Han Feng and reached out to touch the steering wheel. "Hey kid, let me drive this big rig for a bit." And Jia Yan leaned forward and asked Han Feng, "Where are we heading?" He gripped the steering wheel and replied while driving, "Brother Li and I found a very beautiful villa on the hillside, so I plan to hide there. What do you all think?" Zheng Hao spoke first. "I think this way is also fine." Thur responded tiredly, "Agreed." Zaya didn't take his eyes off the steering wheel. "I'll listen to whatever you say, kid." Jia Yan noticed the notification sound. "There's an alarm on the control panel. Looks like we're about to run out of fuel, right?" Hearing this, everyone exclaimed in a panic, "What?" Han Feng looked up and asked quietly, Thur, evil king, do you have any fuel?" Thur tried to force herself to open her space and took out a bag, saying, "Here it is." Immediately after, the empty spaces in the vehicle were filled with bright yellow bottles of cooking oil. His voice echoed in the space. "That's not what I meant by fuel. Put those away." Looking at the 10 bottles of cooking oil neatly arranged in front, Han Feng couldn't help but sigh. He clutched his head and said, "I told you to take out all the fuel I had stored, not this stuff." Thur gave a soft grunt. Then she opened her space again. Under everyone's gaze, she reached inside and fumbled for things but couldn't take anything out. Han Feng asked anxiously, "What's going on? Didn't you say you could easily get whatever you wanted from there for a long time?" Thur remembered the pile of stuff earlier and said, "It seems like everything has been thrown out, even the refrigerator and the sofa. The generator is gone too." Hearing her, all 4 turned pale in fear. Han Feng trembled as he looked at her. "But did the stuff I stored for a year also get thrown out?" Then she unexpectedly pulled out a gas tank and said, "There's still some natural gas." He clutched his head and lamented, "If you can use that to start the car, I'll call you daddy." After that, Thur pulled out a bucket filled with something black and said, Everything you stored is still here. Han Feng picked that stuff up. What's the use of this pile of trash? While feeling dejected, he suddenly had an idea. Han Feng pondered. Plants can burn when they form a strange substance like coal. Then maybe this strange black liquid that transformed from meat can also burn. Thinking this, he looked at Thur and said hurriedly, "Hurry up and get me a bucket and a piece of meat." Then a bucket was placed on the floor. The four of them intently watched Han Feng, wondering what he was about to do. While he used his magic, he thought, transforming a larger piece of meat is difficult. But it's much easier to intentionally fail. Blue light radiated from his hands. The meat quickly degenerated into a black liquid that flowed into the bucket. Han Feng smiled smugly. Very quickly after that, the bucket was filled with that liquid. Han Feng reached into his pocket to fumble for something. The other four retreated, holding their noses in fear. Zheng Hao asked, "Hey kid, what did you make? This is horrible." Han Feng held a lighter to that liquid in the bucket and replied, "Just a small experiment." The black liquid clinging to the edge of the bucket gradually ignited upon contact with the fire. Then it caught flame and started blazing. He laughed loudly. "This stuff can actually burn." Zheng Hao asked, "Are you planning to use this to replace fuel?" Han Feng replied with a straight face, "There's no other way now, so if we don't try, we'll just have to abandon the car and walk." Then he poured that liquid into the vehicle. Back in the cockpit, he started the vehicle. Very quickly, the vehicle began operating again. The chimney constantly spewed black smoke. Ziyi exclaimed happily, "You did it, kid, you're really impressive." Han Feng smiled proudly and reminded, "Stay humble." Zheng Hao, sitting behind, thought to himself, "This works too. What other secrets is this kid hiding?" The vehicle continued to roll forward. The lights on the vehicle illuminated the road they were traveling. The snowplow slowly pushed the snow aside. Inside the vehicle, Thur rummaged through her space and asked Jia Yan, "Big sister wants some snacks," she replied excitedly. "Yes, please." Thur took out a pile of items and gave them to her. "What do you want to eat?" Jia Yan exclaimed in surprise. "You even have this?" Han Feng, sitting in front, spoke up. "I want some too, give me some." Zheng Hao curiously pointed to that small space and asked, "Kid, how many more things do you have in your space?" Suddenly he was startled and said, "Wait, I heard a supermarket was emptied overnight. Could it be you?" Thur held up 2 fingers and smiled. At this time, Han Feng called out excitedly, "Everyone." The vehicle stopped. He said, "Up ahead is the villa on the hillside that was mentioned earlier." Jia Yan smiled as she looked forward. "We've finally arrived." Ziyi shouted excitedly, "Go for it, kid." Han Feng shifted the gear and said, "Watch me charge straight in." Then he stepped hard on the gas pedal. Suddenly an explosion rang out. The chimney spewed black smoke incessantly. Then another larger explosion followed, and black smoke billowed from the roof of the vehicle. All 5 in the vehicle sat motionless, staring at the scene. Han Feng said, "The engine has exploded." Han Feng shouted in frustration, "Damn it, it was clearly only a few steps away." And so all 5 of them walked together in the snowy wind up to the villa. On the way, they saw others frozen in the state of walking. Finally, after many attempts, they set foot in the villa. Upon entering the room, all 5 seemed about to freeze, shivering uncontrollably. Han Feng said with a shiver, "I'm going to freeze to death." Ziyi lay on the floor, his teeth chattering. "We finally made it." A fireplace was lit. Afterward, the 4 of them wrapped themselves in blankets around the fireplace, saying, "We made it out alive." Zheng Hao stood nearby, leaning against the wall, contemplatively watching them. After regaining his senses, Han Feng exclaimed, "How comfortable!" Ziyi wept with joy. "I have no more regrets in life." Zheng Hao looked at them, smiling. "This villa is a good place. The wind blows the snow down the mountain, but the snow cannot accumulate on the mountain. The house won't be buried by thick snow, and people below the mountain will have a hard time coming up. It's a place easy to defend and hard to attack." He looked at Han Feng and asked, "Are you planning to make this place a long-term base?" The people in front didn't pay attention to his words. They were starting to move things to repair the room. Thur pointed and said, "Put it over here." Jia Yan replied, "I think it's better to put it a little further away." Han Feng turned and went to the room next door. "I'm going to start the generator." Thur sat on a chair, starting to open her space to take things out. As she took them out, she pointed and said, "The TV can be placed there." Jia Yan nodded in agreement. "Okay." Ziyi hugged the game console, sitting next to the fireplace, and said with interest, "It's actually this 9th generation XPS game console." Watching them busy, Zheng Hao sighed, "As if I never asked." In another room, a beep sound kept ringing. Han Feng stood in front of the electrical equipment, clicking it and muttering to himself, "I didn't expect that middle school kid to even throw away the generator. If the people before hadn't prepared a generator and fuel in the villa, it would have been a hassle." After setting it up, he clicked the start button. The machine began to shake violently. The pitch-black living room suddenly brightened. Everyone shouted, "There's electricity." Han Feng went over and asked, "Are you all hungry? Shall we make a feast?" Upon seeing him step through the door, Thur immediately pulled out a water heater and said, "I want to bathe. Teach me how to use the water heater." Hearing that she could bathe, Jia Yan's eyes brightened as she looked at them. She walked in front of the two and said shyly, "Actually, I really want to bathe too. Since the blizzard, I haven't bathed once." Hearing this, Han Feng's face flushed red. In his mind, an image of her bathing appeared. He bared his teeth in a strange smile and said, "Sure thing." The room was filled with ice and snow. Frost clung densely to the walls, blanketing both the pipes and the furniture inside. Looking at the chaotic and ruined state of the room, Thur spoke up. "How do we use this water heater?" Han Feng said. "The water pipes are frozen and the water boiler is broken." He turned around, opened the door to the adjacent room and said, "Let's go inside and check the situation in the bathroom." The inside of the bathroom didn't look promising. The shower head mounted on the wall was also covered in a thick layer of ice. Han Feng squatted down to carefully inspect the situation and then said, "Sure enough, the water pipes here are broken too, but at least the bathtub is still usable." Thur also squatted down, reached out to touch it, and replied, "This part is broken too." The glowing red heater radiated warmth. He said, "First, turn on the space heater." The space heater and heater were running at full capacity. Han Feng pointed at the bathtub and said, "Now scoop out the snow. Next, it's time for Ta Wang to take action." Thur opened her spatial dimension, pulled out a rod and introduced it. High-capacity thermal heating rod. Then the rod was quickly dropped into the bathtub to melt the ice. After finishing, the two of them sat down and stared intently at the bathtub. Han Feng asked, "Don't you feel like the water is heating up way too slowly?" Thur nodded. "Yeah, it's way too slow." He dipped his hand into the water to test it and said, "Basically, it's still just ice water. How much longer is it going to take to get hot?" Suddenly, a streak of electricity flashed across his hand. Startled, Han Feng hurriedly pulled his hand back and blurted out, "I got shocked." Then, looking at his hand, he thought to herself, "Just now, it seemed like a red light flashed, didn't it?" Not long after, Thur reached out and gently touched the surface of the water, saying, "The water's hot now." Han Feng exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible?" He looked back at his palm and speculated, could it be that the red light has this kind of effect too? The bathroom was filled with steam. Jia Young's cheerful voice rang out, "Bath time, bath time." As she undressed, she said, "We can finally take a bath." Thur shed her clothes very quickly. Standing in front of the bathtub, she looked at Jia Young and asked, "Big sis, do you really need to be this excited?" Hearing this, Jia Young paused her movements and hesitated. "Oh, is that so?" At this moment, Thur pulled some kind of box out from her dimension and said, "I have some bath salts here. Sister Kim, what kind of scent do you like?" Then Thur laid out an entire table of cosmetics and said, "Here I have many brands of shampoo, conditioner, body wash, skin care oil, and moisturizing sets. Which brand does Sister Kim like to use?" Looking at the items before her, Jia Young couldn't help but get excited. She hugged Thur tightly and said, Thur, I love you to death." Afterward, the two of them each leaned against opposite ends of the bathtub to soak. Jia Young sighed with satisfaction. "This feels so good." Ignoring her, Thur muttered, "Heaven." Jia Young looked at Thur soaking entirely submerged in the bathtub and said, "Thur is so small and cute." Thur replied indifferently, "Don't treat me like a kid. I'm already 21 years old." Before Jia Young could fully react, she continued, "Only 21 years old? Then I'll call you little one." As she spoke, she suddenly realized, paused, and widened her eyes in shock. She bolted up, lunged right in front of Thur and blurted out, 21 years old. Thur wasn't very surprised by this reaction. She explained, "The power of a heretic will preserve my youth forever." Jia Young was immensely surprised. She muttered, "Preserve youth forever." Skeptically, she continued, "Stop messing with me. You look like a kid. There's no way you're that old. There's just no way I can see you being that age." Outside the bathroom, Han Feng was standing there blushing as he eavesdropped. He was also shocked upon discovering this truth. A 21-year-old high school girl? That was completely absurd. Right at this moment, Zaya walked out of the room, waved, and called out, "Little bro, what are you doing standing there? Come play video games." Han Feng put on an innocent act and cleared his throat. Realizing what was going on, Zaya walked over, pointed at him, and said, oh my, little bro, were you trying to peek?" Han Feng weakly refuted, No way, I was just passing by." Zaya stepped forward, placed his hand on the doorknob, and said, "Little bro, that won't do. A real man should watch openly and proudly. Let big bro here give you a demonstration." Terrified, Han Feng quickly pulled him back. Brother Lee, I want to play games. Let's go play right now." The two of them returned to the living room to play games. "Little bro, cover me?" Yeah, coming right up." "Ghost dance, take this, you bastard." At this point, Zheng Hao sat on the sofa behind them and asked, "You guys still have the mood to play games in a situation like this?" Playing the game, Han Feng replied, "We've got food and drinks plus electricity, so why not enjoy a game and relax?" Zaya turned around and asked, "Old man, why don't you come over and play a match too?" Hearing this, Han Feng chimed in, "We're going to live here for a long time. If we don't find some entertainment, wouldn't we die of boredom? What about you? Are you staying here or going to find your people?" Zheng Hao frowned and remained silent without saying a word. Han Feng continued, "I know you're not an ordinary person, but as for me, I just want to live my own life. As long as you don't bother us with anything, you can stay here as long as you like." Zaya hurriedly cut in, "Little bro, stop talking. I'm about to get shot over here. Stay calm, I'm coming to save you." Zheng Hao rested his chin in his hand and said, "Now I can tell you my true identity. Actually, my specialty is investigating people with abilities. I think you." Han Feng turned his head, raised his hand in a stopping gesture, and said, "Stop. Stop right there. I don't want to know what kind of person you are. I already told you not to drag me into your mess." With that, the two of them locked eyes in silence, ignoring Zaya, who was currently playing the game while screaming, "Little bro, save me. Help, save me, little bro." Zheng Hao let out a soft sigh. He nodded, "I understand." Then he stood up despondently and said, "Once my arm heals, I'll head down the mountain. I won't talk about your affairs either. Rest assured." After Zheng Hao left, Ziyi, having lost the game, turned to scold Han Feng. "Little bro, can you take this seriously? You just got me killed." Han Feng replied, "My bad, I'll definitely play better next round." The room door opened. Jai Young and Thur returned after finishing their bath. Smiling, she said, "We're done. Are you two going in to wash up?" Hearing this, Ziyi excitedly threw an arm around Han Feng's shoulders and said, "Little bro, let's go in together. Gotta conserve water resources, you know." Han Feng turned pale and protested, "I'm not going in to bathe with a guy." Bubbles slowly rose to the surface of the water and popped. In the end, he was forced to bathe with Brother Lee. Sitting in the bathtub, Han Feng asked with grievance, "Do you smell something fragrant in this bath water?" Ziyi awkwardly replied, "I just let out a few farts." And everyone finally had the long-awaited feast they had been dreaming of. Inside the room, besides warm blankets and soft mattresses, there were even heating lamps. And finally, they got a sound, peaceful sleep. Over the following days, Han Feng reinforced the villa's walls, roof, and fences. He also conveniently converted the topmost floor of the villa into a sauna room. This way, he could enjoy the sauna on one side, while easily keeping an eye on the situation at the foot of the mountain. Sitting in the sauna, Han Feng ate watermelon while raising a pair of binoculars to scan his surroundings. Suddenly, a staggering figure caught his eye, prompting him to say, "Someone's climbing up here." But after taking a few more steps, that person collapsed straight into the snow-covered path. They brought the man into the living room. Pointing at him, Han Feng asked, "Brother Lee, do you really know this guy?" Zaya recalled, "He's from General Liu's side. Didn't you meet him before?" Skeptically, Han Feng asked. "General Liu? Which General Liu?" Zaya replied. "You know, the boss who helped you get that gun." At this moment, Han Feng started and finally remembered the man's face, blurting out, "Oh, that's General Liu." By this time, the man had regained consciousness. Clutching his head, he asked, "Am I still alive? Where is this?" "Brother Qiang, you're awake." Seeing the person before him, a Qiang sat up in startlement and shouted, "Big Mouth Lee, why are you here?" Reflexively stepping back, Zaya said, "Brother Qiang, calm down. Take it easy." Turning to look at Han Feng, the man said, "And you're that kid who bought the gun." Not knowing what to say, Han Feng raised a hand in greeting and replied, "Hello, Brother Qiang. My name is Han Feng." Afterwards, Zaya sat down beside a Qiang to check on him. "What on earth happened, Brother Qiang?" Clenching his fist tightly, a Qiang slowly recounted. "A few days ago, our office was attacked by a group of soldiers. Countless brothers were killed or injured. And as for General Liu," before he could finish, Zaya gasped in shock. What happened to General Liu? What on earth went down?" Sitting on the sofa, a Qiang continued his story. "Following the advice of our brother Han Feng, General Liu had stockpiled a massive amount of supplies in advance. This not only helped us survive the crisis, but also saved hundreds of residents. But a few days ago, a group of soldiers suddenly swarmed in, not only looting supplies, but also slaughtering civilians indiscriminately. To protect everyone, General Liu led us in a desperate fight. Countless brothers became casualties. General Liu ended up taking a bullet to the leg and was dragged away by the soldiers. In the end, everyone scattered, and agreed to regroup at another location where General Liu had stashed supplies. And this location is one of these villas. Han Feng's face sank into shadows. He thought to himself, no wonder he appeared at the foot of the mountain. Turns out he came here to meet up with his comrades. Unable to contain himself, Zaya stepped forward, grabbed Qiang's shoulders, and asked with a serious expression, "Brother Qiang, General Liu is still alive, right?" Qiang pulled back slightly in surprise and said, "There's probably no doubt about it. They clearly wanted to capture General Liu alive." Hearing this, Zaya let out a breath of relief. "That's good then. General Liu is still alive." He lowered his head, tears welling up in his eyes. His body trembled uncontrollably as he said, "If it weren't for General Liu, I probably would have died long ago." With that, Zaya quickly pulled himself together and firmly grabbed Qiang's arm to drag him along. He resolutely declared, "Brother Qiang, take me to find General Liu. Let's go rescue him together." Having just survived the jaws of death, Qiang rebelled and barked, "Big Mouth Li, are you out of your mind?" Memories flooding back, his face turned pale as he said, "Do you know how many people and guns are over there? How on earth can just the two of us save General Liu?" Seeming unconcerned, Zaya stepped forward, threw an arm around his shoulder, and said, "Snap out of it, Brother Qiang. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we can't give up. Li Zaya will stand by your side and fight to the end." Qiang frowned helplessly and thought, "Kid, if you want to go die, don't drag me down with you." Standing in the distance, Zheng Hao finally spoke up and asked, "Are you guys talking about General Liu from Gathering Righteous Hall?" Zaya looked over doubtfully and said, "Brother Zheng Hao, you know General Liu too." Zheng Hao lowered his head slightly with a hint of nostalgia. "Back then, I was fighting in an underground boxing ring, and it was General Liu who saved me and gave me back my freedom." With that, he reached up to unwrap the bandages on his right arm and continued, "If you guys want to go save him, count me in." Zheng Hao decisively tore away the bandages on his right arm, his tone resolute. "I have plenty of brothers in the city. If we can get in touch with them, they'll come help." Qiang bolted upright, pointed straight at Zheng Hao, and shouted loudly, "You're the wild mad dog of the underground boxing ring." Beside him, Zaya blurted out, "Wild mad dog, you're actually the wild mad dog, the legend with 30 consecutive wins." Han Feng, who was drinking water, couldn't help spitting it all over the table in laughter. Pointing at Zheng Hao, he teased, "Wild mad dog?" Hands on his hips, Zheng Hao cleared his throat to explain, "That was my nickname back when I boxed. Let's not bring that up anymore." Then he stepped forward to introduce himself. "My name is Li Zheng Hao. Stop calling me by that nickname." Qiang stepped up to shake his hand and said, "Yes, yes, Big Brother Li." Standing excitedly behind Zheng Hao, Zaya said, "With the wild mad dog helping out, General Liu is saved for sure. Brother Zheng Hao is so righteous." Watching the three of them chatting away, Han Feng wore a deep, contemplative expression. He thought, "No way is that General Liu really that righteous. Does everyone want to go save him? If I don't go, it might not look too good. But this whole thing is way too dangerous. My own precious life is still way more important." Thinking this, Han Feng pointed at himself with a naive expression and said, Since I'm apparently being hunted down too, I guess I won't be going this time." Zaya looked over at him and asked, "You're not coming with us, little bro?" Han Feng continually backed away and replied, "I can't go, but to help rescue General Liu, I can provide material support." Then he walked over, threw an arm around Zheng Hao and Zaya, and whispered, "Brothers, I have something important to tell you too." In his heart, he thought, "I definitely have to remind them to keep it a secret between me and that high school girl." A while later, Han Feng sat at the dining table and watched Qiang eat, saying, "Take your time, Brother Qiang, there's still plenty of noodles." He thought to himself, "Today's food can't be too good, otherwise Brother Qiang might get suspicious." Slurping the noodles endlessly, Qiang beamed with joy and repeatedly expressed his thanks. "Thanks a lot, brother." Afterwards, Han Feng led Qiang into a room. "Brother Qiang, this is the bedroom I've prepared for you." Inwardly, he thought, "I should only put the most basic things in the bedroom, no extravagant setups allowed." Stepping inside, Qiang said appreciatively, "Thanks a lot, brother." Around a table piled with large backpacks, guns, and cigarettes, the three of them were busily making preparations. Qiang appreciatively exclaimed, "As expected of a brother, Han Feng knew about the freezing disaster beforehand. Your supplies are indeed fully stocked." Pointing at the backpacks, he said, "Guns and compressed biscuits, I understand, but what are you bringing so many cigarettes for?" Frowning as he recalled trading cigarettes with outsiders, Qiang replied, "Money is no longer useful out there. When major factions trade supplies, cigarettes actually become the hard currency." With snowboard boots stomping firmly onto the ground, all three of them were fully equipped with winter gear and clothing. Taking the lead, Zheng Hao waved back and said, "Brother Han Feng, see you another time." Ziyi also waved cheerfully. "Little bro, I'll definitely come back." A Qiang gave a slight nod, and Han Feng nodded in return. Before leaving, a Qiang even bowed and said, "Brother Han and sister-in-law too, our gathering righteous hall will definitely repay your kindness." Han Feng hurriedly waved his hands. After everyone left, Jia Young turned to him and asked, "Mr. Han, are you married?" He casually replied, "Nope." Jia Young asked again, "Then why did that guy just say sister-in-law?" Unable to hold back any longer, Thur tugged at her sleeve and said, "He was hinting at you." Big sis Kim Jia Young was instantly petrified by those words. Blushing, she turned away shyly and said, "This is a misunderstanding. Next time we definitely need to make things clear." Confused, Han Feng asked, "What's wrong with her?" Thur gave a concise reply, "Beats me." Following this incident, to better monitor the situation at the foot of the mountain, he installed surveillance cameras along the path leading up. Security cameras were set up around the villa to promptly detect any activity outside the house. And then the three of them returned to their carefree and peaceful daily lives, until that day when the nightmare finally appeared. Han Feng was playing games as usual when an unbelievable scream echoed from inside the house. "What?" Brandishing a kitchen knife, Jia Young rushed out into the living room in a panic. Anxious, she said, "Mr. Han, it's bad." He immediately stood up and asked, "What's wrong?" Jia Young's hand holding the knife trembled incessantly as she stammered in a flustered expression. Thur, she. Inside the kitchen at that moment, Jia Young finally spelled it out. Thur said this is the last head of Napa cabbage. Looking at the cabbage that had just been hacked in half, Han Feng was horrified. "This really is a nightmare." He turned to Thur, grabbed her shoulders, and asked, "You high schooler, how many other kinds of vegetables and fruits did you eat in there?" Thur replied very calmly, "There are lots." Turning to look at the shopping carts piled high with vegetables, Han Feng asked, "You call this a lot? Didn't you clean out the whole supermarket?" Thur nonchalantly replied, "I don't like Napa cabbage, so I just grabbed some casually." Looking at a cart full of cucumbers, Jia Young questioned, "Then why are there still so many cucumbers?" Thur replied again, "Because I like eating cucumbers." Han Feng tightly gripped the two shopping carts and said thoughtfully, "Mountains of gold will run out if you just eat without earning. If this keeps up, we won't have anything left to eat soon." His brain immediately started racing. "Right now I can only produce wheat, soybeans, broccoli, and meat. All other types of vegetables and fruits have failed." Thinking this, he picked up the head of Napa cabbage to his mouth and muttered, "There's only one head of cabbage left, so I have to find a way to get more." Standing behind him, Jia Young cheered him on enthusiastically. "Mr. Han, our future happiness depends entirely on you." In the messy room littered with food scraps and vegetables, Han Feng silently stared at the Napa cabbage. Gripping a cabbage leaf tightly, green light radiated from his palm as he prayed with a serious expression. "Heaven protect me. It absolutely has to succeed." The cabbage leaf in his hand turned black and crumbled apart. Refusing to give up, Han Feng plucked another leaf and cursed, "Damn it, let's try again." But afterward, the leaf in his hand also turned black and shattered. Outside, Jia Young and Thur curiously watched the room as it continuously emitted green light. His voice rang out, "Try again. Again, cabbage doesn't work. What about carrots, peppers, potatoes?" Finally, after a flurry of attempts, only a pile of black debris remained around him. Sitting alone in defeat and depression, exhausted, Han Feng wailed, "Why is it like this? Not a single time did it work." Awkwardly stepping forward, Jia Young waved her hand and asked, "Mr. Han, are you okay?" Like a soul detached from its body, Han Feng suddenly raised his head and said, "I'm afraid we'll never have vegetables to eat again. We're doomed." Helplessly, Jia Young thought to herself, "Is it really that serious?" At this moment, Thur, chewing on a cucumber, pulled out some sort of bottle and said, "There are still plenty of cucumbers. Do you want to try? Besides, you won't die from not eating vegetables. You just need to take vitamin pills, that's all." Jia Young suddenly had a thought and said, "Mr. Han, why don't we try growing vegetables?" With a depressed expression, Han Feng asked, "Grow vegetables? It's so cold outside, how are we supposed to grow anything?" Recalling the vegetable garden on the rooftop earlier, Jia Young presented her idea. "I used to grow some vegetables on my balcony year-round, so as long as you ensure temperature and lighting, plants can be grown indoors. But first, we need to get balcony plant racks, followed by soil and nutrient solution, plus LED lights for supplemental lighting." Han Feng instantly regained his spirits. "Nurse Kim, you really are a vegetable-growing expert." Sitting on the side looking completely unbothered while chewing on a cucumber, Thur finally spoke up. So where can we buy these things right now? Jai Young and he turned to Thur simultaneously and asked with hopeful expressions. Do you have them? Shifting scenes to outside the villa. A shovel slammed hard into the ice and snow, but failed to pierce through because it was too hard. Standing there, Han Feng said, the mud has completely frozen solid. It's basically impossible to dig. Jai Young raised the shovel high and said with confidence, watch me. But as a result, her excessive force combined with the hard ground caused the shovel to snap, flying right past Han Feng. Worriedly, she asked, what should we do now? He gently replied, it's way too cold outside. Let's head inside first and figure something out later. As soon as he stepped inside, he asked the high school girl, how many vegetable containers have you made? On the floor was a pile of plastic boxes, plastic bottles, and water jugs with their tops cut off to form small containers. Sitting there, Thur said, I wasn't lazy, you know. Han Feng immediately gave a thumbs up and praised. Hard work, huh? Picking up a plastic bottle, he mused. Although there are no flower pots with this many plastic bottles, it should be enough. Patting his back, Jai Young praised. Thur is truly amazing. Sighing, the little girl said, stop treating me like a kid. Didn't you guys go dig for dirt? So where's the dirt? Han Feng explained. The mud was frozen way too solid, so we couldn't dig it up at all. Thur then came up with an idea. We could use heating rods to melt the mud. Closing his eyes, he dismissed it. Heating rods can't be pushed deep into the ground. I feel like the heating effect is too limited. Jai Young clutched her face and lamented. If only there was some way to instantly melt ice, that would be great. The little girl immediately stood up, reached her hand out toward Han Feng and said, Apostle in charge of bathwater, it's time to use your true power. Thur's words involuntarily reminded him of something, and he blurted out, Ah, I get it. Han Feng looked at the red light in his hand. I remember last time when I heated water for a bath, a red light appeared on my hand, and then the water got hotter. If I can figure out how to use the red light, I can probably melt the frozen mud too. Thinking this, he thrust his hand into a bucket of water. 20 minutes later, everything was still the same. Sitting there, Han Feng despaired. Completely ineffective. I simply can't figure out any pattern to this red light. He began recalling the time in the bathroom. What was different this time compared to last time? Han Feng's eyes flashed. Could it be because I got electrocuted last time? Then he immediately turned to Thur and asked, Hi, schooler, do you have anything that can give me an electric shock? The little girl pulled something out and said, If you stick your finger into this high-capacity power outlet after turning it on, the consequences could be fatal. Han Feng waved his hands and said, I'm not trying to die. Last time, after accidentally getting shocked, the water got hot, so I just want to try it again. Thur replied, Oh, so that's it. This primary thunder magic wand can cause a mild paralysis effect. With that, the little girl pulled out a low-voltage anti-wolf stun baton. Looking skeptical, he asked, I remember stun batons are extremely powerful. Does this really only cause mild paralysis? Thur answered, The power of primary lightning magic is very small, so it's very safe. Han Feng accepted the tool, clicked a switch, and said, All right then, I'll trust you this time. Right after that, electricity instantly surged from the stun baton into his arm, merging with the red light. Han Feng trembled all over, tilted his head back toward the sky, and cried out in a distorted voice, Oh Lord, oh Lord! But it seemed to have worked. Steam was rising from the water. Han Feng trembled all over, tilted his head back toward the sky, and wailed in a distorted voice, Oh Lord, almighty heavens! But it seemed to have worked. Smoke began rising from the water. Then the scene cut to the outside of the villa. He was sitting there with the red light and the baton. Han Feng flipped the switch, watched the electric sparks fly, and muttered to himself, I don't really know how it works, but as long as it gets the job done. The moment the electricity surged into his hand, a sharp, involuntary groan of escaped his lips. Following that, in a flash, the ice and snow beneath Han Feng's feet simply melted away and were kicked up into the air. He lowered his hand to recall the red light and gripped it tightly. Then Han Feng happily raised his hand and cheered, We've got dirt. Right on schedule, the recycled plastic bottles were filled with dirt. He happily said, Finally, the containers and the vegetable soil are ready. QQ took out her supplies and asked, I've got tons of seeds. Which ones are you planning to plant? Han Feng replied, Naturally, all of them. Jia Yan stopped him. Wait, the indoor temperature isn't high enough, so we can't grow just anything. She added, These veggies don't need high heat, so let's try growing them first. He exclaimed, No wonder you're a vegetable growing expert. Afterwards, in a room illuminated with full lighting, specifically set up for farming, Han Feng stood there and said, This basement has the best insulation, so from now on, we'll only use it for growing vegetables. Nurse Kim still looked doubtful as she asked. Even with 4 heaters going, I wonder if it'll be warm enough. She sat down, felt the soil with her hand, and continued. If the temperature isn't high enough, the seeds won't sprout. He picked up a bottle and said, if my green light works on these seeds too, maybe I can try developing them directly. Why not give it a shot? We still have plenty of seeds anyway. Then Han Feng closed his eyes tightly and channeled his green energy into it, murmuring to himself. Carefully control the rhythm of the energy output. Then he snapped his eyes open and yelled, grow! Sure enough, the seeds inside the bottle rapidly took form. After that, Han Feng tested out various vegetable seeds using the green light. Although there were a few minor failures, by continuously adding new seeds, he finally managed to grow a dozen or so sprouts. The catch was that after just a few days, all the sprouts froze over and showed signs of withering. Nurse Kim looked at the thermometer and said, even with all 4 heaters running, the indoor temperature is only around 10 degrees. She turned to suggest, we need to find a way to get the indoor temperature up to 20 degrees. Han Feng asked, how about adding 2 more heaters? Jia Yan added, unless we improve the house's insulation, a heater's effectiveness is going to be severely limited. He explained, but out of the whole villa, the basement has the best insulation. An idea flashed through Han Feng's mind regarding the basement. He suggested, the deeper underground you go, the warmer it gets. Can't we just dig a deeper basement? Nurse Kim raised both hands enthusiastically and said, no problem, leave it to me. I've got total confidence in my strength. He shot back, are you seriously planning to dig a cave? Then Han Feng took out his 2 energy sources and continued, let me test if these lights work on stone. If not, we're going to have to dig this cave by hand. He already knew from earlier that the green and red lights had no effect on stone, but the purple light could soften it. Even though it softened up and looked like mud, it was still as hard as a rock underneath. So Han Feng had no choice but to arrange and combine the 3 colors and alter the energy's temperature. But every single attempt failed. It was the same kind of failure every time. Plants turned into a black solid substance, and meat turned into a black slime. Stone didn't change at all. Perhaps this was the difference between organic and inorganic matter. A few days later, while he was still fuming over countless failures, a miracle happened. In a fit of rage, Han Feng slammed his hand down onto the ground and roared, damn it. He was startled when the rock in his hand suddenly shattered to pieces. Unbelievable. Once the intensity of that light crossed a certain threshold, it could actually crush stone. Did that mean all his efforts over the past 2 days were for nothing? Immediately after, Han Feng placed both hands glowing with red light onto the floor. He decided to unleash all of his red light and expand the crushing radius as much as possible to see what kind of effect it would yield. Sure enough, that exact square patch was brought under control and shattered into dust. Han Feng applied a bit more force, breaking that chunk of dirt and rock down into even finer pieces. He lay there, staring at the pit in front of him, and sighed. Even though the results are great, using it just once completely wiped me out. Han Feng was so drained he was practically foaming at the mouth, wondering, I wonder how many times I can pull this off a day. Even so, he decided to push forward with digging the tunnel. Over the next few days, Nurse Kim took charge of hauling the dirt Han Feng dug out and dumping it outside. 7 days later, they had dug dozens of meters down, and a brand new underground basement spanning over 20 square meters was carved out. After a bit of remodeling, an underground vegetable greenhouse was finally complete. The 2 of them stood there observing. After moving the batch of seedlings down from upstairs, Han Feng high-fived Jia Yan and said, You've really worked hard, Nurse Kim. She cheerfully replied, It's all thanks to Mr. Han. His face darkened as he thought to himself, Next comes the part of these days I look forward to the most. Han Feng looked up at Jia Yan's massive, voluptuous backside and thought with a smirk, What a massive score. Once everything was set up, the 2 of them climbed back up. Nurse Kim said from above, If everything goes smoothly, we can harvest those veggies in 2 months. Hearing that, his face twisted in despair as he whined. It takes that long. Han Feng thought to himself, It's been over half a month since I decided to start growing vegetables. The veggies we had stocked up ran out ages ago. We've been eating cauliflower for 4 days straight. If I have to endure another 2 months of this life, I'm going to lose my mind. At that moment, Jia Yan looked down and suggested, Mr. Han, let's sprout some mung bean sprouts. They only take 3 days to grow. Right then, she misstepped onto a patch of weakened soil, causing Nurse Kim's body to plunge downward. Her buttocks headed straight for Han Feng's face. And just as predicted, he cashed in on the bounty this time, letting out a single Afterward, Jia Yan clasped her hands together in fluster and apologized. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Han Feng's face flushed crimson as blood sprayed from his nose, waving his hands as he replied, I'm fine, I'm fine. She blinked innocently and continued, but Mr. Han, your nose is bleeding. Let me check your injury. I am a nurse, after all. He hurried away, pinching his nose shut as he answered, no need, no need. I'm genuinely fine. Walking into a room, Han Feng froze in his tracks. Jia Yan followed right behind him and peeked in, asking, what's wrong? Inside, ritualistic arrays were drawn across the floor, accompanied by rows of lit candles. QQ stood there casting a spell. O mighty evil eye, I summon you in the name of your emissary, issuing this command. Descend upon this mortal world in your most almighty posture to help me accomplish this arduous mission. Then she formed hand seals and finalized the spell. Appear the fifth evil eye. Han Feng walked in, looked around out of curiosity, and asked, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? The little girl replied, it's the evil eye summoning ritual. QQ pointed and added, one of the evil eyes went out of control, so I'm getting ready to summon a replacement. He glanced at his laptop screen and answered, turns out the surveillance camera at the foot of the mountain just malfunctioned. You scared the hell out of me. This hillside villa had a steep slope on one side and the mountain path on the other, so installing cameras along the path was enough to spot anyone heading up the mountain. The only issue was that fierce winds and heavy snow frequently caused the cameras to malfunction, which was why he now had to climb a ladder to fix the surveillance camera. As Han Feng wrestled with the equipment, he muttered in annoyance, when is this damn weather ever going to end? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a strange sound suddenly echoed from the direction of the forest. Han Feng snapped his head toward the sound in surprise and asked, what was that noise? He stared intently into the pitch-black darkness ahead, but got no response. Jia Yan called out, Mr. Han, what's going on? Han Feng replied, I'm not sure. A bunch of white skeletons appeared in the woods over there. Once he finished installing the camera, he told Nurse Kim, there are definitely people on the other side of the mountain. It might be dangerous around here. Let's head back quickly. The next morning, Han Feng initially didn't pay much attention to the commotion in the mountains. After all, right now his only goal was to harvest some vegetables as soon as possible. Right after waking up, he went straight down to the basement and channeled his energy into the seedlings. As he worked, Han Feng muttered, let's try using the rhythmic energy to make the seeds sprout first. However, the result wasn't what he hoped. As expected, it didn't work. Most of the rhythms I've discovered so far are useless for this. He decided it looked like he would just have to figure it out from scratch. 30 minutes later, Han Feng was still hard at work, desperately trying to find a way to accelerate plant growth. He clutched his head in frustration and groaned, no way. Why is this happening? Han Feng stared at the patch of dirt in front of him and wondered. The veggies wrapped in the green light in my hands all died. He rubbed his head and looked ahead. The veggies over there that I never touched grew a whole lot. He looked down at his hands, perplexed. Could it be that only a very weak green light can promote plant growth? Reality proved Han Feng's hypothesis correct. Exposure to the green light for over 30 minutes would cause the vegetables to stop growing altogether. He couldn't force the veggies to mature all at once. He could only apply the green light in short bursts every day. Just like that, 5 days passed. The very first batch of vegetables was finally ready for harvest. Han Feng cheered ecstatically. My Napa cabbage is fully grown. On the other side, Jia Yan picked up a root shaped like a human foot and asked, are we sure this radish's shape is completely normal? QQ chimed in from the side. The shape of this tomato is pretty epic too. The little girl cast a sidelong glance toward the corner of the basement and whispered cryptically, the most epic thing is still the corner of the basement. A gigantic head of cabbage was growing right there. Han Feng asked, are cabbages normally this massive? Nurse Kim replied, could it be a new variety? He thought to himself, aside from the Napa cabbage, every other vegetable turned out super weird. Could there be something wrong with my green light? Han Feng beamed happily at the cabbage in his hand, thinking, who cares? As long as it's edible, that's all that matters. Jia Yan suggested, today let's make pork rib and radish soup, along with stir-fried tomatoes and beef. By now, the plates on the dining table were practically licked clean. Everyone leaned back in their chairs with full stomachs. Han Feng let out a relieved sigh. All that hard work over the past half-month was totally worth it. QQ spoke up. I want to eat strawberries and melons. Let's grow some fruit. He reached out and pinched the little girl's cheek. QQ added, humans take vitamin pills, but evil deities need to eat strawberries and melons. Jia Yan pointed at a large bowl of leftover greens and asked, there's still plenty of cabbage left. Aren't you guys going to eat any more? Han Feng turned his face away and answered, I'm sick of it. The little girl echoed, I don't like eating cabbage. He thought of his older cousin Lee and said, It'd be great if Cousin Lee were here. He could single-handedly polish off all of this. Han Feng closed his eyes and mused. It's been over half a month since Cousin Lee's group went down the mountain, and who knows how they're doing. The compressed biscuits we gave them back then must have run out long ago. Then he exhaled heavily and continued. I hope they managed to stay safe. An explosion went off in the distance over the hills. A mushroom cloud of dust and smoke billowed into the air. QQ spoke up. The Demon King's roar is back. Jia Yan added, this is the 6th day in a row we've heard that sound. What on earth is going on over there? Han Feng stated firmly. Whatever is happening outside has nothing to do with us. He leaned back, biting down on a toothpick, and continued. Besides, it only roars once a day, so it's no big deal. 3 days later, consecutive explosions erupted outside, shaking the surrounding hills. Inside the villa, Han Feng couldn't take it anymore as he clutched his head and cursed. The villa itself even shook slightly. He buried his face in his hands, clenched his fists, and groaned. It's been howling dozens of times today without stopping. Then the scene cut outside. A ladder was propped up against the wall. As Han Feng climbed up, he muttered to himself, I seriously want to go see what the hell is going on. He crawled up onto the roof and pulled out a pair of binoculars to observe. Through the binoculars, Han Feng saw thick pillars of smoke and dust rising from various spots across the hills. Witnessing this left him unable to shake his curiosity as he wondered, what on earth is this? Amidst an approaching snowstorm, tiny Han Feng climbed onto the roof all by himself to get a clearer view of the explosions ahead. He raised the binoculars and asked himself, who in the world is doing this, causing such a massive commotion out in the mountains like that? Weren't they afraid of exposing their position? After watching his fill, Han Feng slumped down, lowered the binoculars, and mumbled, even though the distance is pretty far right now, if those blasts ever reach my place, it's going to be a huge headache. I honestly don't know if this reinforced house can withstand an explosion with that kind of firepower. Plus, the walls look way too low and thin. I'm going to need to reinforce them a bit. Not long after, he picked up a shovel, pointed it toward the back, and told the 2 people standing before him, even though I don't know what's happening outside, I've decided to build the walls higher and thicker to keep us from getting blown up too. Hearing this, QQ asked, what are you going to use to build the wall? I don't have any cement in my storage. Jia Yan just stood there dazed, completely clueless. Han Feng flashed a cunning grin to reassure them, don't worry. He immediately led them over to the pile of rock mountain formed from digging the basement and pointed at it. Aren't the building materials right here? Han Feng and Jia Yan quickly set to work stacking the boulders on top of one another. As he worked, he gave instructions. First, let's pile these rocks up. Han Feng grabbed a bucket of water and poured it over the topmost layer. He explained, and then pour water over it. In just a short moment, the water he had just poured rapidly froze, forming a stark white wall. Han Feng looked at his handiwork with pride and said, once the water freezes, won't it turn into a solid wall? Suddenly, he grabbed his shovel and struck the structure a few times, but the wall didn't show a single crack. The other 2 glanced over at Han Feng's actions while he rambled on. The temperature outside is super low right now, so a wall mixed with stones like this can actually be sturdier than a concrete wall. Afterwards, the 3 of them poured all their effort into raising and thickening the wall. When the supply ran out, Han Feng even went as far as tearing down the neighboring villa for parts. After 3 days, a massive ice wall was finally complete. Looking at the magnificent achievement before him, Han Feng couldn't help boasting smugly. With an ice wall this thick, we can rest easy for the time being. Suddenly, the ground violently shook, sending QQ tumbling to the floor with a thud. Jia Yan staggered in panic and cried out, could the explosions have really reached us? Once again, he quietly climbed up onto the towering wall. Barely having arrived, Han Feng gasped in shock and stammered out 2 words. This is. He watched in astonishment as a terrifying explosion unfolded before his eyes, where billowing black smoke choked the entire vehicle area, accompanied by a few flickering yellow sparks amidst the chaos. Han Feng was scared out of his wits, breaking out in cold sweat. He let out a long breath and thought to himself, damn it. It actually blasted all the way here. Suddenly, a strange object grazed past him, startling Han Feng into hastily ducking and lowering his binoculars. In the blink of an eye, just miles away from the snow wall, a fierce explosion suddenly erupted. Not stopping there, a series of houses that had been quiet one by one were blown to pieces as well. Shortly after, 2 artillery shells flew in, aiming straight for Han Feng's fortress, but they couldn't penetrate the sturdy structure at all. Suddenly, an artillery shell streaked through the air, whizzing right past his back while Han Feng was still busy scanning ahead. A second later, his eyes dilated wide as if he had just realized imminent danger was closing in. Han Feng quickly scrambled down the ladder. He let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself, good thing the wall was finished. Otherwise, that would have been way too close. Han Feng sprinted full speed to the room, threw the door open, and shouted a loud warning. We're under artillery fire. Everyone hurry down to the basement. By now, the three of them were hanging out in the basement, eating vegetables to tide themselves over. We hid underground for half a day before finally returning to the surface. The next night, while I was taking a bath, another round of shelling went off nearby. He dashed out in the buff, wearing nothing but a tiny bath towel covering his bare essentials, and announced, the shelling is back. Hurry, get down to the basement. On the morning of the third day, the neighboring villa was blown to smithereens, and an artillery shell even hit the outer wall. By the afternoon of the fourth day, just as I was getting ready to use the restroom, the shelling started up again. QQ strolled in casually, yawning as she urged, hurry up, I need to use the bathroom. Sitting on the toilet, Han Feng covered his mouth with one hand and said, could you please knock first? Time trickled on like that. Artillery shells relentlessly pounded the area. Red alerts blared continuously. He hurriedly pulled up his pants and cursed, damn it, when are these days ever going to end? Han Feng hastily threw on a shirt and kept complaining. Every single day we have to hide in the basement. We can't eat right and we can't sleep in peace. This time he even brought a long rifle along with him. Han Feng touched the barrel of the gun, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He let out a cold, irritated smirk and muttered, let me go see which lunatic is shelling this place day in and day out. With that final word, Han Feng headed outside and waved goodbye to the other two. You guys be careful. I'll be back. Using a pair of skis and 2 poles, he quietly scouted the surrounding area. Wherever Han Feng skied, a deep trail was left carved into the white snow. Along the way, he glanced sideways at a deep crater right beside him. Han Feng reached out and picked up a dusty piece of fabric. He inspected it closely and deduced, this fabric looks like a military uniform. Could the explosions from a few days ago be tied to the military? Images of Bao Bao and the commanding officer instantly popped into Han Feng's head. He suspected, could it be those people? Han Feng resumed his journey. As he walked, he analyzed the situation along the trail. There are so many dead bodies, which proves the battle earlier was extremely fierce. Reaching a desolate and remote spot, Han Feng slowly climbed up the mountain. An idea popped into his head. To observe safely, I'd better climb to the peak first and check out the situation ahead. Before long, Han Feng made it to the summit. His breathing grew increasingly heavy from overexertion. Hiding behind cover, Han Feng raised his binoculars to observe. Through the binoculars, he saw a deep, isolated cave hidden beneath the blanket of white snow. The cave entrance was heavily guarded on both sides. Han Feng guessed to himself, this cave is huge. It looks just like a military base. As his gaze swept over, he spotted those long-barreled cannons. Han Feng cursed under his breath. Damn it! Are these the 2 cannons that have been shelling me every single day? Suddenly, he noticed a group of soldiers sneaking around on both sides of the cave entrance in combat-ready postures. Han Feng wondered, how strange. Why do those soldiers look so sneaky? Then they picked up their guns, rushed into the cave, and started shooting wildly, catching him completely off guard. Isn't this their own base? Why are they fighting each other? Is this a civil war? Before long, those soldiers were blasted back out by some mysterious force. Their shrill screams echoed across the air. Han Feng stared wide-eyed as a soldier flew right toward him amidst those miserable cries. To his surprise, the guy crashed right into where he was standing, making Han Feng scramble backward and yell, whoa, whoa, what the hell? After a moment, the surroundings grew eerily quiet again. Wielding his gun pointed forward, he cautiously crept toward the deep crater where the guy's body lay. Han Feng probed. Looks like he's dead. His curiosity surged even higher. Han Feng continued to scout through his binoculars. He thought to himself, could those soldiers have been completely wiped out? Right at that moment, 3 figures slowly walked out of the cave entrance. Han Feng looked in surprise at the platinum-haired beauty in the center, flanked by a girl and a boy on either side. He felt a bit puzzled. Why is a family of 3 walking out like that? That white-haired woman with her sunglasses looked extremely cool and had the absolute aura of a big boss. Yaching gently flicked down the bridge of her glasses and glanced sideways toward the spot where Han Feng was hiding. The corners of her mouth curved up slightly as if she were smiling at him. Seeing this, Han Feng's expression completely shifted. Sweat poured down his face. He flusteredly reasoned to comfort himself. Could I have been discovered? No way. I'm hundreds of meters away from her. It must be a coincidence. Han Feng lay back down to look through the binoculars, thinking, just now it definitely was a coincidence. There's no way she could have spotted me. Instantly, he saw the scene of all three of them facing directly toward him. Suddenly, Zai Zai hoisted a cannon onto her shoulder, took direct aim at the target ahead, and broke into a sinister, meaningful smile. In a split second, the cannon fired a shell outward. It struck right where Han Feng was standing. The falling shell triggered a terrifying explosion. Fortunately, he had slid down in time to dodge this fatal blow. Looking at the thick, billowing smoke in front of him, Han Feng blurted out in astonishment. "She actually found me. How on earth did she do that?" He quickly pivoted to regain his balance. Pausing to figure out a better approach, Han Feng muttered, "These people are very bizarre, so I should hide further away first to assess the situation before deciding what to do next." Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds echoed from behind him, as if combat was still breaking out over there, making Han Feng feel uneasy. What is that sound? It turned out that the group of soldiers was retreating, while firing back at those three people. A blonde soldier fired frantically while screaming in terror. "They're coming after us!" His teammates also kept up a barrage of gunfire. In the blink of an eye, Yaqing's group had chased them down. The three of them maintained absolute composure, their faces radiating such fierce confidence that they could wipe out the squad of soldiers in a heartbeat. Yuan Ni slammed both hands into the ground, triggering an avalanche that caught the soldiers completely off guard and plunged them into total chaos. Amidst the billowing dust and smoke rising into the air, only miserable shrieks could be heard. This scene sent a chill down his spine. Han Feng shook his head and shouted, "What the hell? How can this be?" His face turning pale, he lay flat on the snowy ground and thought, "This trip is a goner. I'm totally finished." Area after area shook violently from earth-shattering avalanches. Every single spot where it struck dragged along a gloomy trail of white smoke that wound in a zigzag pattern before stopping abruptly right in front of a dam. Before long, fierce winds swept away all the lingering dust and debris. A second later, the place plunged into silence, broken only by the howling wind. A beam of crimson energy blasted down onto the ground, followed by a struggle between that spiritual energy and the piling snow massing together. At that moment, Han Feng dragged himself out, coughing up a few times while holding onto a soldier's leg. Gulping down oxygen, he complained, "I almost suffocated to death. Good thing this dam blocked the slide. Otherwise, there's no telling how far he would have been washed away." At the moment the snow buried everything, those three seemed to be standing right on top of it. Could they actually control ice and snow? Looking over at the passed-out blonde soldier, Han Feng's heart stirred with a thought. Let's hope this guy can cough up some useful info. Single-handedly, he dragged the guy into a nearby empty building. Quick-witted, Han Feng used rope to tie him up tightly. Once done, he squatted down, pointed the muzzle of his gun at the guy, and called out, "Hey, wake up!" Hearing the voice beside his ear, the guy slowly opened his eyes only to be greeted by a pitch-black gun barrel. Trembling violently, the guy spilled everything before even being hit. "I'll talk. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." Han Feng's face twitched. He felt a tinge of disappointment. "I came up with so many interrogation tricks that I haven't even used yet, and he's already talking." Thinking this, Han Feng sat down on a chair and said in a deep voice, "Relax. Just tell me everything about that girl and the kid, and I'll spare you." Lying on the ground in a panic, the guy recounted, "Those people are clearly not human. They know ice magic, can project sonic airwaves, and can even cause explosions." The flood of messy and unclear information annoyed him so much that he stepped on the guy's face and barked, "What kind of gibberish are you spouting? Start with that girl. Tell me about them one by one." With one cheek pressed down, the soldier immediately thought of Yaqing. "That woman knows sonic airwaves. A single move can blow us all away." Traumatized, he recalled the explosions happening right before his eyes. "And that kid knows explosion magic that can turn anything into a bomb." The next person was Yuan Ni. "Then there's another brat. He can manipulate ice and snow to trigger avalanches." Struggling to sit up, the soldier raised his voice. "They aren't human. They possess superpowers. They're mages. They're monsters." Rubbing his chin in disbelief, Han Feng muttered, "Can it really be that absurd?" Looking down at his own palm, he froze with a blank expression. "I guess I don't really have the right to call anyone else absurd. Looks like there are quite a few people out there just like me. A junior high school girl and that big-headed guy, too." He bluntly pointed his gun at the soldier's face and interrogated, "Last question. Were you guys the ones shelling those villas on the southern hilltop these past few days?" The soldier shook his head frantically and protested, "It wasn't us. Our camp was seized by them a long time ago. We came this time with reinforcements from headquarters to retake our camp." Han Feng couldn't help pondering. If that's the case, were those explosions in the mountain earlier just these guys fighting? The soldiers blown to pieces inside the mountain. were definitely the handiwork of that woman and the kid, and were those the very same three people who had been shelling our villa. But quickly dismissing the thought, he shoved the gun straight against the guy's head and demanded, "Wrong, I don't know them." "Then why do they shell me every single day?" Trembling and crying, the soldier whimpered, "Big brother, how the hell would I know?" Out of options, Han Feng could only close his eyes and let out a sigh. Pivoting to leave, Han Feng tossed back over his shoulder, "Forget it, you can go." The guy immediately scrambled to his feet in gratitude. "Thank you for sparing my life, big brother, thank you." He turned back to watch the guy scurry off while continuously uttering thanks. Before the guy could even get far, a violent explosion suddenly erupted outside the door. A series of deep roars rang out as wave after wave of bombs rained down on the area. One of them scored a direct hit on the roof of the building, creating a shocking blast. Fortunately, the walls had been heavily reinforced, so they weren't destroyed, save for a few long, winding cracks. It turned out that Han Feng inside had instantly placed both hands against the wall, channeling dual streams of purple and green spiritual energy. Straining hard with his entire body trembling uncontrollably, he deduced, "These artillery shells clearly aren't random. They're precisely targeting this place." Han Feng couldn't help wondering, this is deep in the mountains. How on earth did they find my location? Over by the cave. Yaqing's group was standing around laughing and gloating over their recent victory. Hugging his arms, Yuan Ni admired, "You're so skilled, big sis." Zai Zai chuckled smugly. "Well, obviously, I use these things every day. How could I not be used to it?" Yaqing massaged her temples slightly and chimed in. After the bombardment, his supernatural energy fluctuation didn't vanish at all. If anything, it got even stronger. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, the boy muttered, "If avalanches and artillery shells couldn't kill him, then he's way too strong." Wielding an artillery shell in her hand, the girl tossed her head dismissively. "With so many shells, aren't you worried we'll just blow him to bits?" Pointing forward, she turned her head back to bark orders. "Fire a few more rounds. If he doesn't die, we'll head over and hunt him down. If we let him escape, it'll only draw more enemies to us." Yuan Ni asked worriedly, "That guy didn't even fear artillery fire. Can we really beat him?" Patting his head playfully, Zai Zai sneered, "Fear my foot. Your powers are invincible in this snowy region anyway." The building where Han Feng was hiding looked pretty rough around the edges, surrounded by plumes of thick black smoke. Sitting wearily in a chair, he complained, "The bombardment finally stopped. If I hadn't reinforced this room in time, I'd be dead for sure." Han Feng stood up, looked through the glass window, and assessed. "What's next? Go over there proactively and confront those three superpowered people. If I hide back home, I'll probably get shelled every single day." Suddenly, his hand flared with a crimson spiritual energy, his tone oozing murderous intent. "To secure peaceful days ahead, I have no choice but to figure out a way to wipe them out." Han Feng picked up a stone and started sketching on the wall. Staring intently at his drawing, he muttered, "There's a snowfield in front of the dam, with mountains on both sides. And there are three enemies, each with special powers. Sonic waves, explosive shells, ice, and snow." He recalled Zai Zai and pondered, "A girl who turns whatever she touches into a bomb, but my reinforced buildings can defend against that." At the same time, Han Feng envisioned everyone getting blown away. A woman with extremely powerful sonic waves who can also launch long-range attacks. That's very dangerous. And the most dangerous one is the kid, the one who can generate snow waves and avalanches. If he can control ice and snow from a distance, he could bury me and the dam all at once. If only I could use this gun to hit targets from afar. But I'm not a professional sniper, so if the distance is a bit far, there's a high chance I'll miss. Even if they hide in the mountains on both sides of the dam, I won't be able to spot them in time." Throwing his head back against the chair in helpless defeat, he sighed dejectedly. "Is there any other way to deal with those three?" Han Feng stared blankly and thought, "Maybe set traps along the path they have to take, but which path is the mandatory route? Besides, with someone among them who controls ice and snow, setting traps would be useless anyway. Or I could lure them downstream past the dam and then open the floodgates. That way, they won't have any way out." Heavy snow continued to fall outside. Walking over to the drainage area to check the situation, Han Feng muttered with frustration, "But how am I supposed to lure them downstream of the dam? If I go bait them, who's going to open the valves? And these drainage valves are huge, at least 7 meters." Cupping his chin in thought, Han Feng muttered, "I heard that when fishing in the Arctic, the ice has to be a full 2 meters thick, and the water level beneath the ice must be higher than the valve." Finishing that thought, he punched straight down into the snow and ice, leaving a red streak as he thought, "Just in case, I need to go down and check it out." Pink light emanated from his hand. He thought, If the floodgates fail to release water at the crucial moment, I'm toast. That pink light gradually flowed from his hand, down toward the base of the cliff. The light slowly reached the foot of the cliff. Torrents of water gushed out from inside the cliff face. The pink light flickered upward to make way for them. Seeing the water pouring out, he used his ability to block it right back up. Wiping his chin, Han Feng said with absolute certainty, "Awesome, there's still water. If I can just drag them down here, I'm guaranteed to win." Across the vast landscape covered in pristine white snow, Yaqing's trio was speeding through the forest. Suddenly, she grabbed the two kids by the arm to stop them. Inspecting the situation, she announced, "He's in the second building atop the dam." Excitedly, Zai Zai shrieked, "Then I'll go blast him with a shell right now." Ignoring the girl, Yaqing ordered, "Yuan Ni, you attack first. Once he runs out, Zai Zai, you open fire." Disappointed, the girl replied, "Fine." Obediently, Yuan Ni squatted down and touched the snowy ground. Immediately afterward, the snow gathered into a surging wave. That snow wave surged forward, ultimately heading straight for the place where Han Feng was holed up. Putting everything he had into it, he struggled to prevent it from shattering his hideout. The biting cold cut right through him. Facing this overwhelming power, he sweated bullets and whimpered, "Here it comes." Amidst the chaotic snow, Han Feng's hideout was nearly buried. The cylindrical shelter even had its entrance blocked off. Wielding his gun, he peered out through the window pane that wasn't covered by snow yet. Raising his binoculars, Han Feng said, "Let's see where I can find you guys." He swept the gun's crosshairs across the white snowfields amidst the wide forest. Despite that, Han Feng quickly locked his sights right onto Yaqing's head. "Found you." Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The bullet, accompanied by a flash of golden light, quickly shot out of the barrel. The long, sharp bullet surged forward at high speed. It gradually closed in on the trio. They quickly noticed the projectile hurtling toward them, yet remained as calm as could be. Just as the bullet was about to hit its target, a shield materialized out of thin air. Those pale yellow bullets pelted their position in a swarm, yet none of the three suffered a single scratch. Striding forward, Yaqing said, "Looks like the avalanche couldn't destroy the house he's in. From now on, everything is up to you, Zai Zai." Confidently, the girl replied, "No problem." Through his binoculars, Han Feng watched them sprinting toward his dwelling. A smug smile crossed his face as he said, "I've been waiting for you guys for a long time." With that, Han Feng turned back into the room to prep his gear. He placed a table in front of him, hopped onto a chair, and then leaped up onto the table. Standing atop the table, Han Feng channeled energy from his hands to smash through the ceiling. He climbed out through the large hole he had punched in the roof. Stretching his entire body, he thought excitedly, "The curses I racked my brain to come up with are definitely going to piss them off." Finished thinking, Han Feng unleashed a torrent of abuses. The profanities were so loud that even Yaqing, Zai Zai, and Yuan Ni in the distance froze in shock upon hearing them. Furious upon hearing it, the girl snapped, "That bastard actually dares to curse at us. I'm gonna blow him to smithereens." Glancing down at her hands, she was startled to find no gun in sight. Yuan Ni and Zai Zai stared blankly at Yaqing, who was holding the gun. "Do you kids know what I hate most?" Frenziedly opening fire, she cursed, "You're the whore, your whole damn family are whores." That shot flew straight toward the spot where Han Feng was standing. However, dodging swiftly, he continued yelling insults. "Ugly hag, go wash your ass first and wait for daddy to come back." Pointing up at the sky, Zai Zai shouted, "Big sis, he's trying to run away." Yaqing dashed toward Han Feng's position. "I have to kill him," Yuan Ni chimed in. "Make him pay." Only the girl remained level-headed, advising, "Calm down, big sis." Han Feng used a dummy, making it land right into the trap he had prepared in advance. Standing atop the cliff ledge, Han Feng began triggering the water release. Drawing out his words slowly, he said, "See you later, folks." Water gushed out in torrents from within the cliff face. A massive wave surged forth from where Han Feng's pink light glowed. Running over to another spot, he said, "If one isn't enough, then let's add a few more." As soon as the words left his mouth, torrents of water surged out. A second one, a third one, a fourth one. Snow from who knows where poured into the rushing stream flowing from afar. The silhouettes of the three of them were gradually approaching. While Zixi and Yuan Ye looked around, Yaking focused entirely on moving forward. The little girl pointed in a certain direction and yelled, "Found that bastard." She touched her forehead with a confused look and said, "That's not right. There's not the slightest fluctuation of superpower here." The boy agilely spun around and asked, "What's that sound?" Water followed the snowy trenches straight toward them. Zixi stared at it and screamed, "Flash flood." Yaking spoke up, "We've walked right into a trap. Yuan Yi, run." The little girl standing beside her also urged, "Hurry up." The boy quickly squatted down and pressed his hand against the snow-covered ground. The snow beneath their feet rose up into a platform, lifting them into the air. Right after, the water rushed toward them ferociously, as if trying to swallow them whole. Yaking raised her hand to conjure a shield and commanded, "Go." Zixi cheered, "Hang in there." Yuanya groaned, "I'm tapped out." Yuanya said helplessly, "All the snow around here has already melted, so there's not enough left to use." Because the water had blended with the snow, the platform lost its stability, causing them to tumble forward. She quickly grabbed the collars of the two kids. Yaking maintained the orb as a shield to protect all three of them. The surging water gradually enveloped their orb, swallowing the three of them into the torrent he had unleashed. In the quiet expanse of the mountain forest, the sound of rushing water echoed endlessly. Han Feng stood on the cliffside, scanning the situation with binoculars, and said, "Even though the view is blocked by the mountain, and I can't see the downstream area, even if they don't drown, they'll definitely freeze to death." Once he finished thinking, he leisurely turned back, murmuring, "Now I can head back to the cave and smash all those cannons without any worries." Then he blissfully imagined eating watermelon while enjoying the fresh air, thinking that peaceful and carefree days were about to return. Han Feng's sandals were crafted from bundled dry tree branches, serving as improvised snowshoes. He lifted each foot with great difficulty, walking as he muttered, "How nice it would be if I could walk across the snow as if it were solid ground." He walked on, leaving a long, trailing track behind him in the snow. Han Feng grabbed his gun and sat down above a pit. He exhaled a cloud of cold breath while inspecting the firearm. Han Feng walked up to the entrance of a tunnel. He slung his rifle over his shoulder and thought cautiously, "There shouldn't be anyone inside. There won't be a bunch of guys suddenly jumping out and shooting me dead, right?" He pressed his hand against the ground, generating a pink glow. The light slowly drifted toward where the two cannons were stationed. Got to deal with these two cannons first. Han Feng used his energy to move each object on the ground. Just as he was about to touch the shell casing, he hesitated and thought, "Wait, will the shell casing explode after turning soft? If an explosion happens and attracts others over, that'll be a huge headache. Forget about the artillery shells for now. Without the guns, the shells are useless anyway." Han Feng peeked out from the cave entrance, scouting the situation inside. He slowly stepped inside while wondering to himself, who knows what else is inside such a large military facility? After walking a short distance, Han Feng's eyes widened in shock. He stared at the piles of weaponry before him and gasped in astonishment. "Damn it! Why are there so many of these things? Good thing they only used mortar shells to blast me earlier. If they had used these heavy hitters, if I got hit by an artillery shell this massive again, then no matter how many times I reinforce this house, it'll probably get blown to atoms in the blink of an eye." Han Feng pressed his hand against a melted heavy cannon. He went around touching every single gun, snarling, "Melt, every last one of you bastards." After turning a whole batch of gun barrels into molten sludge, he said with satisfaction, "Done." Han Feng continued deeper inside. The tunnel housed an astonishing amount of supplies, enough to equip an entire army. He glanced up at the crates of cargo and muttered, "No wonder those soldiers were so desperate to take this back. With so much stuff here, I can't possibly carry it all away. Leaving it behind is a waste, but if these weapons fall into the wrong hands, it'll be extremely dangerous. If that high school girl were here, she could pack all of this up and take it with her." Han Feng indulged in the fantasy with a grin, saying, "What a picture. Just thinking about it gets me excited." He put on a thoughtful look and mused, "Should I go back and bring her here? Keeping these things in my hands is still the safest bet." Having finished his inspection, Han Feng walked out of the tunnel. Suddenly, rocks came tumbling down from the sky. Those rocks emitted a faint red glow in the shape of a handprint. He froze and screamed, "Oh crap." Suddenly, the spot where Han Feng was standing blew up in a massive explosion. Atop the tunnel's roof, the silhouettes of the three masterminds gradually appeared. Zixi laughed triumphantly and said, "Still want to kill us? Watch me blow you to kingdom come." The little girl turned to Yaking and asked, "Sis, check if he's dead yet." She inspected the area for a moment before her expression turned to sheer shock. Shrapnel from the explosion flew wildly through the air, clanging harshly against the walls. A figure suddenly emerged from the billowing smoke, reaching out a hand to part the haze as he slowly stepped forward. The explosion smoke gradually dispersed, revealing a figure surrounded by twin streams of blue and purple light. At that moment, Han Feng stood right in the middle of the smoke. His entire body was shrouded in blue and purple energy auras. This was the reinforcement ability. Following that, a look of bewilderment washed over his face. While his body was still undergoing reinforcement, Han Feng thought to himself, "That rock actually exploded and scared the living daylights out of me. Good thing I reinforced my clothes all over. Otherwise, I'd be dead for sure." Afterward, Han Feng clenched his fists and glared toward the cave entrance, thinking darkly. The rock fell from above, Looks like they're hiding right on top of the cave. Han Feng stared at the wall in front of him. He began channeling energy into his hands until they were engulfed in roaring red flames, then cursed angrily. Damn it, don't think that hiding outside and ambushing me means I have no way of getting to you. The crimson flames billowed and swirled fiercely inside the cave, producing a deep rumble that showcased their raw power. The cave began to shake, and stone dust rained down wherever the red flames passed. Up above the cave, the flames crept through the rock crevices, surrounding Yuan Yi, Zixi, and Yaking. Seeing this, Yaking instantly turned vigilant and blurted out, "Oh no." Instantly, the ground beneath the three of them cracked apart, causing all three to plummet downward together. Yuan Yi, Zixi, and Yaking let out simultaneous screams as they tumbled down alongside massive boulders. The three of them hit the ground in various ungraceful ways. Landing hard, Zixi wailed in pain, "My butt," followed immediately by Yuan Yi shouting in agony, "My head." Yaking struggled to get back on her feet, calling out sternly, "Get up, the enemy is still here." With that, Yaking tried to pull Zixi and Yuan Yi up so they could get away from the spot. At the same time, in the distance, Han Feng raised his rifle, aiming straight at the three of them. Then, with a tense look on his face, he continuously opened fire in their direction. The three of them scrambled frantically to climb up the pile of rocks. Behind them, a barrage of bullets rained down, striking the surrounding boulders with ear-splitting clangs. Suddenly, a bullet struck home, piercing straight through Yaking's leg and eliciting a cry of pain. Yuan Yi and Zixi both lost their footing and tumbled flat onto the ground. Zixi shrieked out in pain. At that moment, Yaking resolutely turned her head back and called out, "Wait." Han Feng still had his gun aimed at her, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Seeing this, Yaking quickly said, "We surrender." Hearing her words, he froze in speechlessness. Right then, Zixi was holding a rock enveloped in red flames. She glared angrily at Han Feng, who was still keeping Yaking under control, and roared, "Asshole, let go of my sister." Realizing the situation, Han Feng recalled how his clothes had protected him earlier, and a clumsy expression crossed his face as he calculated the explosive power of these rocks. But my reinforced coat can handle the defense. It's just that if I attack this woman first, I probably won't have time to defend against the explosion. And if I knock out the other girl first, I'll get attacked by this one. Plus, during all this, I've still got to watch out for that kid trying to sneak up on me. After thinking it through, Han Feng didn't let down his guard just yet. He kept his gun aimed at Yaking and Zixi. To their absolute astonishment, Han Feng negotiated in a reasonable tone. "To be honest, there's no deep-seated hatred between us. As long as you guys stop bombing my house, we can totally live in peace with each other." Hearing Han Feng's words, Yaking's face filled with confusion. She blinked and asked back, "Bomb your house?" Meanwhile, Zixi chimed in, looking equally perplexed. "Wait, is it that place?" Zixi suddenly recalled past events. The little girl grew even more awkward as she asked, "Could you be the guy living in that hillside villa on top of the mountain?" Hearing that, Han Feng instantly snapped. He aimed his gun forward and yelled at the top of his lungs, "You tell me. If you guys hadn't been blowing up my house every single day, why would I bother coming out to check the situation? Was it because the weather was so great I wanted to go mountain climbing for fun?" By this point, Yaking was also getting curious. She looked at Zixi and asked, "Zixi, why on earth were you blowing up his house every day?" Hearing the question, the little girl flusteredly replied, "Because firing artillery shells feels way too awesome. If I don't shoot them every day, I feel all itchy and uncomfortable. Besides, I figured whoever lived in that villa must be rich, so I couldn't help wanting to blow them up." Hearing this, Han Feng instantly lost his temper and roared, "Are you out of your damn mind?" Yaking then turned to Han Feng and asked, "If that's the case, you and the soldiers who attacked us today aren't on the same side." Hearing her, Han Feng corrected her with an annoyed expression. "Look at what I'm wearing. Does this look like a soldier's uniform to you?" Yaking still looked unconvinced. She pressed on, "Then why did you show up at the same time as the soldiers?" Facing Yaking's question, Han Feng pulled a deadpan face and replied, "I said I was just passing by coincidentally. Do you believe me or not?" After he finished speaking, the atmosphere abruptly plunged into silence. All three of them maintained their positions without saying another word. Then Yaking suddenly spoke up to break the silence. With tears streaming down her face, she said, "Handsome, I'm sorry. It was all a misunderstanding." Han Feng remained on guard, keeping his gun pointed at her as he replied, "Don't think crying is going to make me let you guys off the hook." Hearing that, Yaking continued sobbing. No. By now, the wound on Yaking's leg had begun dripping long streaks of blood onto the ground, looking excruciatingly painful. She whimpered, "My leg hurts." A short while later, A brightly lit room appeared inside the cave. Inside that room, recently used medical instruments were scattered all over the table. Right now, Zixi was helping Yaking administer first aid to her leg wound. Off to the side, Yuan Yu was fast asleep. Han Feng sat on a chair keeping watch over the two of them, thinking to himself, this woman was way too calm when the bullet was being extracted. If it were me, I would have been howling in pain ages ago. This girl's technique for handling a gunshot wound is also way too proficient. Their background definitely isn't simple. Once treated, Yaking gently set her feet back on the ground. Seeing that the two of them had finished treating the injury, Han Feng negotiated. From now on, you are not allowed to shell my house anymore. And I won't come bother you guys either. Deal. After being cleaned up by Zixi, who was kneeling beside her, Yaking politely replied, Thank you for forgiving our rudeness, sir. We completely agree to your proposal. Then Yaking added, To show our sincerity, feel free to take whatever supplies you need from right here. Hearing her offer, Zixi unhappily protested, We risked our lives to win those things. What gives you the right to just hand them over to him? At that moment, Yaking glared at Zixi with a dark expression and issued a warning. Stay on your knees. If you hadn't had nothing better to do than blow up this gentleman's house, would we have ended up in this misunderstanding? And your sister wouldn't have gotten hurt either. Hearing this, the little girl shrank back in fear and answered, Sorry, I know I was wrong. Following that, Yaking instantly put on a cheerful smile and told Han Feng, My little sister is stubborn and ignorant. I hope sir can forgive her. Seeing this, he pulled a deadpan expression, thinking, Talk about a 180-degree personality flip. Thinking of something, Han Feng turned cautious and inquired, Right. Earlier, you guys always seemed able to track my exact location. How did you pull that off? Hearing his question, Yaking maintained her gentle smile. Looking at Han Feng, who still had his gun pointed at her, she said, If we explain, can sir please put the gun down? Zixi, still kneeling as punishment, chimed in, That's right. Han Feng twirled the gun in his hand, much to the annoyance and discomfort of Yaking and Zixi. He answered, I still can't trust you guys. Seeing this, Yaking didn't get angry. Instead, she politely explained, Actually, this is a technique involving superpowers. If sir wants to learn, I can teach you. Han Feng was puzzled upon hearing this. Superpowers. At that moment, Yaking manipulated the wind energy in her palm to form a miniature tornado, saying, Even before the climate turned abnormal, certain people possessed special abilities. We call them superpowers. Superpower users emit fluctuating superpower magnetic fields. As long as you can sense these fluctuations, you can pinpoint the location of any superpower user. After that, they chatted at length, teaching him how to sense the superpower energy fluctuations of others. Han Feng looked calmly at Yaking and asked, If superpowers can grow stronger through mastery, is it possible to awaken new ones? After listening to Han Feng's question, Yaking paused in thought before replying, As far as I know, different types of superpowers are incompatible. A person can only possess a single type of superpower. Hearing this, Han Feng thought of his 3 abilities and fell into deep contemplation. In other words, my superpowers are red, green, and purple light. According to what she said, I have 3 distinct abilities. What's going on here? Looks like I'll need to find some time to thoroughly research this. Thinking this, Han Feng immediately stood up and walked forward, stopping right in front of Yaking. He extended a hand and politely stated, Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Han Feng. I used to be an ordinary office worker, pleased to work with you. Seeing this, Yaking cheerfully extended her hand to shake his, replying, Jiang Yaking, I used to be a professor. Hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Then Yaking smiled and continued, Can you finally put your gun down now? And do you have any explanation for calling me a loose, rag-like ugly bitch earlier? Right then, Zixi, who had been quiet until now, suddenly burst into a cheerful giggle and said, I knew sister wouldn't let him off that easily. Zixi immediately channeled energy into both hands. While Yaking calmly kept her grip on Han Feng's hand, the little girl excitedly piped up, Sis, should we blow him up? Seeing this, his expression turned slightly awkward as he stammered, You guys aren't trying to go down together with me, are you? Those previous explosions didn't do a thing to me. Do you really think I'm scared? Though he said that, Han Feng was thinking to himself, If explosions go off all around me simultaneously, I'll probably end up critically injured even if I don't die. At that moment, Yaking nonchalantly kept holding his hand, her expression turning grim as she said, Don't misunderstand, Mr. Han. We've already reached a cooperation agreement. I just wanted Mr. Han to explain those vicious curses you hurled at me earlier. Amidst Zixi's excitement, Han Feng and Yaking locked in a tug-of-war, one trying to pull his hand back while the other held fast. Evading the issue, he stammered, What vicious curses? I don't remember a thing. Then Han Feng resorted to flattering Yaking while she maintained her position and dark smile. He started off with high praise. An elegant, intelligent, gentle, and brilliantly gorgeous woman like Ms. Jiang is every man's dream girl. We definitely had a misunderstanding earlier. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, Yaking looked slightly flustered before glancing at Zixi with a warning. Who told you to ready your superpower? Don't hurt our allied gentlemen. Hearing this, the little girl let out a gasp of dismay and asked unhappily, We're not blowing him up. Immediately afterward, Zixi glared irritably at Han Feng face to face and snapped, Stinky man. Don't think a few compliments to my sister mean I'll let you off. After hearing Zixi out, Han Feng smiled and went right back to sweet-talking the little girl. He coaxed, This young lady is so lively, adorable, innocent, and romantic, simply impossible not to love. Flattered instantly, Zixi beamed with a blushing, slightly embarrassed face and replied, Really? You've got decent taste, I'll give you that. I'll have you know I'm not easily charmed by your sweet talk. But since you seem like a decent guy, I'll let your ridiculous nonsense from before slide. Hearing the little girl's words, both Han Feng and Yaking wore deadpan expressions, both thinking, This kid is way too easy to trick. Meanwhile, Yuan Yu was still sleeping soundly on the young boy's bed. Getting ready to leave, Han Feng spoke to Yaking, who was still seated nearby. Well, I'm heading out. I'll bring some people over in a few days to pick up some supplies. How does that sound, Ms. Jiang? At the same time, Han Feng thought to himself, My generator fuel at home is running low anyway. Might as well stock up while I'm at it. Hearing that he wanted to leave, Yaking struck a seductive pose and purred invitingly. You can take as much as you want from here. But it's already the middle of the night. Why not stay the night and head out tomorrow? Seeing this, Han Feng blushed, rubbed the back of his head awkwardly, and replied, Ms. Jiang really thinks of everything. Suddenly, Zixi stepped in and blocked Han Feng's path while he was still flustered. A fierce aura flared around the little girl as she glared at him and issued a warning. You want to stay. Seeing this, Han Feng bolted, leaving behind a trail of white smoke as he shouted back from afar, I've got things to do at home. Bye. Watching him go, Zixi looked confused and asked Yaking, Sis, why didn't we tell him about how superpowers work? Hearing the little girl's puzzle, Yaking replied calmly, If we told him now, how would we get him to come begging for our help later? Then turning her gaze toward Yuanya's bed and ignoring Zixi's contemplation, Yaking called out, Yuanya, he's gone. Stop pretending to sleep. Yuanya immediately sat bolt upright and stated calmly, I hate talking to strangers. Seeing Yuanya wake up, Yaking calmly asked, Since you used your superpower multiple times today, did you notice any bodily changes? Right then, Zixi scurried over to Yuanya, reaching out to check his body as she eagerly chirped, Let me see. Suddenly, a plump, smooth white peach burst into view right in front of them. Sitting calmly opposite them, Yaking watched Zixi expose the peach with a quick hand. She burst out laughing and teased, It sprouted on your butt. Meanwhile, Yuanya was frozen in place, unable to move, and yelled out in mortified embarrassment, Let me go. At that moment, Yaking calmly instructed, Good thing it sprouted on your butt, but just to be safe, we need to try and use our superpowers less often from now on. Elsewhere, amidst a raging blizzard, howling gales whistled piercingly through the freezing air. A figure was slowly climbing toward the mountaintop. Han Feng's clothes were covered in thick patches of white snow. He collapsed onto the snowy ground with a groan, panting, I'm exhausted. The heart in Han Feng's chest suddenly began pounding abnormally fast. He dropped to his knees in the white snow, clutching his chest as an expression of agony washed over his face. Han Feng's mind raced in panic. This is awful. I feel like I can't breathe. What is happening? This is bad. I can't walk another step. I remember there's a hidden surveillance camera just ahead. Han Feng staggered closer to the camera, waved his hands in front of the lens, and screamed, Help! Is anyone there? The camera swiveled toward Han Feng and began recording him. Elsewhere, a computer screen displayed the image of Han Feng waving his hands for help, transmitted live from the security camera. At that moment, the room was pitch black with no one in sight, illuminated only by the faint glow of the computer monitor. The other two girls had already fallen fast asleep ages ago. Meanwhile, over on Han Feng's end, he stood shivering helplessly in front of the camera. Han Feng muttered, It's so late, could they all be asleep already? Oh man, I'm completely doomed. The heart in his chest began to tighten once again. Han Feng immediately collapsed onto the snowy ground, his face contorted in agony. Panicking, he thought to himself, My chest hurts so bad. Right after that, Han Feng passed out cold, his body tumbling face first into the pure white snow before lying completely motionless. A moment later, his eyes slowly fluttered open. Within his field of vision hung a pale yellow ceiling light. At that instant, The silhouette of a pink-haired girl holding a towel appeared in his view. Han Feng instantly bolted upright in a panic, while the girl was still standing right beside the bed. Slipping off the bed, Han Feng crashed flat on his face onto the floor. Helplessly, he voiced out, "What is going on? Why am I back here?" He blurted out and asked, "Why am I not wearing any clothes?" Recalling the previous night when she had sleepwalked over to the computer, Jia Yan replied, "Last night, I suddenly got super hungry and went out to look for food, and coincidentally saw the footage on the security camera. Then I went down the mountain and carried you back. To help you recover your body temperature quickly, I took off your clothes." QQ sat on the bed, snacking away continuously while Jia Yan stood beside her, looking down at Han Feng with worried concern. She asked, "Your body didn't seem injured, so why did you faint at the foot of the mountain?" Hearing this, he replied, "I remember my chest suddenly hurting terribly back then." Afterward, he briefly recounted yesterday's events to them from start to finish. Hearing him out, Jia Yan stated, "It's probably due to the freezing weather combined with extreme exhaustion leading to angina." At this, QQ gave Han Feng a thumbs up and praised, "As expected of the one chosen by the evil eye, taking on 3 alone. Impressive." Hearing this, he instantly snapped in anger. "Can you show a little care for my body?" Then Han Feng excitedly told QQ, "Right, come with me quickly. Those 3 people are still waiting for me to transfer supplies." Focusing her energy, QQ enveloped her body in a blue aura. The little girl proclaimed, "The great evil king is about to make an appearance." Immediately, Jia Yan stepped forward to block the 2 of them. Facing their resigned expressions with a deeply grim look, she issued a prohibition. "No way, Mr. Han must stay in bed and rest right now. Avoid cardio, daily frog checks until medical clearance is stable. QQ, don't go bothering Mr. Han these next few days either." Over the following 5 days, under Nurse Kim's meticulous care, Han Feng basically made a full recovery. QQ and Han Feng were now sitting inside the sauna room. Munching on a cucumber, QQ asked him, "How many days have you been trying? Maybe you were dumped by the evil king ages ago." Han Feng frowned and snapped back, "Stop distracting me. I need to focus my mind just a little more." At that moment, Han Feng channeled the energy within his body. A hazy image of the girl gradually surfaced in his mind. He muttered, "Sensed Nurse Kim, what is she doing? That posture looks so weird." At the same time, inside the bathroom, Jia Yan looked around in bewilderment before speaking up. "That's strange. Why do I feel like someone is staring right at me?" Right then, Han Feng's expression suddenly turned bizarre. He muttered, "So that's how it is, truly miraculous." Elsewhere, massive boulders were piled high across the ground. 3 figures were slowly moving along the path. Yaching was seated in a wheelchair pushed by Yuan Ni, with Zai Zai walking alongside them. Suddenly, she spoke up. "I thought he'd be back soon, but we ended up waiting a full 8 days." Yaching then followed up in astonishment, and he even brought along 2 other superpowered individuals. Hearing this, Zai Zai panicked and yelled loudly, "What? 3 more superpowered people? No way!" Yuan Ni calmly replied, "We're not fighting anymore. What is there to fear?" Amidst the blowing snow, Yaching's trio came to a halt, waiting as Han Feng's group gradually approached. Han Feng immediately raised his hand in greeting. "Long time no see, Miss Jiang. We're here to pick up the supplies. These are the 3 superpowered people I mentioned. We're allies now." Jia Yan politely bowed and said, "Hello, nice to meet you. Please guide us." At the same time, QQ raised her hand in a greeting gesture and said, "Hello." QQ and Yaching caught sight of each other simultaneously. Instantly, QQ's greeting gesture froze dead in its tracks. Then, to everyone's utter shock, QQ immediately spun her snowmobile around, prepared to take off, and mumbled, "Knowing this would happen, I wouldn't have come." Seeing QQ trying to flee, Yaching hurriedly stood up in a panic and blurted out, "Big sis, why are you here?" The moment she finished speaking, all 4 of them, Han Feng, Jia Yan, Zai Zai, and Yuan Ni, dropped their jaws in unison and yelled, "What?" Putting on an innocent expression, QQ denied it. "Auntie, you've got the wrong person. I'm only 12 years old this year." Paying no heed to those words, Yaching lunged straight forward and blurted out, "Do you take me for blind? You suddenly vanished from the research lab. Do you have any idea how worried sick I was about you? Are you chasing some brand new dream?" The little girl continued to justify herself. "What dream? I just want to stay indoors eating, playing games, and waiting to die forever." Frowning, QQ cried out for help. "Help me." Over on their side, Han Feng and Jia Yan exchanged glances and asked in unison, "What kind of relationship do those 2 have?" Across from them, Zai Zai blankly answered, "I have no idea." Scene shifts to the resting quarters inside the dormitory building. Everyone sat facing the 2 girls. Puzzled, Han Feng asked, "Are you 2 really sisters?" Holding QQ on her lap, Yaching replied, I won't hide it from you all. Big Sis QQ is my stepsister from a different mother. That non-answer regarding their relationship left the entire group stunned. Yaching explained, I was an orphan adopted when I was 5 years old. Back then, Big Sis QQ was already my older sister. We love and cherish each other even more deeply than biological sisters. Representing the group, Han Feng and Zai Zai sprang to their feet and pointed, demanding, Hold on a second. By any logical measure, you're the older sister, right? Letting out a sigh, she smiled and replied, It's normal to misunderstand. After all, Big Sis QQ is both petite and adorable. Yaching then unlocked her phone and pulled up a photo. Big Sis QQ is actually 1 year older than me. This is a picture of us when we were little. Zai Zai exclaimed, Classic older sister looks when she was young. So cute. Meanwhile, Han Feng rubbed his chin skeptically. Absurd. How is that junior high school student basically identical to how she looks now? He thought to himself, the high school girl is 21 this year, which means this woman is only 20. She grew up way too fast. Zai Zai burst out laughing. Right now you two look more like mother and daughter than sisters. Hilarious. Noticing the two of them looking slightly displeased, the little girl quickly turned her head away and stammered. I was just joking. Glancing down, Yaching said, A lot of things happened after you left the research institute. QQ wondered, What happened? Catching her glancing in his direction, Han Feng felt bewildered. If you want to talk, just talk. Why are you looking at me? Startled as it dawned on him, he thought to himself. Turns out she didn't want me to hear this. Quick-wittedly turning toward the doorway and stretching, Han Feng said, Nurse Kim, let's go take a walk around the cave first to see if there are any usable supplies. Jia Yan stood up and replied, Sure. Seeing this, QQ hopped down with a spring and declared, You guys aren't going anywhere. Stepping into the center of the room, she announced, Since we're companions chosen by the evil eye, everyone has the right to know about this. Han Feng rubbed his chin and replied, Well, since my comrade has spoken, I might as well stay. Jia Yan also curtsied slightly, then sorry to intrude. Left with no choice, Yaching sighed. If it's Big Sis's request, I'll spell it out directly. She began recounting. After you left, our research succeeded, but the professor was murdered and the research institute was destroyed. Hearing that, Han Feng wore an anxious expression as he thought, That's way too brief. So much information packed into just the opening sentence. I have zero idea what's going on. Showing complete composure, QQ remarked, Actually, I figured this out long ago. That reaction caught Yaching by surprise, making her blurt out, How did you know? She continued, There are factions in the city hunting down superpowered individuals. If our identities get exposed, we'll likely be targeted for assassination. Maintaining her calm, QQ replied, I knew that too. Yaching abruptly pulled back the collar of her shirt to reveal another detail. Using too much superpower causes the energy to condense and form crystals inside the body. Pointing to the mark on her neck, she continued, We even researched a method to purge these energy crystals. Letting out a soft hum, QQ pointed at Han Feng and answered, He had a crystal near his heart a few days ago. I helped him get rid of it. Hearing that, he started in surprise. There was such a thing. With a confused look, Han Feng muttered, True or false? How come I had no idea? You should have told me sooner. Pouting slightly, Yaching asked, Does that mean Big Sis already knew the technique that lets a superpowered person sense the energy inside another superpowered person? Blinking wide-eyed, the little girl replied, I didn't know that. Looking dejected as she hugged a pillow, Yaching said, Big Sis, you don't have to comfort me. A genius like you couldn't possibly not know such a simple technique. Kneeling beside her to offer comfort, QQ said, I really didn't know. If that spiritual technique is so awesome, teach it to me. Breaking into the conversation, Han Feng asked, Hey, what kind of code talk are you two using? Can you explain it clearly from start to finish? QQ widened her eyes. Before was hell. Yaching followed up. Are you sure you want to hear it? Looking naively curious, Han Feng replied, I'm sure. He thought to himself, This is the first time I've ever seen a junior high school girl make an expression like that. Yaching began her story. Back then, I graduated university at 18 while she graduated with her master's at 19. We were both renowned, talented, and beautiful female researchers. Hearing that, Han Feng felt a bit depressed with the flattery. Isn't that laying it on a bit thick? She kept going. 2 years ago, our institute accidentally discovered a superpowered individual. She was frozen solid by her own superpower. Last year, my Big Sis and I suddenly gained superpowers, but then Big Sis suddenly vanished. Earlier this year, the institute successfully completed the project of creating artificial superpowered humans. But a few months ago, the professor in charge of superpower research was assassinated inside the women's restroom. Hearing that point, both Han Feng and Zhai Yan wondered aloud. Why the women's restroom? Yaqing continued. As for the remaining researchers, they either went missing or were killed. Then even the Research Institute building was blown to bits. The three of us escaped relying on our superpowers. Rubbing his chin upon hearing the whole story, Han Feng deduced. Could your technology have caught the eye of certain parties? Did they want to monopolize this tech, so they murdered everyone involved and destroyed the institute? Yaqing replied. As far as I know, there's an organization in the city calling themselves the Base. They've gathered quite a few superpowered individuals. I suspect they're the culprits. Subconsciously recalling a startled realization, he thought, the Base, could it be them? Turning to ask, Han Feng said, weren't those soldiers you fought members of the Base? If you caught one and interrogated him, wouldn't you find out? Lowering her head, she answered. We did capture a squad leader. According to his confession, he wasn't from the Base, but a member of Assembly Hall. Hearing that, Han Feng blurted out in shock. What, Assembly Hall? From behind, Zai complained. That old mister who helped an entire district through hard times, only to be captured by Assembly Hall to be used as cannon fodder. He was cultured, well-mannered, and seemed like a really good guy at first glance. Han Feng's face twitched as doubt flooded his mind. No way. Assembly Hall taking people as cannon fodder. Brother Li and the others would never do something like that. Besides, where would Assembly Hall ever find anyone cultured and well-mannered? Curious, Han Feng turned back to ask the two kids, where is the prisoner? Can you take me to see him? A short while later, Zai led him to an area lined with iron bars. Pointing at a cell, the little girl said, he's locked up in there. Zai called out in front of the cell door, Mr. Prisoner, we've got some questions for you. To his surprise, the prisoner turned out to be Zhu Yu. He replied, little girl, I've already told you everything I know. When are you going to let me out? Letting out a sigh, Zhu Yu added, Assembly Hall captured me and my friends. To survive, we had no choice but to follow orders. I'm just a victim too. Stepping forward with a sneer, Han Feng mocked. I seriously never expected it to be you. Did you make squad leader already? Startled, the man looked up. Seeing him sitting there, Han Feng called out his name. Jiang Zuyu. Crossing his arms over his chest with a sarcastic tone, Han Feng taunted. Isn't this our good guy, Mr. Jiang? Didn't you lead your brothers to fine food and nice clothes? How did you end up as a low-class prisoner? Startled, Zai turned to him and asked. You guys know each other. Raising his head with a smile, Zhu Yu replied. I never expected to run into you here either, Mr. Han. At first, I just wanted to save more people, which is why I wanted to get the supplies you had. I hope you can understand. Standing outside, Han Feng retorted. So you're saying not giving you supplies was my fault? Standing up and waving his hands, Zhu Yu explained. That's not what I meant. In that situation, it's completely understandable that you prioritized your own safety. Remaining firm, Han Feng snapped. Quit putting on an act. Do you take me for an idiot? Pointing his gun at the man, he interrogated. Didn't you go off with people from the base? Why are you impersonating someone from Assembly Hall? Hearing this, Zai gasped and blurted out. What? He's from the base. Clenching her fists in mounting anger, the little girl fumed. How dare he lie to us? Maintaining his composure, Zhu Yu merely let out a heavy sigh. Then he spoke up. I didn't lie to you guys, it's a long story. Initially, I joined the base and was appointed squad leader. But when our team was surrounding Assembly Hall, we got ambushed by them, leaving us no choice but to surrender and join forces with them. Not long ago, Assembly Hall sent people disguised as soldiers in an attempt to seize this underground warehouse. I was among them, but we were quickly defeated and I got locked up. Frowning, Han Feng cut him off. Stop right there. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Zhu Yu replied. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Suddenly, Han Feng reached out and grabbed him by the hair. Pulling hard, Han Feng slammed the man's head against the iron bars. He roared, Stop acting for your own damn sister. Do you think I'm one of those brainless residents you scam? Trembling, Zhu Yu still tried to explain. I didn't lie to you. But instantly, he took a direct punch straight to the face from Han Feng. The heavy blow sent Zhu Yu hurtling backward inside the cell. Losing his balance, he tipped over and crashed onto the floor. Struggling back up to his feet while wiping his face, Zhu Yu pleaded. You've got it wrong, Mr. Han. I'm not lying to you. Everything I said is the truth. Clinging to the wall as he walked over, he whimpered in a shaky voice. I've already been captured and locked up by you guys, plus you know my past. So to save my skin, I wouldn't dare lie to you again. Frowning with a grimace, Han Feng let out a light huff. Then he pulled back the slide of his gun to chamber a round. Pointing the weapon at Zhu Yu, Han Feng stated, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me everything you know about the base organization. Don't let me hear a single lie. Adjusting his glasses with a frown, Zhu Yu replied, I haven't been in the base very long before getting captured by Assembly Hall, so I don't know much. Instantly, a bullet fired, grazing past Zuyu's ear and startling him with terror. As the gun's smoke dissipated from the barrel, Han Feng said with deadly seriousness, "The reason I didn't kill you with that shot is because I figured you still have value. If you won't tell the truth, then you have no value left at all." Trembling all over, Zuyu clutched his ears. Walking down the hallway afterward, Zai Zai looked at him and praised, "Big bro, when you smashed that scammer just now, you looked so cool." Flustered, Han Feng replied, "Nah, you're flattering me." Pushing open the door, the little girl cheered excitedly, "Big sis, we're back." Everyone playing cards for recreation turned their heads toward the entrance all at once. Stepping inside, Han Feng announced, "Nurse Kim, junior high school girl, you guys will never guess who the prisoner is." He dropped the news. It's none other than Jiang Zuyu. That piece of information startled both girls into blurting out, "What?" Turning over, Yaqing asked, "You guys know that prisoner?" QQ stepped up and gave a detailed account of everything back and forth. After listening for a moment, she clutched her head in lament. "I can't believe we got scammed too." Up above, Yuan Ni chimed in, "Actually, I've always felt like most handsome guys aren't good people." Han Feng added, "Jiang Zuyu is currently a member of the base, and this underground warehouse originally belonged to the base. Word is that the base's patrol teams were constantly harassed by Assembly Hall, so they're gathering forces to surround Assembly Hall." Jia Yan realized, could Assembly Hall be where Uncle Li is? Han Feng recounted, "Jiang Zuyu claims the current leader of Assembly Hall is Li Zi." Both girls found that name hard to believe and gasped, "No way." He explained, "I didn't believe it at the time either, thinking Jiang Zuyu was lying, so naturally I ended up beating him up." Yaqing turned and asked, "You guys are also that close with Assembly Hall? You certainly have colorful experiences." Once again, QQ was pushed forward to speak on behalf of the group. Han Feng provided further details. According to Jiang Zuyu, the base currently occupies the international airport and commands nearly 1,000 troops. They scavenge supplies and round up residents in the city, drafting young adults into the army while providing regular food. As for ugly women, the elderly, and the poor, they're secretly processed into food to feed the rest of the civilians. Hearing that, Yuan Ni said with disgust, "That's utterly sickening." While Yaqing looked nauseated, Zai Zai raged, "The base organization is completely subhuman. I really want to blow them to smithereens." Turning to the two girls, Han Feng asked, "How come you guys don't look surprised at all?" Jia Yan offered an awkward smile. "Actually, Uncle Li Zhenghao told us about that long ago." Beside her, QQ nodded. Hearing that, Han Feng turned purple with suppressed rage, clenching his fists as he cursed mentally. "Damn it. That old geezer didn't tell me a single thing about it." Han Feng then voiced his concerns. Once the base crushes Assembly Hall in the city, they might turn their free hands to attacking this underground warehouse. The villa where we're hiding isn't far away, so there's a high chance our location will get exposed too. To prevent the base from getting their way, I want to take some weapons and gear to support Assembly Hall. What do you kids think? Frowning, QQ replied, "The Evil Eye endorses your proposal." Scene cuts to the armory that Han Feng had previously repped. Pointing outward, he declared, "Let's bring all the cannons and artillery shells along and blow those bastards from the base straight to hell." QQ stood in the middle of the room, sucking all the supplies into her spatial storage while shouting, "Oh mighty Evil Eye, show me your true power." Seeing this, Zixi couldn't help happily exclaiming, "This superpower is way too op. No wonder she's the boss of all bosses." Riding the momentum, Han Feng dragged QQ from room to room, saying, "There's still a ton of fuel and military rations ahead. Over here, there's an armory packed with firearms and ammunition. Store this whole pile of guns, too. And these supplies as well. Vacuum up the lot of them." He stood there rubbing his chin, muttering to himself, "Let me think if there's anything else worth taking." Meanwhile, the little girl trembled and complained, "I'm stuffed. I feel like I'm gonna puke." Afterward, a crate was set down. Yaking told everyone, "These are military walkie-talkies with a 30-kilometer communication range. Take them with you so we can keep in touch at any time." QQ kept shivering and whining, "No way, I honestly can't cram another thing down." While Han Feng kept pushing her, "It's the last box. You can do it. Hang in there." On this side, Z was trying to explain, "The base's people are surrounding us, and Li Zhenghao is nowhere to be found, so we don't need to pull that off. I already told you I can't play the big boss role." Ah Qiang tried to persuade him, "Stay calm. You can totally do it. Keep it up." Right at that moment, someone pushed the door open and announced, "Boss, those bastards tied our people to armored vehicles to use as human shields. They're driving straight toward us right now." From the direction of the armored vehicles, a soldier's voice echoed with a warning, You're surrounded. Surrender now or we'll open fire. The base's men continuously hurled threats. You're surrounded. Surrender now. We've got thermal imaging cameras, so we spotted you ages ago. Then gunfire rang out continuously. The captives tied up in the front trembled in fear. Shots were fired blindly into the nearby buildings. Looking through the thermal camera feed, one of them questioned, "There isn't a single living person showing up on the thermal scope along the way. Are they really hiding nearby?" The soldier next to him chided, "Stop talking nonsense. Just do as the captain says. If the captain says the Justice Hall is here, then they are definitely here." Then he spoke into his walkie-talkie to report, "Fourth squad leader, target not spotted." The captain replied, "Fourth squad, stick to the original plan. Continue scouting that street." The other end immediately acknowledged the order. He demanded further updates. Squad 1 and Squad 2, report your status. Immediate reports came back from their ends. Squad 1, target not spotted. Squad 2, target not spotted. Sitting in the back of the vehicle, Zhang Dongsu chimed in with a sarcastic sneer. "Captain Zhao, are you even competent at all? Last time you let a superpower user escape and got punished by the commander. Can't you even handle a bunch of ordinary people this time?" Captain Zhao chewed on his cigar and retorted, "This is an old urban area with tightly packed buildings. How are we supposed to find them instantly? As long as we keep tightening the encirclement, they won't be able to run." Dongsu kept a cigarette between his lips and said, "Spare me the excuses. This young master isn't playing with you guys anymore." Dongsu snapped his fingers. A blue flame sparked at his fingertips. He lit his cigarette, walked off, and didn't forget to provoke him on his way out. "Hope you actually managed to complete the mission this time. Good luck." After he left, the driver turned to ask, "Captain, who the hell is that kid? Why is he acting so full of himself?" He answered, "That guy isn't even human." Captain Zhao continued issuing orders into his walkie-talkie. "All squads pay attention. Narrow down the search radius and thoroughly inspect every single room and basement." The other end acknowledged. "Understood, Captain." Scene cut to the mountain range near the villa area. A figure was seen gliding across the snow. It was Han Feng, QQ, and Yuanya's group. Scanning the surroundings through binoculars, he praised, "We made it into the city in no time. Your superpower is way too convenient." Hearing that, the boy thought to himself, "He's literally treating me like public transportation." Recalling how Han Feng had bribed Yuanyi earlier, fresh food like this isn't something just anyone has access to, especially when you can get it just by putting in a tiny bit of effort. Zixi also urged, "Say yes, hurry up and agree." The boy muttered to himself, "If I hadn't laid eyes on that meat and vegetables, I wouldn't have helped you at all." Han Feng pointed the way with a hand gesture. "Take a left and cross 2 streets and we'll be there." Afterwards, they stopped in front of an entrance. He said, "The sewer system down below leads straight to our residential complex. Cousin Lee and I took this route before." Then Yuan Ye resumed, using his superpower to transport them. Inside the sewer, they switched to walking on foot. Han Feng pulled out his gun and warned, "Stick close to me, everyone. The routes down here are complicated and easy to get lost in." He continued in a soft, cautious tone, "Just ahead is the residential area. There might be people hiding and living there, so watch out for sneak attacks." Han Feng summoned his red energy, not forgetting to remind the other 2 first. "Step back a bit, guys." Entering Happy Residential Community, the group of 3 stepped inside. He let out a relieved breath. "We finally made it." Looking around inside, Han Feng sighed. "Never thought I'd see the day I'd come back here." He felt a nostalgic pang, feeling as though the events from not too long ago had already passed ages ago. QQ looked up and asked, "Where are we going to find Uncle Lee and the others?" He rubbed his chin in deep thought. Zuyu said they were staying in the western Old City area, but the exact location wasn't clear. An hour later, the base's armored vehicle was still crawling forward slowly. Han Feng's voice rang out. "These soldiers are besieging Cousin Lee. If we tail them, we're bound to find Cousin Lee. But we've been tracking them for a full hour. Where on earth did Cousin Lee and the others go?" A shockwave rippled from far away. Han Feng snapped his head toward it in surprise. "There are explosions over there." Through his binoculars, he saw one of the base's vehicles being blown to pieces. Afterward, Han Feng spotted the Justice Hall group stationed at a nearby building. "Our Cousin Lee and the others launching a surprise attack on the base's military." He realized with a start, no way. They're the ones being surrounded over there. Qiang handed a megaphone to Z. Boss Lee shouted loudly, "Listen up, you base scumbags. Your Lord Lee is right here. If you've got the guts, come try and kill me." Z turned back to address everyone. "Brothers, even if we die, we're taking a few of these bastards down with us." They chorused back, "We will never surrender. Absolutely no surrender." On this side, Captain Zhao ordered, All units open fire, leave none of them alive. The other end replied. But Captain Higher-Ups explicitly ordered us to find the secret key held by the Justice Hall. He wore a grim face and growled, "Don't forget how many of our brothers have sacrificed their lives. If the Justice Hall won't surrender, then go die." From the armored vehicles, they immediately acknowledged, "Understood, Captain." Mortars were hoisted onto shoulders, ready to fire. Target locked, awaiting orders. Captain Zhao roared his command, "Fire." Right at that moment, another massive explosion erupted right behind them, churning up thick black smoke. He poked his head out the door and yelled, "What was that?" Riding on top of Yuanya's snow wave, Han Feng let out a whoop and hurled a bundle of grenades down at the base's troops. He smiled with a mocking taunt. "Looks like we defeated foes are meeting again." A chain of consecutive explosions ripped down the street where the base's soldiers were gathered. Screams echoed incessantly. Captain Zhao recognized him. He gritted his teeth. "It's you brat again." He thought to himself, "Obviously he's trying to lure us away, probably to rescue the Justice Hall. But he's a superpower user. If I capture him, the commander will definitely reinstate me." From inside the vehicle, Captain Zhao issued a new directive. "Ignore those Justice Hall scumbags. Go chase that kid down." The convoy rapidly pursued the snow wave. Captain Zhao grabbed a loudspeaker and tried to negotiate. "Mr. Han Feng, our commander said as long as you're willing to surrender, he'll appoint you as vice commander." Yuanya complained from above. "Making a kid like me responsible for baiting the enemy? Talk about completely devoid of human decency." A streak of red energy surged from the deep snow. Han Feng and QQ leaped up. He stood on the opposite building, facing the Justice Hall group and waving frantically. After that, they had a long-awaited reunion after being apart for so long. Ziyi rushed forward to pull Han Feng into a bear hug, sniffling, "Little bro, I honestly thought we were goners this time. Thank goodness for you." He tried to push Uncle Lee away and reminded him, "Let's talk about this later. This place isn't safe." The people nearby wondered aloud, "Who is this guy? Did he save us?" Ah Qiang gestured toward him in introduction. "This is Brother Han Feng, one of our own." Ziyi threw an arm around his shoulder and added, "We're brothers who have been through life and death together." Han Feng spoke up, "Follow me, everyone. I've prepared a nice little surprise for you all." Uncle Lee cheered excitedly. "Little bro, what supplies did you bring this time? All of us brothers are starving." Ziyi glanced to the side and his eyes went wide in shock. He and the others gasped in amazement. "They're all big guns," Ah Qiang blurted out. "How on earth did grenades end up in a place like this?" Han Feng added, "I had that high school girl place these cannons here in advance. Her ability needs to be kept under wraps." Uncle Lee gave a thumbs up and replied, "Got it, little bro." Clenching his fists, Han Feng pumped them up. "Justice Hall brothers, it's our turn to counterattack. Let's blow those base bastards to smithereens." Standing nearby, QQ chimed in with her own hype speech. "The true eye of the Demon King has chosen you as his apostles. So accept your new mission and extinguish the flames of karmic retribution to cleanse the sins of this world." Han Feng patted the little girl's head, brushing her off. "All right, cut the pose already." Ziyi rushed over, excitedly praising, "Little bro, you're seriously way too cool." Meanwhile, Ah Qiang and the others were busy discussing QQ's theatrical act. Ziyi grabbed Han Feng tightly by the hand and proposed, "Little bro, hurry up and teach me how to fire a cannon. I want to blow those bastards to kingdom come." He replied, "What makes you think I know how to shoot one? I just came here to gift the cannons to you guys." Hearing that, the guy looked a bit disappointed. "Little bro, I just complimented you on being cool. Can you please be reliable for once?" Ziyi turned back to ask, "Do any of you brothers know how to operate artillery?" The rest of the Justice Hall members answered with blank looks. "I only know how to shoot a rifle. I saw it in a movie once." "Boss Lee, you're overestimating me big time. Let's just run." Little Cannon suddenly raised his hand and spoke up. "As for that, I used to be an artillery soldier." Han Feng looked down, harboring doubts, real or fake. This crew actually has a talent like this among them. The kid stood in front of the heavy artillery piece. Uncle Lee and the rest cheered him on. "My man, I believe in you. You got this." "Buck up, little bro. Don't embarrass us." Little Cannon began analyzing. "This is a 105 heavy-towed howitzer manufactured in the 1970s with a 34 caliber barrel and a muzzle velocity of 662 meters per second. When firing standard rounds, the maximum range increases from 11,200 meters to 14,700 meters. When using rocket-assisted projectiles, the maximum range can reach up to 18,000 meters. The elevation angle ranges from -5 to 65 degrees with a traverse of 23 degrees to both sides. A soft recoil system is installed." Han Feng promptly cut him off. Stop chanting already. Just do your thing, kid. He pointed toward the tall building ahead and continued. See that building over there, Cannon Bro? The base's people are hanging out right in that spot. Can you blast both the people and the building into absolute dust? Z stared in astonishment and asked, How on earth do you know the base's people are inside that building, little bro? Han Feng answered, I left some nice goodies over there. Once they lay eyes on it, there's no way they're walking away. True to his word, the base convoy had already pulled to a halt beneath the building. A soldier reported over the radio, Captain, we lost track of the target nearby, but we discovered something new inside this building. They moved inside shortly after. The soldier continued, Captain, we've checked the place out. It's filled entirely with fuel and food supplies. Captain Zhao stepped forward looking puzzled. Who on earth goes around hoarding these supplies in a place like this? He suspected, could it be the Justice Hall? The soldier asked. Captain, how should we handle these supplies? He turned to issue instructions. First, check if there are any traps set up around here. Once you confirm it's safe, move them out. They immediately obeyed. Understood, Captain. Captain Zhao muttered to himself. Supplies are scarce right now. Regardless of where this fuel and food came from, I have zero reason to pass up on it. He suddenly froze as a thought struck him. Wait a minute. Are all of these things literally fuel containers? His face darkened. The fierce red glow shining from outside caused Captain Zhao's eyes to dilate as he whipped around to look. He finally realized the trap that had been laid for them. On the other end, Han Feng pointed and gave the order, fire. Instantly, a barrage of pre-aimed cannons unleashed their payloads. The base's troops were still busy loading supplies onto their trucks. The roar of incoming artillery shells made them freeze and look up at the sky. Right after, a series of massive explosions erupted all around. Shockwaves and thick billows of smoke churned into the air. The shells crashed squarely into the stacks of fuel drums. Blazing fire erupted right in front of Captain Zhao. His subordinates didn't even have time to cry out. The massive explosion blasted the base soldiers into the sky along with flying bricks and stone. He crashed heavily to the ground, let out a grunt of "us," and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The soldiers caught in the flames shrieked in agonizing misery. Only then did Captain Zhao realize the gravity of the situation. We're screwed. An entire floor of the building erupted in violent blasts and raging fire. Afterward, a continuous rain of artillery shells pounded the surrounding area. From the artillery emplacement side, nothing could be seen except thick black smoke obscuring the view ahead. Z praised, little bro, your heavy artillery is seriously epic. The loud noise made Han Feng clutch his head and shout back, What did you say? I can't hear you. He reminded him, once we fire the cannons, our position is going to be exposed. We need to move fast as soon as the ammo runs out. This time it was Uncle Lee's turn to fail to hear. I can't hear a thing. 10 minutes later, the building was destroyed, and more than half of it had collapsed. Smoke and fire continued to billow upward. Seeing this, the Justice Hall group grew immensely hyped and excited, shouting, Little bro, firing these cannons feels so damn good. Those bastards finally got what was coming to them. So satisfying. Big bro Han Feng is an absolute boss. You're my idol. Han Feng twisted his face in agony as he urged, Our position has been exposed. Stop wasting time. Let's use this opportunity to get the hell out of here. Z instructed the others, brothers, pack up the big guns. He looked at them and thought, how on earth are they supposed to move artillery pieces this heavy? Plus, they're stuck deep in the snow. Han Feng stepped up to tell the group, leave all the cannons behind. We'll plant landmines all around this spot, and when their people come looking for the cannons, we'll blow the whole lot of them sky high. Z leaped up in enthusiastic agreement. Brilliant idea, little bro. Uncle Lee then told his men, hurry up, boys, make the most of time and bury them in the snow. The Justice Hall members chorused, you got it, boss. Han Feng turned to ask, Q's and Lee, weren't you guys going to rescue President Liu? How is he doing now? Z answered, we don't know where President Liu is being locked up around here. We were just trying to capture prisoners to interrogate for info. He realized, so that's how it was. No wonder you guys kept ambushing their patrol squads. Han Feng asked again, then where is that strawberry-loving uncle of mine? How come I haven't seen him yet? Uncle Lee looked at Han Feng and replied, you mean Brother Zhang Hao? We split up to handle things earlier, but lately we haven't been able to get in touch with him. Han Feng reassured him, don't worry. Sooner or later we'll track him down. For now, you guys should head back to Happy Residential Community and rest for a bit. Z looked slightly confused. Happy Residential Community? The place we used to live. What are we going back there for? He beamed proudly. I left a bunch of weapons and supplies in the underground garage of the complex. Guaranteed to give you guys enough firepower to kit out an entire army. Uncle Lee shook Han Feng's hand up and down with intense vigor and expressed his gratitude. I really can't thank you enough, little bro. Scene shifted to another nearby area. A soldier pointed and reported, Captain, we found the cannons that were used in the bombardment earlier. Captain Zhao, sitting in a wheelchair with bandages wrapped all over his body, was pushed forward by his subordinate. He groaned slightly and asked, You found the cannons. Captain Zhao roared in fury, Useless idiots. Did I tell you to go find cannons? I told you to hunt down those bastards and then blow them all into pieces. A sharp click rang out. His wheelchair caster had triggered a landmine. He realized what had happened. His expression froze solid. The cigar slipped right out of his mouth, accompanied by Captain Zhao's curse. A massive explosion followed instantly. Dirt, rocks, and chunks of the wheelchair blasted into the air along with thick black smoke. The blinding red flash turned him into minced meat. Han Feng stood to the side, looking through his binoculars toward the blast zone. He smiled with satisfaction. Oh, the landmine over there went off. Wonder which unlucky bastard that was. Ziyi walked up from behind with a flushed, rosy face and urged, What are you doing wandering out here, little bro? Come back and keep drinking. Then the two of them walked back inside together. The Justice Hall group was happily raising their glasses in toast to celebrate their victory, shouting in unison, Cheers! Only Yuan Ye sat off to the side, curled up and clutching his head. A while passed, the explosion subsided. A squad of men approached to inspect the scene. Dongsu stood there and issued his orders. Clean up the bodies. Even if they're mangled, we need them because we're running low on food. The soldiers chorused, Understood, Captain. Standing before the corpse with Captain Zhao's upper body frozen stiff, he reported into his walkie-talkie, Commander, Captain Zhao ran into an ambush and died a hero. An angry scold crackled back through the earpiece. Useless trash. His squad is under your command now. You better find that secret key. Dongsu smiled smugly and replied, As you command, Commander. Scene cut to the temporary headquarters of the 3rd Company, which used to be an elevated sightseeing cafe. The newly appointed 3rd Company captain, Zhang Dongsu, was sitting there sipping coffee while looking down at the snow-covered city. He lifted his cup, blew on it lightly, and remarked, It's snowing outside. Only fools go out to work. I'll just sip my coffee first. Dongsu closed his eyes and took a small, appreciative sip of coffee. Afterward, he turned around and instructed his subordinates, Split each squad into teams of 3 and search carefully. No slacking off. His subordinate immediately acknowledged the order. The subordinate cursed under his breath. Captain Zhao used to share hardships right alongside us, but this new captain just sits around being lazy and enjoying himself. What a jerk. A tray of rice balls appeared on the table, a luxury item in this era. Dongsu picked up a rice ball and thought to himself, Once the Justice Hall runs out of rations, they'll definitely have to come outside to forage. The moment they attack our patrol squads again, I'll be able to track them down. He used his squads of 3 freezing soldiers out in the cold as bait while he sat inside enjoying his food, musing, Rice balls taste so damn good. Nowadays, only people like me get to eat stuff like this. Those guys out there were probably chewing on snow right about now, if not worse. But completely contrary to his thoughts, the Justice Hall crew inside was eating and drinking to their heart's content. A series of complaints filled the room. I seriously can't eat another bite. I can't drink any more either. This is so insanely good. I'm freezing my ass off. Have these guys been feasting the whole night? Everyone ate and drank together, continually exclaiming, This is the first time I've eaten beef since the freezing disaster. So luxurious. Keep drinking. And we can eat as many vegetables as we want. Even if I die now, I'll have no regrets. Some of them even raised their bottles toward him and said in unison, Big Brother Han Feng, if you don't mind, we're willing to pledge our loyalty and call you Big Brother. Sitting there, he could only startle and think with quiet dismay. Are these people really this shameless? Han Feng turned to whisper, Brother Lee, why do I feel like these guys are completely untrustworthy? Do they call everyone Big Brother? Ziyi replied, Kid, don't mind that. These are guys I took in over 10 days ago, so they haven't experienced much of the world yet. He added, But kid, they all recognize you as Big Brother. Now that you're the Big Brother, you should probably show some gesture. Hearing this, Han Feng pulled out a few cigarettes and offered them. Do you gentlemen care for a smoke of Zhanghua? Upon seeing the cigarettes, the group of guys blurted out in astonishment. Zhanghua. Then the group smoked together and sighed. Nothing hits the spot quite like a Zhanghua. Going a whole month without a smoke was driving me crazy. Wearing smoke masks, Yuan Ni and QQ constantly complained. Smoking in front of children is completely immoral. That's clearly magic sand right there. The boy walked over to Han Feng and said, I've completed what you asked for, so I'm heading back now. He turned back and replied, fair enough. Han Feng went over to say to Brother Li, I originally came here to distribute supplies to everyone. Now that the supplies have arrived, we should get going. Startled, Zaya turned back and asked, what, kid, why are you leaving so soon? He explained, I've had some friction with the base recently, so I need to head back urgently to avoid any unexpected trouble. Brother Li grimaced and blurted out, is that so? Have they found your villa already? Han Feng hurriedly clapped a hand over his mouth. Zaya softly reminded him, my business needs to be kept confidential. Brother Li realized with a start. Ah, right, almost slipped up there. At this point, he recounted. After chasing away those soldiers, I found a nearby warehouse. It was packed with weapons and gear, so I brought them over as a gift for you guys. Zaya gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, you're a truly righteous kid, brother. Then he scratched his face and asked, but even though we have plenty of weapons, could you give me a few more cigarettes? We had to mortgage some of our old brothers, and now we want to buy them back. Hearing this, Han Feng's face twitched in confusion. Huh, what did you say? Zaya recounted everything to Han Feng. Upon hearing it, he could only blurt out, I never expected there would be a place like this in the city. Even living people can be traded. Brother Li clutched his head in distress. We were driven to desperation back then, so we had no choice but to pawn our own brothers. Frowning in response, Han Feng said, that's so greedy. You actually have to pay 4 times the original price just to redeem them. Making a slashing motion across his neck, he continued to ask, but are you even sure they won't be killed? Zaya answered loudly, if those bastards dare to kill them, I'll blow them to kingdom come with a cannon. Looking over, a Qiang chimed in. Right now, an adult man can only be exchanged for 10 kg of food, but a carton of cigarettes is worth 50 kg of food. Han Feng and Yuan Ni gasped in unison. No way, human lives are worth that little. Zaya explained, food is relatively cheap, but the price of vegetables and fruits is absurdly high. I heard someone traded 3 tomatoes for 3 beauties. Dark thoughts immediately raced through his head. What? Things like that are actually possible. Regaining his composure, Han Feng stated, that is truly infuriating. He asked seriously, doesn't that mean the base doesn't control the entire city? Zaya replied, the base uses the subway tunnels to transport troops, so they only control the subway lines. Those guys can't control areas where there are no subways and transportation is inconvenient. Realizing this, Han Feng said, no wonder you guys keep hiding in the old district. There really aren't any subways over there. Suddenly, Zaya bolted upright and shouted loudly, kid, brother Qiang, let's go redeem our brothers. If we want to rescue Boss Liu later, we're still going to need their help. As soon as the words left his mouth, Brother Li suddenly shuddered. Then Zai unconsciously tipped backward and crashed onto the floor. Han Feng hurriedly rushed over to ask, oh crap, Brother Li, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. A moment later, 3 space heaters were turned on. There was a wound on Zai's abdomen. Sitting there dejectedly, a Qiang said, judging by the severity of the infection, it probably happened a few days ago. To avoid holding us back, he actually endured it until now. A true hero indeed. Everyone standing around stirred anxiously. Brother Qiang, you have to save Big Brother Li. Big Brother Han, we're begging you too. A Qiang replied, I want to save him too, but I don't know the first thing about medicine. Han Feng spoke up. Everyone step outside for a moment while I try to figure something out. Hearing this, they stubbornly insisted, we want to stay with Big Brother to protect this place. A Qiang quickly pushed them toward the exit. What's all the racket about? Out with the lot of you, out. Now inside the room were only Han Feng and the 2 kids. He channeled green energy into Zai Yi while thinking to himself, screw it, I'll just try first. 10 minutes later, nothing had changed. Sweating profusely, Han Feng cursed, damn it, why is this completely ineffective? Could it be that I can only heal myself? He turned to ask QQ, do you have any medicine? Checking her spatial storage for a moment, the little girl shook her head. Han Feng turned to Yuan Ni. Your place is a military warehouse, there has to be medicine, right? Your big sister was shot too, so how was she treated? The boy replied. The warehouse is entirely filled with weapons, equipment, fuel, and rations. We didn't find any medicine at all. Besides, Sister Jiang's wound didn't get infected. Han Feng sighed, calculating inwardly. If he doesn't get treated in time, Brother Li probably won't last much longer. Using his walkie-talkie, he contacted Jia Yan. Hello, Nurse Kim, are you there? Brother Li got shot and his wound is severely infected. Do you know how to treat it? She blurted out in a panic. Brother Li is hurt. Jia Yan then gave first aid instructions. First, you need to extract the bullet, then wash the wound thoroughly with normal saline. She continued instructing. Next, use iodine to disinfect the wound. Fever reducers and antibiotics must be taken too. Nurse Kim had instructed Han Feng on how to treat the wound and what medications were needed. To find medicine, he decided to head to the black market along with Brother Qiang. Urgently, Han Feng told Yuan Ni, "Hurry up, speed it up." Sitting nearby, a Qiang could only blurt out, "Damn, we're literally skimming across the ground." The boy muttered under his breath, treating me like a mode of transportation again. Turning to Brother Qiang, he asked, "Where is this black market you mentioned? Will we get spotted by the base along the way?" He answered, "It's not far." A Qiang stated that the black market was located underneath the river. The entire river had frozen over, trapping boats and ships. Afterward, Yuan Ni generated a wave that glided swiftly toward the designated direction. Shielding his face from the wind, Han Feng asked, "Brother Qiang, you're not kidding, right? A black market underneath the river?" A Qiang quickly replied, "The black market is inside the cross-river tunnel just a few kilometers away." He cautioned, "Usually there are ambushes on the way to the black market, so we have to be careful." Glancing down at the streetscape, Han Feng lamented, "Look at all those wrecked cars. There's no telling how many people died." A Qiang replied, "People heading to the black market are bound to carry supplies, which is why so many get ambushed. Not many people have guns, though, so with our gear, we should be fine." Hearing that, he could only reply, "Let's hope so." Scene shifts to another quiet street. A trembling man stood by a window, pointing the muzzle of his gun outward. He complained, "Damn it, it's been 5 days without scoring anything, and tomorrow our rations run out." Sitting behind him, a woman spoke in a reproachful tone. "I told you to wait until he got supplies from the black market before attacking, but you wouldn't listen." Glancing sideways, she continued, "Turns out he only brought a few cigarettes, and you can't eat cigarettes." Staring at the corpse lying there, Xiaobai burst into tears. "I don't want to live this life of eating human flesh anymore." Xiaohei's eyes suddenly lit up with a smile as he said, "Babe, don't cry. A ride is coming." Staring down at Han Feng's group in astonishment, he asked, "Wait, what on earth is that?" Xiaohei watched the snow wave glide across the street ahead. Leaning out, he shouted, "They're actually standing on snow and riding it like the wind. We've run into ghosts." Hearing this, Xiaobai asked curiously, "What are you rambling about?" A moment later, a Qiang spoke up. "Ahead is the black market gate. According to the rules, we can only walk in on foot. Otherwise, we'll end up like these people." Scattered across the ground were horrifyingly frozen corpses. Some people had died right inside their cars, their bodies beginning to decompose. Walking past that spot, Han Feng and Yuan Ni simultaneously dropped to their knees and vomited continuously. Before them hung bodies swaying in the wind. A Qiang reassured, "Hang in there a little longer. Once we pass this toll station, we'll be in black market territory." Wiping his mouth, Han Feng asked, "Is that cross-river tunnel ahead where the underground black market is?" The three of them marched straight toward the tunnel entrance. Looking a bit perplexed, Han Feng asked, "How are we supposed to get inside?" A Qiang pointed to the side and replied, "The entrance is right here." They quickly moved toward the adjacent building. A Qiang warned, "Later on, don't let whatever you see freak you out." Cautiously, Han Feng replied, "What hasn't one seen over these past few years?" Right at that moment, a machine slid over and broadcasted, "Welcome, valued customer. Please present your membership card." Catching Han Feng and Yuan Ni completely off guard in a panic, he realized, it's actually a hotel robot. Robots still have electricity after all this time. A Qiang held the card up in front of the robot. It announced, "Member number 250, welcome. Please follow me." The robot led the group inside and issued a warning. "Dear customers, this market is very peaceful. Please refrain from engaging in any violent behavior. Otherwise, we will open fire immediately and pound you into meat slush. Your understanding is appreciated." Observing closely, Han Feng worried inwardly. This place is seriously dangerous. The robot continued, "We are about to enter the elevator. Please stay close behind me." He blurted out in disbelief, "This is absurd. There's even an elevator." Descending below, Han Feng was still in shock. The elevator, robot, and lights were all operational. There was definitely electricity down here. Glancing sideways, he muttered in a low voice, "The forces behind this black market are probably not simple at all." Hearing this, a Qiang nodded in agreement. Standing before a door shortly after, the robot announced, "We have arrived. Please enter." Han Feng placed his hand on the doorknob and turned it gently, wondering inwardly, is the underground black market behind this door? Is this a gathering place for extremely ruthless people who kill and plunder without regard for law? Or is it just like an auction house that only auctions off illegal goods? No matter what, I need to be careful. What lay before him made his eyes go wide in shock. Glaring down the hallway ahead, Han Feng blurted out, "So many corpses." At the end of the hallway was a shelf holding a laptop. and a neatly arranged row of machine guns. The robot warned, "Once again, let me remind you of the rules of this market. The moment a customer does anything harmful to this market, we will open fire instantly. Please understand." Everyone's gaze shifted toward the Gatling gun ahead. Han Feng asked anxiously, "Brother Qiang, is this place really safe?" Qiang reassured, "No matter what you say, we just have to follow orders and go along with it." Shivering on Qiang's back, Yuan Ni complained, "I want to go home." The robot demanded, "Please use the computer to conduct your buying and selling transactions." The laptop booted up, and the inventory catalog appeared accordingly. Still baffled, Han Feng asked, "Brother Qiang, don't you feel like this place is way too absurd?" Smiling and clapping him on the shoulder, the other replied, "Brother, I understand how you feel. I think it's absurd too, but you'll get used to it." Qiang typed away while muttering, "First, let's redeem old Cam, old Wen, and old Qi." Images of the previously pawned hostages popped up on the screen. The robot stated, "Customer has selected 3 hostages. Please pay 4.5 cartons of Zhanghua." Han Feng hurriedly interrupted, "Wait, we also need to get some medicine." He typed out a list of supplies Nurse Kim had mentioned earlier. Normal saline, iodine, mupirocin ointment, amoxicillin, cephalosporin. After calculating for a moment, the robot stated, "Total comes to 17 cartons of Zhanghua. Please settle the payment." Qiang whispered a reminder, "Brother Han, we don't have enough cigarettes." Calmly, he replied, "It's fine, I brought other good stuff along." After the items were placed into the robot, it calculated and announced, 6 cartons of Zhanghua. 3 tomatoes are worth 7 cartons of Zhanghua. 1 banana is valued at 4 cartons of Zhanghua. The robot stepped inside and stated, "Payment processed. Please wait a moment. Your goods will be delivered shortly." Han Feng worried, "They're not going to take our stuff and kill us, are they?" Qiang continued to reassure, "This black market probably still has some integrity." A while later, the robot returned with the supplies in its compartment. "Here is all the medicine. Please check it." Following that, it let out the 3 redeemed individuals and announced, "The 3 surviving hostages have been delivered. Please check." Qiang rushed forward to hug them. "Brothers, you've suffered. I'm here to bring you back home." The robot turned toward Han Feng and presented the items. "The 10 video games and 30 photo albums you requested have been delivered. Please check." Hearing that, Qiang gave a reminder, 30 books. A young man should exercise some restraint." Afterward, Yuan Ni led the group out of the black market as snow waves glided across the streets once again. Han Feng complained, "I am never coming back to this ghost place." Blushing, Qiang pleaded, "Brother Han, could you spare me a few photo albums? 5 books will be enough." Holding up 2 fingers, Han Feng replied, "Too many, I'll give you 2 at most." Qiang barged, "Make it 3. Hearing this, Yuan Ni turned back to say, "I've been acting as transportation for too long, so I'm exhausted. I want 2 as well." The 2 of them scolded the boy in unison. "Children are not allowed to look at inappropriate things like that." Right at that moment, a light flashed from a window on the top floor of a building. A bullet pierced straight into Han Feng's chest. Panicking, Qiang cried out, "Brother Han." His eyes widening, he slowly tumbled backward. Up above, Ziohe gloated triumphantly, "No matter who you are, you're all dead meat." Gunfire rained down continuously. Qiang's group took cover behind the cars. Standing up to return fire, he shouted in agonizing grief, "I'm going to avenge Brother Han." Qiang took direct aim at the building and opened fire. Hiding by the window, Ziohe muttered, "I need to wipe out the rest of them ASAP. Otherwise, if others find out, it'll get messy." Peering out the window to fire down, he thought to himself, "Damn it, why won't you stick your head out?" Below, Qiang wailed continuously, "Brother Han, you died such a miserable death, so tragic." Amidst the gunfire, a dark figure struggled up onto all fours. Han Feng grimaced and thought, "Though I told you to attract the enemy's attention, you're laying it on a bit too thick, Brother Qiang." He then stealthily maneuvered through the gaps between the cars. Weaving through the cover, Han Feng gradually closed in on the building. Creeping like a mouse, he rapidly approached the building where the gunfire was originating. Channeling his red energy into the building, Han Feng muttered to himself, "Trying to snipe me, huh? Go to hell." Up above, Ziohe asked in confusion, "What is that glowing thing?" The entire massive wall behind him softened and began to cave in. The building shook and started collapsing, making Ziohe stagger. Ziohe also bolted upright and asked, "What just happened?" As soon as she finished speaking, he plummeted downward with a shrill scream. A cloud of pure white snow dust billowed up. The building was completely demolished. Then the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. Emerging from the snow, Ziohe poked his head out, panting heavily. He was startled when a voice rang out. Surprised, shocked, Ziohe blurted out, "No way, why are you still alive?" Pointing his gun while tugging at the collar of his shirt, Han Feng replied, Isn't it normal to wear body armor when stepping outside? Ziohei's eyes widened in utter disbelief. How does an ordinary person have body armor? Could you be a soldier from the base? Changing his tune to make excuses, he pleaded. Officer, I'm a member of the White Tiger Gang. We pledged allegiance to the base long ago. I know Captain Zhao, and I even took part in attacking the Assembly Hall stronghold. Before he could finish speaking, a gunshot rang out as Han Feng put an end to him. Standing there with a deep voice, Han Feng said, "Then you deserve to die even more." Han Feng called out, "Stop hiding. I just heard a woman's voice inside the building." Trembling inside the ruins of the broken brick walls was Xiaobai. Her eyes wide with terror, she clamped both hands over her mouth to keep from making a sound. Xiaobai glanced at the nearby bag filled with cigarettes. Then she crawled out sheepishly and protested, "Officer, please don't shoot. I'm not an accomplice of his." Xiaobai explained, "That brute attacked me and kept me locked up here for days. Thank you for saving me." Lifting up the bag, she continued, "I still have the cigarettes that bastard looted. Please accept them, officer." Softly and seductively, Xiaobai said, "From now on, I'm yours. You can ask me to do anything you want." Giving a perverted grin as he looked down hesitantly, Han Feng remarked, "This doesn't seem quite right." Kneeling down with starry eyes, he added, "But don't worry, we're not bad guys." Xiaobai muttered words of gratitude while secretly grabbing the knife in her pocket. She lunged forward to stab Han Feng, screaming at the top of her lungs, "You moron." But before she could even touch him, the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out. Looking down at the bullet wounds on her body, she weakly murmured, "You actually had the heart to shoot a pretty girl like me. Are you even a man?" Han Feng calmly replied, "A beauty kept captive by a man for days whose clothes aren't torn, whose body is unharmed, and who's even wearing makeup. Do you take me for an idiot?" With that, she slumped straight to the ground, meeting her end. At that exact moment, Ah Qiang's group walked over. He marveled in admiration. "Brother Han is seriously hardcore. If it were me facing a beauty like that, I'd definitely hesitate before pulling the trigger." Yuan Yi mentally disparaged him, "Because you're a moron." Recalling Huina, Han Feng answered, "It's just because she reminded me of someone I used to know." Inspecting their supplies, he looked puzzled and asked, "Since they had cigarettes, why didn't they trade them for food at the black market?" Ah Qiang explained, "You can't get into the black market without a membership card." Han Feng asked, "A membership card? How do you even get one?" Ah Qiang replied, "First, you've got to cough up 5 cartons of cigarettes as the membership fee." Han Feng glanced into the bag and said, "No wonder there were only 4 cartons in here." The scene cut back to the old building, where the Justice Hall members were hiding. Upon returning, Han Feng immediately treated and bandaged Cousin Lee's wounds. By the second day, Cousin Lee had regained consciousness, throwing the Justice Hall members into ecstatic joy. The 3 rescued men had also recovered their spirits, and having been among the earliest members of the Justice Hall, they chorused as they looked at the delicious food before them. "Thank you for saving our lives, Brother Han." Ah Qiang beamed widely at Han Feng and said, "Brother Han, after talking it over with the guys, we'd like to nominate you as the Hall Master of our Justice Hall." He immediately raised a hand to stop him. "Hold on. I have no interest in that." Han Feng explained, "I only helped you guys out of respect for Cousin Lee." He thought to himself, "You want to rope me into busting my ass for you lot? I'm not that stupid." Flashing back 2 days earlier, Han Feng sat by the bed and asked, "Cousin Lee, are your injuries giving you any trouble? It's about time I head back." Reaching out with a tearful plea, Ziyi begged, "Stay a few more days, little bro. I haven't even had a chance to repay you for saving my life." Han Feng thought to himself, "Brother Qiang and the others keep trying to rope me into becoming the Hall Master. If I don't leave now, I'll never hear the end of it." Afterward, he pulled out a walkie-talkie and reassured him, "Don't worry. I'll send over a batch of supplies every month. If you ever need anything, just call me on the internal radio channel." Cousin Lee replied weakly, "Thank you, little bro. You're fiercely loyal." Ziyi sprang upright and declared, "With your support, we're definitely going to rescue President Liu." Han Feng harbored deep doubts. Who knows if President Liu is even still alive after all this time? Moving too abruptly before his wounds had healed caused Cousin Lee to cry out in pain. Ow, ouch. Thanks to his supplies, Ziyi would eventually be nominated as the Master of the Justice Hall. But that was a story for another day. For now, Han Feng was once again being ferried back across the snow by Yuan Yi's snow wave. He smiled and told the boy, "Thanks for all your hard work these past few days, little bro. Once we get home, I'll treat you to a proper feast." Han Feng tilted his head back in bliss. "The heaters at my place are powerful enough to push the indoor temperature up to 10 degrees. Plus, there's a TV and video games you can play to your heart's content." QQ, standing nearby, had other priorities. A steam room and sauna are the true hallmarks of civilization. Blushing, Yuanya thought to himself, video games and a bath. The boy sneered in disdain. Is that really it? That's even lamer than our cave. But upon returning to his own shelter, Han Feng cried out in shock at the devastation before him. What the hell happened here? Why is my villa completely trashed? Staring at the stove buried under a layer of snow, Han Feng shrieked at the top of his lungs. My coal stove. He sprinted into the next room, trembling uncontrollably. My generator. Reaching the back of the basement, Han Feng collapsed onto his knees in despair, clutching his head and pulling at his hair. Not my vegetable garden. The three of them walked into the living room and sat down. He sat there fiddling with the electric heaters in a panic. What's going on? All the electric heaters are completely burnt out. Staring blankly at a heater with a charred black patch, Han Feng complained. The build quality of these electric heaters is getting worse by the day. A realization suddenly dawned on him as a memory from a few days prior flashed through his mind. Now that I think about it, when we first left the house, we thought we'd be back by the end of the day, so we didn't turn off the heaters. Defeated, Han Feng slumped flat onto the floor. Turns out having the heaters running non-stop for days on end fried every single one of them. He dragged himself back up, his entire body trembling as he staggered over to the generator. No matter what's going on, the first priority is getting the power back on. Staring in utter confusion at the flashing red warning message on the machine, Han Feng gasped. Out of fuel. I distinctly remember having plenty left. He bent down to inspect the fuel tank cap, still grumbling. No way. Did the fuel freeze solid? I didn't have any issues like this the last time I started it up. Tilting his head back to look at the frost-covered machine, Han Feng sighed. To thaw the fuel, I need to raise the indoor temperature, but to raise the indoor temperature, I need electricity and heaters. And to get electricity, I need to start the generator. I'm stuck in a vicious cycle. Damn it. His face darkened with a grim expression. Using open fire to thaw the fuel is out of the question anyway. It just feels way too sketchy. Han Feng pulled out his stun baton while igniting his fire superpower in his other hand. Looks like I'll just have to use my own powers to test it out. He pressed his power-infused hand directly against the machine's surface while holding the stun baton with his other hand, muttering, using my energy output control superpower. I just need to thaw the fuel without letting it catch fire. Flames and electric currents coursed across the entire machine, melting away the frost layer. Nice. The temperature is rising and the ice is thawing. The moment the electric current touched the engine, the machinery emitted a strange noise. Flames suddenly flared up violently inside the fuel tank. Startled out of his wits, Han Feng shrieked, "Oh, holy crap." A second later, thick plumes of black smoke billowed from the machine, accompanied by weird mechanical sputtering. Hit by a sudden wall of black smoke, he threw his hands over his face and coughed violently. The room lights flashed back on, and the thick smoke cleared up a bit. Right then, QQ dragged Yuanyi over, waving her hands dramatically as she announced, "The envoy of darkness has arrived." Smudged with soot from head to toe, Han Feng stared blankly at her and asked, "What did you say?" Suppressing their laughter by biting their lips, Yuanyi and QQ muttered, Nothing at all." Packing back and forth with a hand on his chin, Han Feng muttered, "Even though we've got power now, if the electric heaters overheat and break from being left on too long, the house is going to freeze over again. I need to figure out a permanent heating solution that won't keep breaking down." The machine behind Han Feng suddenly emitted a hissing sound. Startled, he leaped forward, flailing his arms wildly as he screamed, "Yikes! So hot." Rubbing his back in annoyance, Han Feng stepped closer to whatever had just burned him. What on earth is this hot? Is this the coolant tank from the generator? An idea suddenly popped into his head. Aha, I've got away. Peering in through the doorway, Yuanya called out, "Hey bro, can I go home now?" Han Feng rushed over and grabbed the boy firmly by the shoulders. "My dear little bro, do me one tiny, microscopic favor." Yuanya replied coldly, not helping. Grinning mischievously, Han Feng asked, "Do you guys have steel pipes or anything like that over at your place? I'm building a central heating system." Shifting his gaze away, Yuanya muttered, "What pipes? I have no idea what you're talking about." Refusing to give up, Han Feng slung an arm around the boy's shoulders. No worries, no worries. Just lead us back to your cave and we'll find them ourselves." QQ hurried over holding her phone. "My useless little sister says there's a warehouse packed full of steel pipes." "Sis, how could you say something like that about me?" Han Feng gave the little girl a thumbs up and shook Yuanya lightly. "Time is of the essence, let's roll." The boy sighed in exhaustion. "My life is so miserable." QQ suddenly burst out laughing, causing the two of them to turn and stare. It's time to show off my new magic trick. Spreading her arms wide and muttering under her breath, QQ summoned an item. Come forth, Evil Eye Spatial Storage number 2. She tossed the item to Yuanyi. Here you go. Whenever you're back, just store stuff in it. I'll be able to retrieve it from my end. Staring in slack-jawed astonishment at the object in Yuanyi's hand, Han Feng pointed. You can just hand things like that over to someone else. QQ answered nonchalantly. No big deal at all. The little girl proceeded to summon yet another one. Because I've got a spare. Stunned beyond belief, Han Feng asked. You, how did you even pull that off? QQ explained seriously. Shortly after gorging myself too much last time, Evil Eye Spatial Storage number 2 just popped into existence. Glancing down at his own hands, Han Feng sighed. Makes sense. My powers keep growing stronger without end, so there's no reason a high school girl's powers wouldn't evolve too. Patting Yuanyi on the shoulder with a flattering smile, he said, All right, gathering all the supplies we need is all up to you then. Half an hour later, Yuanyi was huffing and puffing as he shoved steel pipes one by one into the spatial ring. Out on the other end, the steel pipes the boy shoved and immediately popped right back out. Han Feng eagerly grabbed the pipes and dragged them out. They're here, they're here. This new skill of yours is seriously too convenient, high school girl. Bow down, mere mortal. This is the power of the true eye of the Demon King. A short while later, a neat stack of iron pipes was piled up on the ground. Now watch me work my magic. Han Feng pressed the red button on the machine. First, turn off the generator so it's easier to modify. Then he fitted a steel pipe onto one end of the cooling system. The generator is water-cooled, which means we can make use of the hot water inside the water tank. Han Feng used his superpower to weld the steel pipe onto the machine. First, connect the output of the water tank to the steel pipe. From there, link it up with more pipes, so the hot water from the tank can flow to every nook and cranny of the house through the plumbing. Once you soften and bend the steel pipes, you can fashion a simple radiator system, and then blanket the entire area with these radiators. Finally, use a water pump to circulate the water back up from the lower level. Once it heats up, we're good to go. Tapping the generator firmly with a smug grin, Han Feng declared, Time to fire up the generator and restart the heating system. The generator shuddered and hummed to life with a low rumble. Outside, QQ felt the wall and remarked, Doesn't feel very warm yet. Calmly sitting down on the couch with a canned drink, Han Feng replied, Don't rush. Just give it a little more time. Half an hour later, food was strewn haphazardly across the table. Dressed in summer clothes and drenched in sweat, Han Feng and QQ sprawled across the sofa, asking, Well, true eye of the Demon King, how do you like it? Lounging back with a spoon in his mouth, he mused thoughtfully. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something, though? A sudden memory hit Han Feng, reminding him of the cave. Ah, right, my vegetable garden. Rows of withered plants drooped toward the ground. Their leaves were frosted over and covered in large patches of mold. Some plants were even completely encased in ice. Stretching wearily, Han Feng looked at the newly installed heating panels and said, Finally, the basement heating is fully set up. Taking off his gloves, he sat down and channeled his restoration superpower into the crates of vegetables. Who knows if these veggies can even pull through at this point? Half an hour later, Han Feng wearily picked up a crate of vegetables to inspect them. Damn it! Absolutely zero effect. Pulling a random plant out by the root, he muttered speechlessly. These radishes are way too tiny. Bending down to pick up a tomato, he continued. Even though it isn't ripe yet, it's gotten pretty big. Throwing it out would be a total waste. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Feng took a large bite out of it. 2 bites in, he hastily spat it out. So damn sour and astringent. Sighing despondently, Han Feng trudged back upstairs. Forget it. Guess I'll just have to plant a fresh batch. Lazily watching QQ play video games in the living room, he said, Hey, high school girl, all the veggies in the basement died. Hand over some new seeds. Pulling 2 bags of seeds out from her spatial storage, the little girl said ruthlessly, Aside from veggies, you gotta offer up some fruit too. Strawberries sound like a solid choice. He nodded. That's no problem at all. Frowning, QQ added, And steak. I want steak today. As Han Feng held the bag of seeds, his smile froze. I just said they were offerings for the evil eye, and the second I finish speaking, it turns into whatever food she wants to eat. A thought suddenly struck him. Oh, right. Why did I forget about that? Recalling an experiment he did earlier with beans and meat, Han Feng thought. Combining green light and red light can produce a bigger piece of meat. Going back down to the basement, he pulled out a cabbage heart. Staring at the 2 embryonic specimens in his hands, he pondered. If I combine beans and a cabbage core, will they turn into a giant head of cabbage? Acting on the thought, he pressed his hands together and activated his superpower. I'm way more attuned to energy now than before. As long as I stay patient and find the right energy fluctuation rhythm, I can pull this off. A moment later, when he opened his hands, only a pile of ash slowly drifted downward. Staring at the ashes, Han Feng sighed. Turns out it's not as simple as I thought. He pulled out 2 more plants to experiment with. Since beans and cabbage didn't work, let's try combining lettuce and cabbage instead. Just like before, it resulted in nothing but a pile of ash. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Tossing a tomato in his hand, Han Feng muttered, since both cabbage and lettuce failed, time for tomatoes. Reaching down with his other hand, he grabbed another handful of seeds. Han Feng pressed his hands together again to activate his superpower, this time proceeding with much more caution as he tuned into the rhythm and fluctuations of the energy. He slowly opened his eyes and looked down. Staring in joyous amazement at the gigantic tomato, he cheered. It actually grew huge. Straining to lift it up, Han Feng inspected it. But why is it still green? Curious, he took a bite to test it. Let's taste it. Who knows, maybe the flavor got better. Just like before, Han Feng spat it out in a hurry, so sour and astringent. After that, he managed to successfully fuse a giant radish. Taking a bite, he cheered happily. This actually tastes pretty normal. Resting his chin on his hand in deep thought, Han Feng analyzed. The tomato wasn't ripe yet, so it tasted sour and astringent, but the young radish tasted just like regular radishes. In other words, fruits are just like meat. They only retain their original flavor after growing larger. Salivating as her eyes lit up, QQ asked, Han Feng, once you grow ripe strawberries and make them huge, we can eat as many as we want, right? That's a brilliant idea, you should keep trying. Realizing something was off, he quickly backed away. Whoa, since when did you sneak down here? The little girl replied casually. Right when you were making that giant tomato. Pulling out her phone, QQ said, Nurse Kim just texted saying she's back. We don't need to go pick her up anymore. Han Feng looked worried. Isn't it super dangerous for her to travel out there alone? The little girl added, she also said she picked up a pet. He looked surprised, a pet. Outside the cave entrance, fierce winds howled as snow blanketed the landscape. Who in their right mind could possibly find a pet in this godforsaken weather? A snow bear with a pitiful expression and a badly swollen cheek stepped into view. Pointing at it in sheer disbelief, Han Feng stammered, This is the pet she found? An envoy returning with her own mount. Cradling it affectionately, Jia Yan cooed, Dabai is a polar bear that escaped from the zoo, but he's super cute and really well-behaved. Look at him. He's so starved and skinny, he probably hasn't eaten in months. We have to help him. With a darkened expression, Han Feng retorted, A cute, obedient polar bear? What the hell kind of drugs are you on? Jia Yan recounted gently. After leaving Ms. Jiang's place, I jogged all the way home, when this little guy suddenly crossed my path. I wasn't paying attention and threw a punch without thinking, accidentally hurting him. To make it up to him, I brought him back to nurse him to health. Looking at the bear with a hint of sympathy, Han Feng thought, no wonder its face is bruised and it looks terrified out of its mind. He led them inside anyway. Regardless of whatever you say, we're officially adopting this polar bear. Perhaps due to having plenty of food, the polar bear grew accustomed to us within just a few days. Besides, there's no denying that having a bear pull a sled is blazing fast. Charge. Han Feng smiled deviously, calculating internally. Plus, bears only need synthetic meat, so there's no need to waste precious fruits and veggies. Cost-to-performance ratio is way higher. Returning home, the exhausted bear collapsed flat onto the floor. Unlacing his boots leisurely, he chuckled. That hit the spot. Jia Yan bustled out excitedly from the inner room. Dabai, are you tired? The bear shivered in fear and hugged Han Feng's leg. Jia Yan paused. I'm the one who carried you back. Why are you so terrified of me? He sighed. Who told you to have such terrifying strength? A few days later, the 3 of them excitedly carried a pot of strawberries high up. The strawberries are finally ripe. Han Feng immediately set to work creating giant strawberries. Jia Yan and he sat down to shovel the strawberries into their mouths, eating ravenously. It really tastes like strawberries. Over on the other side, QQ opened a spatial portal and teleported away the giant strawberries. My vampires, give thanks for my bestowal. When Yuan Ni's group saw the giant strawberries, they couldn't believe their eyes in shock. Why are these so huge, big sis? Are these really strawberries? After eating, their bellies rounded out as they sprawled across the bed. I'm sick of eating. I don't want any more strawberries. I'm so full. Big sis, your strawberries are really delicious. Suddenly, a massive explosion went off, sending rocks and dirt flying in all directions. The entire room shook. They immediately grew alert. What's that sound? There's a superpowered individual in the shadows. A pair of bloodshot eyes widened fiercely. A bulky figure slowly stepped inside. We've finally reached the destination. Inside the tunnel, The hurried and heavy footsteps of soldiers echoed incessantly. 2 rows of fully equipped, rigorously trained soldiers marched in and fanned out on either side. In the middle, a battered De Zhuang hurried in as well. Following closely behind were Dong Su and Ran, appearing in their usual captain uniforms with an aloof and unapproachable aura. The 2 rows of solemn soldiers lined the sides as the 2 of them leisurely walked in, with the heavy-duty De Zhuang trailing behind. Dong Su raised a finger and beckoned backward, commanding, "Reserve squad, you're up." Behind them, a mob of people carrying guns, dressed in shabby, patched-up clothes like beggars, gathered noisily. "Search every room. Don't let a single person escape. Once everything is done, I'll promote all of you to official staff and gift each of you a woman." Those guys instantly grew wildly excited, rushing forward in a frenzy, throwing caution to the wind. Dong Su wore a cunning expression as he analyzed inwardly. This underground warehouse has a complex layout, and the enemies are 3 dangerous, superpowered individuals. To avoid getting ambushed, these losers are the best bait for scouting the path. At that moment, Ran glanced sideways at him and warned, "Captain Zhang, you no longer have the authority to reward these people." He showed no hesitation as his words laid out his true intent. Only the living need rewards, not the dead. Dong Su feigned a respectful bow while his eyes gleamed with slyness. "Then, Captain N, shouldn't we split up and act separately?" And Ran frowned, wanting nothing to do with him. "Suit yourself." Seeing him walk away, De Zhuang looked awkwardly back and forth. Dong Su gently reminded him with a hint of provocation, "Old Kim, your captain is me now, not that woman." Hearing this, De Zhuang scrambled to follow him, leaving Ran behind. "Wait for me." She frowned in annoyance at his actions and arrogant attitude. Whirling around, she commanded the line of soldiers in a resolute voice. "We'll hold our position here to prevent the enemy from launching a surprise attack and cutting off our retreat." "Understood, Captain." Over here, the beggar-like rabble were still enthusiastically scouting ahead while daydreaming, completely unaware that they were serving as meat shields to block danger for Dong Su's crew. He walked leisurely deeper inside, surrounded and protected by his soldiers and De Zhuang. "Walk slowly and let the reserve squad scout ahead first. We don't need to take unnecessary risks." From a different vantage point, something was sensing them through psychic perception without their knowledge. It turned out to be Qing. She was pressing her hand against a pressure point on her forehead, sensing her surroundings. Looking up, she told Yuan Ni and Zai Zai sitting opposite her, "There are 2 superpowered individuals. Their location is in the deepest part of the underground, and they're heading toward us." Unable to believe her ears, Zai Zai asked in surprise, "What? Underground? How on earth did they crawl out from underground?" Qing recalled setting a trap near the cave entrance just moments earlier. No enemy had ever launched an attack from deep inside the cave before, yet Zai Zai had only set a trap near the entrance. She looked at the little girl gripping Yuan Ni's clothes and shaking slightly with fear. Meanwhile, Yuan Ni's power couldn't be unleashed at all since there was no snow inside the cave. Relying solely on herself, she feared she wouldn't be able to handle those 2 superpowered individuals, not to mention the possibility that they also had a whole squad of soldiers with them. Suddenly, Han Feng's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Hello, what superpowered person? What's going on?" Qing quickly reported the situation back to him. 2 superpowered individuals suddenly appeared deep underground. "We were caught off guard, so we're preparing to evacuate." Hearing this, Han Feng began to panic and fired off a flurry of questions. "Who are those 2 superpowered individuals? Are they from the base? Did they bring soldiers with them?" Adding with sweat, Qing began describing what she had sensed through her psychic perception. "I've never seen them before, but one of them is a giant superpowered individual, much larger than the size of an ordinary person." Hearing this, he paused slightly as a vague memory flashed in his mind. Massive build and emerging from deep underground. Could it be that guy? At that moment, the evil king happened to be standing nearby listening in when a clear voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. "Big sis, you don't need to worry about me. Once we reach a safe place, I'll contact you." Before Han Feng's crew could recover from their shock to say anything more, the walkie-talkie chimed in again. "See you later." At this, he could only grab his head and tear at his hair in defeat. "Wait, this situation is very bad. If they fled, the weapons and ammo in the cave would fall into the hands of the people from the base. In that case, Brother Li and the others in the city would be in extreme danger. Furthermore, his own location wasn't far from the cave. If the base took control of the cave, they might discover his existence in the near future. Once his location was exposed, the base would undoubtedly launch an attack on him. He needed to retake those supplies, or if that proved impossible, destroy all the supplies entirely. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, startling the other 2. We can't just leave Miss Jiang behind. She's my ally. Han Feng turned toward the evil king with a majestic aura. She's also the high school girl's sister, so I have an even greater reason to go save them. The little girl cooperated fully to reassure him. It's fine. If we run into danger, we can easily escape given their powers. Suddenly, he rushed over, grabbed the evil king by the shoulders, and resolutely repeated, She's also the high school girl's sister, so I have an even greater reason to go save them. Seemingly too used to it to react, the little girl replied, Your reaction is really weird. Why do you care so much about my sister? Suddenly, as if enlightened, the little girl realized something. Oh, so that's how it is. Crossing her arms over her chest with an intensely serious expression, the evil king stated, The evil eye grants permission for you two to get married, but from now on you must call me One-san. Her reaction left Han Feng bewildered. Get married. Is this high school girl slang reaching a level where even I can't understand it? At that moment, Jia Yan turned to the evil king and asked, What are you two talking about? I have no idea what's going on. The little girl raised a hand and whispered an explanation. The wisdom of the evil eye tells me that Mr. Han likes my sister and wants to be a hero saving the damsel in distress. As if enlightened, Jia Yan said, Oh, so that's how it is. Scene shifts to a snowmobile speeding furiously across the thick snow, while a polar bear panted heavily, barely catching its breath. Wearing protective gear in the driver's seat, Han Feng wore an unwilling expression. I can go by myself. You really don't need to come with me. Sitting atop the bear's back with the air of a heavy gunner, Jia Yan said, Mr. Han, you've helped me many times. Let me help you this time. Hearing this, he could only reply helplessly and reluctantly, You really don't have to? Mr. Han, don't stand on ceremony. Meanwhile, Yuan Ni and Zai were also huffing and puffing as they pushed Yaqing's wheelchair. The three of them executed a flawless corner drift. They were startled to spot a mob of people charging toward them from behind. Catching sight of the three of them, the beggars' faces twisted with lust as they lunged forward. There are women. Don't shoot. Capture the women alive. Swiftly, Zai spun the vehicle around with Yuan Ni's assistance. Yaqing reacted just as quickly, raising her gun to unleash a barrage of fire in their direction. Caught completely off guard, the men took hit after hit and collapsed on the spot. Hearing the commotion over on Dong Su's side, he immediately raised his guard. Gunfire. Another mob came rushing up frantically. They're here, don't let them escape, shoot them dead. Sensing trouble, Yaqing raised a hand to cast her magic while remembering to warn Zai and Yuan Ni behind her. Hold tightly onto the handles of the wheelchair. The two of them quickly gripped the handles. Big sis, are you planning to? She unleashed an overwhelming spell that swept across a massive area. That's right. Hold on tight. However, due to the sheer force of the technique, all three of them were blasted backward at the speed of light. So cool. The beggars up ahead, completely clueless, stood there with blank expressions. What is? Before they could even react, they were swept up amidst shrill screams. At that moment, De Zhuang rushed forward recklessly, roaring like a madman. I'll make merit. I have to make merit. Meanwhile, Yaqing, Zai, and Yuan Ni were blasted into a room. De Zhuang was still charging blindly in a frenzy, terrifying Yuan Ni and Zai. Big sis, big sis. Looking behind them, they saw the pathway completely sealed off by massive boulders. We're blocked. Yaqing quickly gripped the armrests of her wheelchair, casting a spell toward the rocks while barking orders. Hold on tight. Turning to Zai, she urged, blow up the cave exit. Without hesitation, the little girl complied. Got it. De Zhuang could be seen struggling against the force of the spell while clinging to a boulder, cursing. Damn it. Outside, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Racing past, Han Feng and Jia Yan looked up at the blast. That's a huge commotion. Using his spiritual sense to scout the surroundings, he thought, looks like those three managed to escape. Protected by Yaqing's shield, the trio tumbled hard onto the ground with a thud. Ow. The wheelchair slid forward from momentum, before hitting a protruding boulder. All three of them instinctively flipped backward from the impact. Covered in blood from head to toe, De Zhuang lunged out, cursing maniacally. You bastards blew me up. I'm going to kill you. Yaqing and the two kids panicked to the extreme as they watched him rush forward, raising his fist toward the three of them in blind rage. Without missing a beat, he brought his fist down while continuing to spew curses. Go to hell. Suddenly, the muzzle flash of a heavy gun erupted from behind. Tracers slammed directly into De Zhuang, momentarily startling him in his tracks. Han Feng drove the vehicle forward. Up ahead, Jia Yan kept up a continuous barrage. Big head, we meet again. The sheer firepower forced De Zhuang to put up his arms in defense. Racing forward, Han Feng reached out a hand toward Yaqing and shouted, Get on. Enraged even further, De Zhuang roared. It's you scumbags again. I'm definitely going to kill you this time. Suddenly, Jia Yan lunged in front of him, putting all her might into swinging her heavy gun backward. With all her strength, she smashed his porcelain-like gear to pieces, shattering the gun completely in the process. Watching the scene unfold, Zai Zai dropped her jaw in sheer terror. So overpowered. Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed the two kids before they could react. Jia Yan tucked both kids under her arms while Yaqing clung tightly to Han Feng from behind. Let's go. Still missing a few teeth, De Zhuang managed to stagger back up and curse. Damn it, I won't let you get away. Looking back, Han Feng felt a chill seeing him still give chase. This unkillable freak. Turning to the three people in front, he yelled out, "Can you use the snow nearby to trigger an avalanche and block him?" We can. Yuan Ni extended his hands, riding the momentum to shape the snow. Snow billowed up right after they swept past, cutting De Zhuang off from behind. Glaring at the wall of snow before him, he sneered, "Just some puny snow. Watch me punch right through this." Before he could feel proud, a shard of ice grazed past his face, startling him. A wall of fire suddenly erupted right in front of him, catching him entirely off guard. The surging snow crashed into De Zhuang like a tidal wave, pinning him in place. Trapped in the blizzard, he roared in fury, "Don't you run!" From behind came a voice, "Stop chasing." With an indifferent expression, Dong Su raised a hand to give an order. "We have more important things to do. Just driving them off is enough." Scene shifts to an ancient snow castle somewhere in the distance. Han Feng's group had arrived here. Everyone was resting alongside the bear. "Nurse Kim, were you really that cool just now?" Han Feng walked over to Jia Yan and instructed, "Nurse Kim, take Miss Jiang and the others back first. I'll stay behind to hold them off." Breaking into his signature sinister grin that signaled trouble. "If they give chase, I'll just open the floodgates again." Hearing this, Yaqing, Zai Zai, and Yuan Ni shuddered with dread. This guy is way too savage. Stepping outside to look at his vehicle, Han Feng made no secret of his intentions. "Now it's my turn to make a move." Shifting perspective back to the cave entrance buried and blocked by massive boulders. Hiding behind a corner, Han Feng surveyed the scene. The cave entrance is completely blocked, and there's nobody standing guard. Even if he ran into danger, as long as he reinforced his clothes, they wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. The real threats were the big-headed guy and the other superpowered individual. But since they were currently deep inside the cave, he wouldn't run into them. Walking down toward the boulders, Han Feng cast his softening skill on them. Then he squirmed and squeezed his way through with great difficulty. "So tight. If I get stuck here, it'll be a disaster." Crawling forward while casting his skill on the rocks, Han Feng muttered, "Good, no one at the cave entrance." After struggling for a bit, he finally managed to squeeze through to the other side. Standing back up, Han Feng cautiously surveyed the surrounding terrain. Creeping forward slowly while scouting, Han Feng wondered, "Strange, why isn't there a single person inside?" He walked over to where the fuel drums were stored with mounting suspicion. Seriously, they went through all that trouble to retake the cave, yet they couldn't even be bothered to send people to move the supplies. Figuring it didn't matter, Han Feng began pulling explosive charges out of his backpack. "Whatever. As long as all the fuel, weapons, and ammunition are destroyed, my objective is achieved." Finished with this area, Han Feng set out to find the next spot. "I remember the armory was right around here. Why can't I find it?" Suddenly, he caught the sound of noise coming from a deep, pitch-black pathway to the northeast. Inside, Dong Su and De Zhuang were shouting commands while aiming toward the far end of the cave doorway. Hiding behind a rock with a few scattered soldiers, and Ran shouted angrily, "Zhang Dongsu, how dare you mutiny?" Hiding outside, Han Feng quickly took cover as he thought to himself, "No wonder nobody was moving supplies. Turns out there's a civil war going on." Flashing a triumphant grin outside, Dong Su ordered, "Captain N, wise men submit to circumstances. If you surrender, I won't treat you unfairly." Cowering behind the rock, and Ran could only curse in fury. "Zhang Dongsu, the commander just promoted you to captain, yet you're rebelling. Have you no shame toward the commander?" His face darkening with cold disgust. "That scumbag commander only treats superpowered people like tools. He's never treated us like human beings." Pulling open his collar in a fit of rage, he snapped, "Take a look at what my body and old Kim's have been turned into. If we follow him, we'll just die even faster." Hearing this, and Ran paused to reconsider. She recalled being chewed out earlier. "It's been this long and you still haven't secured the supply warehouse. What kind of job are you doing? Rush Kim Da Zhuang and open up the underground route within 10 days. And Ran tried to defend herself and her teammates. "Kim Da Zhuang's brain has already started crystallizing, if we don't let him rest." But what she got in response was a ruthless look from the guy. "Captain N, I only care about supplies." And Ran's expression sank as she finally understood the reality of the situation. The commander truly didn't care about their lives anymore. Dongsu waved his hand to order the soldiers behind him, then continued. Right now, the only superpower users in the base are the commander and that glowing loser. With weapon and ammunition supplies running lower by the day, why on earth should we keep listening to him, given old Kim's abilities and this warehouse? Captain N, you still haven't completed your mission. Even if you run away, the commander won't let you off. He then turned to brainwash the soldiers standing on Enran's side. And you soldiers under Captain N, how long has it been since you last had a proper meal? That's right, that's right. If we follow Captain Zhang, we'll have flour, grain, and cooking oil. The soldiers began to waver, looking at each other in the face of this enticing offer. Let's team up to take down that bastard of a commander and split the base's supplies among ourselves. A soldier standing guard in front of Enran even chimed in. Captain N, they're right. With an unwilling expression, she let out a helpless sigh. Slowly rising to her feet, she raised both hands in agreement. Fine, I agree to join. But looking at the wounded soldiers, she laid down a condition. First, you have to treat my people. Watching from outside, Han Feng was shocked right on the spot. Holy crap, they made up that fast. Why didn't you guys keep fighting? Feeling slightly disappointed, he weighed his options. But if they're going to go attack the base commander, that wouldn't be a bad thing. However, if they manage to get their hands on the supplies here, they'll become a huge threat to me in the future. Screw it, I'd better just destroy all the weapons and ammunition, and then get the hell out of here fast. 10 minutes later, inside the arms and ammunition warehouse, Han Feng was hard at work, attaching bombs to the storage racks one by one. Then he moved over to the supply sections to plant more explosives. Han Feng kept running back and forth between the warehouses to set the bombs. Once finished, he looked at his remote control and thought to himself, the bombs are all set. The moment I get out of the cave, I'll detonate them. When thousands of fueled drums and countless artillery shells go off all at once, I don't even dare imagine how massive that destructive power will be. He leisurely strolled through a detention block to find his way out. I remember walking past this holding area and then making 2 turns to find the tunnel exit. Suddenly, Han Feng glanced into a cell and spotted a figure inside. It turned out to be Zuyu, sitting there gnawing on a piece of bread. Both of them jumped in surprise upon spotting each other. Zuyu instantly leaped to his feet, crushed the bread in his hand, and screamed, "Intruder!" Before he could squeeze out another sound, a dozen bullets tore through the air and pierced straight through his body. Standing outside, Han Feng nearly jumped out of his skin. Damn it! I almost forgot this guy was still locked up in here. Outside, Dongsu and Enran, who were just sealing their truce, also jumped at the sound of gunfire. Panicking, Han Feng bolted toward the exit. I always knew Zuyu was a bastard. I should have killed him off sooner, damn it. Using his spiritual sense, he sensed Dongsu and Dazhuang rushing in his direction. Looks like they really spotted me. They're already closing in. Over there, they were frantically dishing out orders. Block all pathways. First squad, follow the map to take the shortcut and cut off the tunnel exit. Understood, Captain. Meanwhile, Han Feng was calmly looking for a way out. Rushing toward the final exit, a wave of relief washed over him. Awesome. Just one more turn and I'll find the tunnel outlet. Han Feng dashed out toward the exit, right in front of the initial stone wall he had crawled through. Finally, I'm getting out of here. Right behind him, soldiers were frantically urging each other on. Hurry, hurry. Han Feng was startled when he spotted a squad hot on his heels. Found me. Using deft footwork, he skillfully dodged the lethal incoming gunfire. How the hell did they end up coming from that side? Damn it. The soldiers stared at Han Feng in utter bewilderment. No way. Why are bullets totally useless against him? Suddenly, lethal bullets whizzed back toward them, dropping soldiers one by one. Raising his gun to pick off the remaining enemies in front of him, he muttered, "Good thing I had fast reflexes. Otherwise, I'd be dead for sure." Once that was done, Han Feng hurried over to a pile of large boulders. Pulling out the bomb detonator, he set the timer. Gotta set the countdown before I head out. After pressing the buttons, the explosives began their countdown. 120 seconds should be plenty. He once again applied his softening technique to the boulders. Remembering the vast amount of supplies left behind, Han Feng felt a pang of deep regret. So many supplies all going up in smoke. Such a waste. He slowly squeezed through the massive boulders ahead, retracing the exact way he had entered. Right at that moment, Dazhuang came charging over and bellowed at the top of his lungs. That purple glow, it's you, the Bean's superpower user. Furious to the extreme, he lunged forward, intent on tearing Han Feng to pieces. Die. Dazhuang smashed a earth-shattering punch down into the ground, shattering rock and dirt everywhere. Struggling as he tried to crawl out, Han Feng gasped in terror. Holy crap. The impacted rocks shifted and heaved together, shoving him out. Damn it. I was this close to getting out. Han Feng scrambled to his feet and faced the enraged Da Zhuang, who snarled, "I'm gonna kill you, bean power freak. Why does it gotta be this fatty? Talk about bad luck." He fired frantically at the brute while worrying inwardly. "I need to take him down fast, or I'm gonna get caught in the blast myself." Da Zhuang hurled a boulder in front of him, blocking every single one of Han Feng's bullets. Standing there, Han Feng could only keep shooting while cursing. Damn it. In a split second, Da Zhuang smashed straight through the stone wall and lunged at Han Feng. Combining his powers and his firearm, Han Feng managed to block the attack, but still coughed up a mouthful of blood. Da Zhuang rushed forward and swung fiercely, sending Han Feng crashing into the nearby wall. Struggling to hold his ground, even Han Feng's barrier was rapidly dissolving. The brute lunged forward to throw another punch, but Han Feng managed to react just in time and dodge to the side. Whirling around, he bolted as Da Zhuang roared from behind, "Stop right there." As he ran, Han Feng pulled out the remote control and clicked it frantically. Crap! The remote is broken and the bomb timer can't be stopped. Glancing back, he saw the brute still hot on his tail. He blocked the exit again. What do I do now? Remembering the ticking bombs, Han Feng's heart ached. I shouldn't have set the timer in advance. Over there, Da Zhuang slammed his hands heavily into the ground once more. Refusing to yield, Han Feng squatted down and activated his hardening superpower. He successfully blocked Da Zhuang's attack instantly. Without missing a beat, Han Feng quickly switched to his softening ability. Pressing his hands hard against the stone floor, he caused it to sink downward. Sinking down slowly, Da Zhuang glared at Han Feng and roared, "You little freak, don't you run." Pushing off with all his might, Han Feng bolted back in the opposite direction. Sprinting all the way back to the supply warehouse, Han Feng muttered anxiously to himself, "There's only a little over a minute left before it blows. I need to find a safe spot." He used his spiritual perception to check on Da Zhuang's position. The big-headed brute isn't chasing me anymore. Shifting his perception elsewhere, Han Feng froze in terror as he discovered Dongsu rushing over. At that moment, Dongsu and Enran were leading a squad of soldiers straight toward Han Feng's location. But upon arriving, they didn't spot a single soul inside. While the whole mob searched frantically around, Han Feng quickly hid atop a high stack of supplies. "That was close. I almost bumped right into them." Livid, Dongsu roared furiously into his walkie-talkie at Da Zhuang, "You let him escape. Is the target a superpower user?" "Sorry." And Rand stepped in to analyze the situation from the side. "If the target has superpowers, searching separately means we risk getting picked off one by one." Realizing this, Dongsu agreed. "But if we group up, tracking that guy down will be way harder." While the two of them were discussing, Han Feng was sweating bullets up top. "What are you guys talking about? Get the hell out of here right now." Closing his eyes, he thought back to the bomb he had planted earlier. The bombs are about to go blow. Suddenly, Enran spun around, leveled her gun right at Han Feng and screamed, "Who's there?" Hearing that, all the soldiers snapped their weapons in that direction. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Han Feng trembled uncontrollably. "What do I do? What do I do now? There are way too many guns, I can't take them all on." Abruptly springing to his feet, he activated his ability toward the wall behind him. "Open up." Everyone watched as the stone wall overhead became coated in a layer of red superpower energy. Seizing the opening, Han Feng quickly leaped down from his hiding spot. "Now's my chance. Run." Reacting with lightning speed, Dongsu unleashed his power toward the fleeing figure, but accidentally blasted a massive hole leading straight outside. Grimacing in agony while shouting in rage, Dongsu ordered, "After him." Han Feng was currently sprinting toward the fuel storage zone, panting heavily. He ran up to a bomb to check it. How many seconds left? Still 11 seconds. 11 seconds. Stepping on the gas, Han Feng bolted for his life. "Holy crap, run." Trailing right behind him, Dongsu and his soldiers urged each other forward. "Whoever catches that kid gets 100 kilos of rice and 50 kilos of beef." "Understood, understood." Suddenly, a clumsy Da Zhuang came lumbering over from afar, roaring, "Captain, wait for me." Halting in his tracks, Dongsu whipped around and chewed him out. "You useless idiot, why do you fail every single time?" Right then, he heard a rapid beeping sound, and turned to see a bomb reaching the end of its countdown. A deafening explosion went off, blasting Da Zhuang flying through the air. Up ahead, Enran panicked and barked orders, "Run." Before they could escape, all the remaining bombs detonated simultaneously. Standing a distance away and panting heavily, Han Feng heard the blasts. Done, it blew up. Suddenly, Enran and a few soldiers burst out chasing after him, scaring the wits out of him. "Oh crap." Sprinting toward him while dodging the continuous chain of explosions behind her, she cursed, "You moron! How dare you blow up the entire fuel depot?" Forced to run for his life once again, Han Feng yelled, "Damn it." Pressing his hands against the wall, he channeled his power, Stop them. A stone wall rose up to cut off Ran's path. Before the wall could fully elevate, she nimbly vaulted over it with acrobatic skill. Sprinting at full tilt to catch up, Ran cursed, "Bastard, I'm gonna kill you. Don't come any closer." Explosions continued to rage fiercely behind them as the pair kept tearing through the corridors. "I won't let you off, big sis. What kind of time is this to be saying that?" Han Feng yelled at the top of his lungs as he sprinted forward. A cave entrance loomed ahead. Spotting the exit as well, Ran urged, "Get inside." Abandoning their chase, the two of them simply pushed for maximum speed to outrun the rolling wall of fire closing in behind them. Luckily, both of them managed to dive into the cavern tunnel together. Ran pointed back frantically and screamed, "Use your superpower to block it." "Don't need you telling me." The moment he erected a stone barrier with his ability, the blast wave slammed into it. Fortunately, it was successfully blocked and prevented from pushing any further inward. The supply warehouses behind were reduced to blazing ruins and ash. Amidst the roaring flames came the agonizing shrieks of those trapped inside.